Morning everyone, and welcome to round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships here in Wagga. And it is a sunny but fresh morning, and we've got our first practice lined up, the MX3. They are first off the rank, and they'll check out this Wagga track, which had a little walk around this morning. Got a clay base, but very well prepped, and just the right amount of rain during the week. It's going to be perfect conditions for racing today. So we'll see how they go. We're having a look at the points chase in this class. Jack Devison, our points leader, but the top three only separated by 10 points. Jack Devison ahead of Drew Kremer, only 5 points behind, and then another 5 points behind is Maxi Compton. So nothing in it, anybody's championship. And it's the first race is going to be very telling to see how it plays out, especially who gets that first win. Obviously, Jack will be wanting to extend that lead and give himself a little bit of a comfortable cushion going into the second and third race. But Drew Kremer has been lightning fast off the gates. He's pulled, I think, most of the whole shots in the series so far. So he's been really good off the start. He just needs to, and very consistent, which is why he's second in points. But he's going to need some wins today if he actually wants to win the championship. Max Compton also very fast, hasn't been getting the starts that he's needed, and he will need to pull them out today to get the win, and not just for the day but for the championship as well. He's got 10 points to make up on Devison. As the riders head out for their first lap, and that first corner, right-hand first corner, not very common to see right-hand first turns. So it's harder for the riders to turn into a right-hander because of your braking on the foot brake on the right-hand side. And so the riders that are much better at braking are the ones that are going to have the advantage going into turn one. And besides our points leaders, we've also got to look at some of the local riders that may be out here competing that could possibly be spoilers for the weekend and take away points from those championship leaders.
presenting your event partners of the 2024 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennards Hire, Sideline Sport, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Wholeshot Graphics.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health, not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
So we're in the second practice of the day. This is round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Wagga, and the MX1 A, B and C grades all out for practice, and they all ride together, but when it comes to the races, the C grades will be separated. and I'm in the booth this morning with Jules, my good friend Jules Roberts. So Julian, you've been on track for the other rounds of the series, just calling the days, and spent a little bit of time up in the booth with me at Lakes, which was great. Wagga Club has put on a great track for us. Just the right amount of moisture. I think we're in for some great racing today, Jules, where Port Macquarie unfortunately got a bit too much rain. It was hard day at the office for everybody, and the racing was more about survival than it was actually about battling for position. It was more who can get the start and get out front. I think it's going to be a lot more racy today, a lot different conditions. Like Lakes, the weather was good. I think the track sort of dried out, and there was some good battles, as you see Riley Fitzpatrick still sussing the track out, and just stepped out of a rut as he accelerated out, and the front wheel washed out. Joel Campbell, our one of our points leaders, he's in the MX1B grade on the 252 stroke, but he's actually been finishing up in the top three riders of the A grade. So it would have been, I know I did have a talk to him, he would have preferred to ride the A grade class, but he will clearly should take out the B grade championship anyway. He's got a comfortable almost 17-point lead in that over Michael Jones, and then Cameron Steele another sort of 40 points back. So Cooper Holroyd, our MX1 points leader, and boy, he's had a stellar year so far.
I can barely hear a Reggie saying. I could hear you clearer because like you're sitting next to me rather than through the comms. Yeah.
One of the factors today that's going to make a difference for the riders anyway, it makes it a little bit more challenging, is the tree cover. A lot of trees in parts of the track. And depending on where that sun is, those trees are going to throw out some shadows, which makes it very hard. It doesn't matter what lenses that you run, you can see when the sun's out, but then you hit the shadow part of the track, and some of those are halfway around the corner, can make it very challenging for the riders to actually see. They've almost got to guess where to go based on the line that they're in. that. He hasn't just been lucky, like he's racing some of the best riders this year, but he's put himself in a good position every race. And when he hasn't won a race, he's taken a second. He's always been up there, always been consistent, no crashes, and not just state titles, other events like even my own East Coast. He's leading 2 championships in that, so hopefully he can keep it together and come away with a title this weekend.
Good morning, Mikkel, and listeners, everybody online, and welcome to round 3 of the 2024 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. We started this journey back out in March under warmer conditions at the Lake Macquarie Club. Then we headed off in April up to the Hastings Club on the mid-north coast of New South Wales, and now we find ourselves down in the Riverina down here in Wagga Wagga in a lot cooler conditions. So welcome to everybody, and Mikkel and I are really looking forward to this weekend, and going on the back of what you said about Cooper Holroyd. Look, we have seen him ride a pretty smart campaign. He's been riding within the top 10 in the national series as well. So I'm pretty excited to see how Holroyd goes this weekend. And Whitehead has always been a pretty competitive national rider, and he's been around the state series for many years as well. So I think we are really the blue skies we've got down here at Wagga today, Mikkel. I think we're in for a really good day. The track is pretty nice, despite a lot of rain down in these southern regions of the state. The track looks pretty well. The first time myself here at Wagga Wagga, and really nice looking track conditions. The dirt looks pretty nice. Not too many puddles or anything out here on track. So the club here and the committee at the Wagga Club have done a fantastic job prepping the track and getting it organised for this weekend. So I think we've got a lot to be excited about, and I think we're going to have a great weekend, Mikkel.
Yeah, look, what you mentioned about Josh has always been a podium competitor, and anything can happen, as much as Cooper has done everything right, anything can happen and does happen, and so we wish all of the competitors the best. We don't hope for anything bad to happen to anybody, but that's sometimes the way the sport goes, and Cooper's just got to put 3 good races together. Obviously, there's other factors like mechanical problems that you sometimes can't account for, but hopefully his bike is all 100% tip top and doesn't fail him, and 30 points can be dwindled down very quickly with a DNF, so that's why I say Cooper's just got to put in 3 solid motos and wrap this one up. He's got the benefit of having that 30 points lead compared to the previous class we were looking at, where the top 3 were only separated by 10 points. So up next we've got our 9 to 12 85 class, and Blake Bohannon has been dominant in that one, but he's been challenged. Liam Millard has taken a win off him. He's a whole shot at most of the races, and Blake's had to work for it, but with all that hard work, he now enjoys a 20-point lead coming into the final round. So he, just like Cooper Holroyd's, just got to ride smart and take the win if it's there, and not make any silly mistakes. But those 2 riders have been the standout in the class. Ollie Chandler back in 3rd place. He's about 17 points back of Millard. So it'll be really, really Blake's championship to win or lose, and he's hoping to put it all together today.
I think that's what we've seen across plenty of these classes, Mikkel, that whilst we've had some pretty dominant performances by several riders, but it's up to everybody. It's in everybody's grasp this round, the final round here down in Wagga. So like you've been commenting that you've got to keep in mind that it's a 3-round series and you're riding for the state titles, so you're riding with the best in the state, and you've got to make sure that you ride consistently and you don't put a foot wrong. Similar to what you keep mentioning about Cooper Holroyd, and young Blake Bohannon's definitely done that. I hope that he'll have a good weekend, and busy family. They've travelled since the last time we've seen them up in Hastings. They've been up to the sunny states, as many of the riders have. Nothing beats that time in the saddle and the bike time.
So just having a look at the track while these 85s sort of negotiate their way around. It's, like I said, just the right amount of water. It's still a little bit muddy, but you want that because you don't want the track to dry out too quickly. And the ruts still forming out there. A little bit tougher on the smaller bikes, especially when we see the 65s and then later on the 50s come out. I believe the 50s will be doing a shorter track though. Won't be doing full track, but you can see the main inside ruts are formed up, starting to get deep as Archie Black sort of standing the bike up, going through there, not leaning it over. But again, the deeper the ruts get, the harder it is for these smaller bikes. And this finished tabletop, Jules, that looks at least 20 metres, and it's a big jump. Even a lot of the MX1 guys were only just making it or coming up short on it, and not so much because they don't have the bike power, but probably just trying to judge the distance, because it does boot the riders quite high up into the air. And we'll see if any of these 85 riders will attempt that.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good comment there, Mikel. I noticed that myself when the MX1 guys were out there 2 practices back. Not everybody was clearing this tabletop that's sitting right in front of us in our commentary position here. It is quite a big tabletop, yet it is safe though. It does have the down ramp on it is not too steep, so I think that it's a nice safe jump, and if you're coming up a bit short, you're not going to get that secondary bounce down into the down ramp. So,
well, Archie Black, I was talking about the ruts forming up, just stopped in that right-hand turn and tucked the front wheel, down he went, and you could see the straight ruts coming out of that turn. Well, they weren't that straight because it's still quite muddy. There were snaky ruts coming out, so the track will have to dry up a little bit more before those ruts form straight, and hopefully they do form straight, because if they dry up the way they are, the riders are going to have some problems coming out of that turn. But we see Millard there, weight on the back, just sort of lifting the front wheel against those single jumps, and he's still got another year in this class, Jules, where Bohannon moves out into this year, so Liam's competitors have got some work to do if they want to stick with him next year, because it's really been Blake and Liam out front. Liam trying one of those muddier ruts where the lap before you saw Archie go the wider rut, which is a bit dry, a bit easier, but that's what practice is for. You got to sample the track, you got to try different lines. You can't just stick to one line, because if you don't get the start in the race, well, you're not going to have any passing options. So sometimes you can come up with some great options. Again, it's a double-edged sword, because you can explore the track too much in practice in the softer bits of the track and end up either covering yourself in mud or putting the bike down. So you don't want to do that either. Nothing more frustrating than throwing your handlebar into the mud and having mud on your gloves, mud on your handle grips. It just kind of wrecks you mentally. As you see Millard launching it, going for the big tabletop, as does I think it was Chandler on the 152. Bohannon not quite ready to do it yet. I'm sure he'll have a crack at it next lap.
Just going back to Millard there, Mikel, we've seen him being pretty consistent, and his starts have been pretty much on point for the series so far, so no doubt Millard will be looking to continue that on and get a good start and make Bohannon in that chasing position.
Yeah, so look at those ruts there where Liam is now. I mean, it's all snaky and wavy, and Liam standing up through there, balancing his way through, but choosing the slightly dry line, or which is out wide, not opting to go directly through the middle. And your accelerator is your best friend in those situations. It's just when in doubt, power out. And he just powered through, where if you get off the throttle in that real sort of soft muddy, but you kind of just stop and then you're floundering in the mud.
Yeah, definitely, Mikel. And as the cameras are following Millard now, and he's, like you mentioned earlier, he's definitely having a good look at the track and putting himself into different lines, which will be valuable for him when it comes to race time. So as we get a pretty good shot from the drone above, and gives everybody online a bit of a perspective of the track and the size of this track, and
yeah, it is quite a long track, Jules. Like you said, it'll be interesting once we get a look at the lap times, see what they're clocking to get around here, and will also give us an idea of how many laps they're going to have in their races. The 9 to 12s will be doing 10 minutes plus a lap, so I estimate that'll be about 5 laps, maybe 6. There's Eliza Dennis, one of our local riders and one of the young girls in this class. I expect her to be very racy up near the front of the field against the boys. She is really picked up the pace. As I think that was Eliza going off the side of the jump there as well, but she was just behind Ollie Chandler.
Yeah, she just got a little bit taily up that up ramp. Nothing too much of a drama there though. She's back on track now. Yeah. Just putting some solid laps down through this qualifying, and it will be interesting to see the lap times when they start to come out, Mikel.
Yeah, you see that right-hand turn there. Most of the people going up the inside. There is a split lane through there, but the outside just seems such a long way around, as a lot of these riders now attempting that finish jump. Chandler just making it. Bohannon hasn't done it yet. So, there's not a lot of time in not jumping the jump, especially if you do what Bohannon did there, where he went fast up to the jump and then got on the brakes, stayed low, back down on the power. But there's at least a half a second in it, so if you can launch the whole thing, it's going to give you just that extra bit of a gap and that smoother landing down the downside.
So we've got the older 65, looks like we've got the MX2 guys in the start line, so we'll have them on track shortly. I don't know if Mikel's made mention, but the Motorcycle New South Wales have done a fantastic job this year in attracting some really, really high quality and professional sponsors. And for this third round of the series, we've got Kennards Hire jumping on board. So welcome them to the team, and definitely, they've got outlets in all these towns that we race at. So we really couldn't have done it without the help of the guys from Kennards Hire that have jumped on board and assisting all the team with some of their hire equipment and so forth. So welcome to everybody from Kennards Hire, and if you're listening online, a couple of the riders are still down there as they're making their way around to complete their siding laps. We've got the MX2 riders in the dummy grid there waiting to get out on track.
Yeah, I think that's our 125 two-stroke, our 13 to 16. Yeah. Is that right? So we come to the end of this 9 to 12, 85 practice, round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Wagga Wagga. And up next is our 13 to 16 125 class, and Jack Deverson, just like he is in the MX3 class, also leading the 125 class, but tie on points with Max Compton. So this is anybody's championship. And Drew Kremer, who's running second in the MX3, only by 5 points, is third in the 125 class, and he is only 8 points back. So only 8 points separating the top three. Again, mentioned earlier that Drew been hot on the starts, been pulling some hole shots, and that's going to be crucial today at the final round. And if he can do that and keep his nose out front, well, you know, he might be able to pick up some wins and possibly a championship, but he's still got to have the speed to beat our points leaders. And then we've got riders like Riley Burgess, who's also been great on the starts and been up there. Ryan Jones been sort of hanging around the top five. So it'd be interesting to see how it all plays out. And they will get underway shortly for their practice.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna? Giramento de che?
Hey, boss. Can I sort it? All good?
Cano. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Cano feeling. Cano.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
So we're back with round three of the New South Wales State Championships here at Wagga Wagga. Mikel Constantino here in the booth with you. My friend Jules Roberts just stepped out for a minute, but he'll be back shortly. We've got our 125 juniors out there checking the track out. A lot of these riders already been out in MX3, so this is more about finding new lines, getting comfortable with the lines that they have and trying to find that sort of race pace that they need, that speed, so that when they come out for their first race, they can pretty much get straight into the pace that they need to be on. And you see Jack Devison getting himself out front for practice, and that's a power move, wanting to send a message to his competitors, trying to win practice and let them know that he's the guy to beat, and can you stick with me? So you see Compton there in third place, and he will be, him and Jack tied for points in this one, so it's going to be a tough battle for those boys. A lot of pressure, but multiple championships between those riders throughout their junior racing career, and they know how to deal with it. Doesn't matter how much practice you put during the week, the mental game is so important. The confidence that the riders have to carry, they cannot doubt themselves. They've got to leave nothing on the table and give it their best. And it's not so much about hoping for the best, it's about putting in the work during the week, which I'm sure these riders have done that. Putting the work in and making your own luck. A lot of riders go, it didn't work out for me. And yes, there are things out of your control, but there's a lot in your control. And sometimes bad things happen. You see the riders there cutting to the left of that mud pole. Haven't seen that in practice so far today. Everyone's sort of been going out wide or trying the muddy lines. These riders sort of going out and cutting in. And that's one of those shadow corners where there's a shadow coming in, then some sunlight, and then shadow coming out. So, again, tricky, even up here in the booth watching. Hard to see some of the riders and who they are. It's only when they sort of get into the clear areas that you can see these riders already launching that big tabletop, and that's because they've already jumped it riding in the MX3. See the straight line ruts, landing that jump, and it's on these bigger bikes. It's not too bad. You pretty much can just land and go where you want, but you can't necessarily want to land in the rut that or you may not end up in the rut that you want to be in. You just got to land and power through. You have some idea of where the better lines are, so you can sort of position yourself up the up ramp. Next lap around and aim to land where you want to be, but it doesn't always work out. And worst thing you can do in that case is land and try and turn into the rut you want to be in. You're best off maybe just sticking with the line where you're at and try and get it better next time around. And for our drone shot, you can see how all the multiple lines are starting to form in the corners. The deep main inside rut there, but then you start to see some newer lines forming in the middle, and obviously your outside berms. But I mentioned before that the track looks very racy today, and we might even be seeing some water go down a bit later on. We got a shot there, Max Compton. Actually, that was Drew Kremer, who was running third behind Everson in this practice. Him and Maxi both on the gas machines, but I know now how to separate them, and that's from their helmets. Drew with the mostly white helmet, and Max with the darker one, but keep an eye on those two as this practice comes to an end. The end of the 125s. Up next, we've got the 250 junior girls. New South Wales State Championships this year, supported by New South Wales Mining, the National Motorcycle Alliance, Sideline Sport, Kennard's Hire, and those are 4 of our main contributors to the championship, so we really thank them for their support. Also, Whole Shot Graphics, Westpac, Rescue Helicopter, Black Dog Institute, and obviously the Wagga Motorcycle Sports Club for providing this awesome venue this weekend. So great to see such close battles in these championships with our junior girls up next. Sarah Perry enjoys a 6-point lead over Claire Pollard, and then just a couple of points back, Tab Newcomb and Sienna Cyprian time points for third place, and then in 5th place, again, only 2 points back, Mia Cameron. So very, very close. Your top 6 riders only separated by 10 points. And Sarah has dominated a lot of the races, but she's just been a bit inconsistent here and there, had some crashes, and she's just got to stay smooth, not make any big mistakes, and really today is about getting that whole shot or getting that good start, holding position, and limiting the mistakes. And with the excitement and the pressure of racing for a championship, it can affect the way you ride, and it's very hard to block that out and focus just on one race at a time, one start at a time, and try not to think about the points as much as we talk about the points when we're watching the racing and how close it is, but that's more for our enjoyment and the enjoyment of the spectators. Wanting to know where it is and who's out there and who's winning, but for the riders, it's actually the last thing you want to be thinking about is the points. It's just focus on your race, focus on your start, one gate drop at a time, one line at a time, one lap at a time, and often, you talk about different races within the race, the race to the first corner, and the race to the end of the first lap, and then the race for the remainder until you get to the checkered flag. But still a fair way off that. It's only a quarter of the way through our practices, so fair bit to go. And we'll just see. We've seen in some of the previous practices how our points leaders or some of our top riders try to get out front and send a message to their competitors. The downside of going out first is your main opposition get to sort of follow you around and watch your lines and see what you're doing. If you can get off the start and check out quickly far enough in front that the riders can't see, well, that's always beneficial. But there's downsides to leading the practice as well. I either like to be out first or last. If I'm not going to go out with the front group, I'll let everybody go and just kind of do my own thing out the back and have a look at the track. But it depends on where your head's at and how you feel, and whether or not you're intimidated by the riders or don't want to race other riders, show them your pace, show them your lines. Every rider is different and has a different approach, but whatever you're confident with, that's what you should go with, because if you're confident and you back yourself, well, that's the best thing you can do.
Presenting your event partners of the 2024 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennard's Hire, Sideline Sport, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Whole Shot Graphics.
Looking good, eh?
Cano. What do you think, Nonna? Giornamento de che.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health, not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Hi, I'm Sean from Goldbros Medical. We specialise in joint bracing for knee and wrist bracing, as well as other compression bracing. We specialise in measuring, fitting, repairing and servicing bracing and making sure the support is optimal for your unique anatomy. Three main products we do is CTI knee braces, pod knee braces and All Sport Dynamic wrist braces. We specialise in the knee bracing, which we've done for over 30 years, doing CTI knee braces since the late 80s. We've taken on pod in the last 10 years, which has been an amazing product for entry-level riders up to your pro riders. And also we have our wrist braces designed to stop hyperextension of the wrist, and we've been partnered with them since the 90s, so a long, long time. We specialise in measuring and fitting for them all, where they even CTI and ASD have custom wrist bracing and knee bracing. So full custom bracing for your unique anatomy that fits like a glove. We're partnered with Motorcycling New South Wales as we want to go to all the events and display our product, personally fit people and give them the best service possible. We're very happy to join Motorcycling New South Wales this year and partner with them. It's been great working with the team. It's been easy, smooth, and getting to the events, working out how to get to the events, all the information I require to be on ground and help my customers. It's been a very, very simple process, and it's been a joy to work with Motorcycling New South Wales.
So we're about ready to go, Jules, with the junior girls 250, well, junior lights anyway, practice. One of our young riders had an incident in their last practice and wanting to just safely get them clear of the track. So off the girls go. Tabitha getting out there early in front. Claire Pollard. Cyrus sort of just cruising in the middle there. Maybe just not too worried either way. But the track is tough, Jules, because again it hasn't formed up yet, and a lot of tricky sections. Once we get to the first round of racing, I think it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Michaela had the opportunity and we just ducked out of the commentary box for a moment, talked to a couple of riders. They said, yes, it's pretty rough. The ruts are starting to form up quite deep early on. So I think as the track condition settles, and like you were saying earlier when we were chatting previously, that once it starts to dry out a little bit and some of the lines start to form up, I think we'll see those lap times probably come down a bit, which we'd expect. And all in all, I think once we get to race conditions, I think the track's going to play pretty well to the riders. And, you know, it's a bit squirrely. And like you said earlier, some of the riders are a bit taily coming through some of these rutted sections. But I think the conditions are definitely going to improve throughout the day.
Yeah, I was also talking about the shadows and how that just adds another element of difficulty to these riders. You know, for me, I'd be choosing a clear lens for this track, and I just deal with the bright parts where you're riding back into the sun. I just sort of squint your eyes, but want the clear lenses in the darker areas of the track, just so that I can see the lines better. Once that sun gets directly overhead, the shadows won't be as much of an issue, and then I might switch to a darker lens for the rest of the day. So it just depends. Vision is key. Even you know, some of the riders opting for tear-off, some opting for roll-offs. I don't think there's any restrictions here on goggles. Some tracks you go to, you can only use the roll-offs system.
Yeah, that's right. I saw quite a few riders. It definitely looks like it was a 50-50 split there, whether they preferred the roll-offs or the tear-offs. And, you know, as you said, as the sun continues to rise throughout the day, I think we will see some of the riders switching for a more tinted style lens. The sun casting these shadows is also making it a little bit difficult for us here in the commentary position here, as the sun's sort of beaming directly in our face. As lovely it is, and we're starting to thaw out here, Mikel. It's the sun's staring us straight in the face, making it a little bit difficult to pick out some of these numbers in some cases as well.
So I was talking earlier about, you know, your approach to practice. You know, do you go out and try and win practice like Jack Davison did earlier? Where in this practice, you see Sarah Perry, she kind of went out in the mid-pack, but she's actually moving forward. You know, she's gone past Claire Pollard and pulled a gap on her and is now trying to catch up to Tab Newcomb. And it's one thing to get out front and win practice, to say to everybody, look, I'm the person to beat, but it's also a big confidence booster for you and takes away confidence from your opposition when you go past somebody. When somebody comes past you in practice and drops you, you know, it can also knock your confidence as well. I think there's a Claire Pollard that's gone off the side of that tabletop there. So
yeah, exactly right.
It's, I think that was coming out of one of those straights where the ruts, the straight line ruts, I don't want to call them straight because they're all still squiggly, and she's gone through there and snaked off the side of the jump. But fortunately, it was just more of a tip over than anything else.
Yeah, that's exactly right. With Claire and getting a bit hooked up there on one of those ruts and got a bit taily. But as you were mentioning it previously about Sarah Perry, we've seen her adapt a pretty similar strategy to her racing. Perhaps hasn't, over the previous two rounds, got the best of starts, yet she's managed to, you know, just keep fighting and chipping away, and which has got it to the, you know, to the pointy end of the race each time. So Like you're saying, Syra's riding with a pretty, mature head on those shoulders, and she seems to be taking a pretty similar approach to her practice as she does to her race tactics.
Yeah, well, Tab, she's got her nose out front here in practice and trying to keep that gap. Let's see if she can keep the same gap between herself and Syra. The other advantage, though, or disadvantage for Syra, advantage for Claire, is that when she went past Claire, it was a great opportunity for Claire to sort of latch on. Unfortunately, she had that little tip over, but latch on and sort of go, okay, well, if you're going to go past me, then you're going to show me some speed, and she just wasn't there long enough to be able to learn that. But Tab has maintained that gap that she had from the start of the practice, so let's see if it stays the same, and that will be really good for her confidence if she can do that. Because she's also been good on the starts as well. And with only being 10 points back, she's got her work cut out for her, because 10 points back, Syra's got the luxury of just finishing second and would still come away with a win, because the most she would lose with 3 seconds would be 9 points. But I know Syra's a competitor and she wants to win, so I doubt she's just going to settle for 3 second places today.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect to see that from Syra. I think she was last year's junior girls champion, if my memory serves me correctly. So I think we'll find her riding fairly consistent throughout the day or the weekend, and the tactics that you're referring to there, Mikel, I think we'll see Syra pretty much ride to, exactly to those tactics.
Yeah, that's right. And all the other girls can do is keep the pressure on, and again, put themselves in a good position. I mean, if you get the start, well, you're halfway there, and then the rest is up to you to see if you got the goods to finish it off. They'll be, I think, getting the checkered flag next time around, Jules, and then our next practice on the line will be young 65, 7 to 10s.
McKellen, I think it's probably not a bad opportunity to have a quick chat about some of the people that have jumped on board to help out Motorcycling New South Wales this year to bring the 2024 state motocross titles. And without the support and assistance of all these people that have partnered up with Motorcycling New South Wales, we wouldn't have had this success and seen the heights at this, and the hype particularly that surrounded the state titles this year. And without the help of the likes of Motorcycling New South Wales and hooking up with Mining New South Wales and the National Motorcycle Alliance and Kennards Hire, we spoke about briefly earlier, they've been a new partner to partner up with Motorcycling New South Wales. So big shout out to the crew there. I believe they're a family-owned business, so with over 200 branches across the country. They're in all your local towns, and really help to contribute with the accessories and machinery and so forth that the track have been able to utilise. And don't forget also Whole Shot Graphics. Those guys have been long supporters in New South Wales and some of the best graphics in the business. And don't forget also the Westpac Rescue Chopper. And also for people that are doing, finding it a bit tough in their own lives. There's plenty of people and plenty of support out there. However, if you do need a little bit more support and need to, just to get in touch with people that might be able to help you through some tough times that you're facing, there's the Black Dog Institute also. So, and finally, big shout out to the committee and the crew from this weekend's, the Wagga Motorcycle Sports Club. Big shout out for the finale, and at the end of tomorrow afternoon, Mikel will be announcing some state champions. So, plenty to look forward to.
Yeah, look, it's been a fantastic series so far. I've spoken to a few people, had a lot of positive comments about the coverage by Sideline Sport, and it's been a privilege to be a part of that and do the race commentary. It's something I really enjoy, and It's a job, but it's a fun job to be able to chat, especially with friends and talk about the racing together. It's we all love racing, so to be able to watch it and talk about it and spread that communication and the views to everybody else at home, and even a lot of the riders that are racing, you know, they watch the first day's racing, they not just watch it on screen, rewatch the live stream, should I say, but they also, you know, pick up on some of the comments about, oh, that's a good line over there, and look what that rider's doing, and they use that for the second day of racing. So it's actually quite a good feeling to know that it's having that benefit to the riders and to the families at home that aren't able to make it here today to actually watch the racing.
Yeah, exactly, and like you mentioned, you've only just got to walk through the pits, and the amount of feedback and people that stop us whilst we're walking through the pits, Mikkel, and taps on the shoulder and tell us, that, you know, good job and well done. It does make you feel really, you know, really proud to be a part of something like this, and the bar's definitely been set, and you know, the New South Wales State Motocross titles is definitely back, and the plans are already well in motion for 25 as well. So, you know, and for everybody else that is listening online, we will endeavour to continue to bring those interviews. So once I jump off the live stream and do the on-track commentary, I'll get a few people to come up here and have a chat with Mikkel and just tell us how they found the track conditions and where they find themselves situated for the series. Because, like we mentioned earlier, tomorrow afternoon we'll be crowning our state champions, which will be an exciting privilege to be a part of.
Yeah, so we've got our 7 to 10 65s on track for their practice, Jules, and Ollie Cale with a clear 35-point lead in this championship. So just a day in the office for him today, no pressure, just got to bring it home. And he has the reason he enjoys such a big points lead, he's won most of the races. So that it's good to be consistent, but it's better to win races and be consistent, and that's what he's been doing. Close though for second, third, fourth and fifth. Only 14 points separating second through to fifth. That's Harris and Rex on 160, and then 6 points back Flynn Burgess. Kieran Marks only a further 5 markers back, and then Stella Harding 3 points behind that. So although it seems like the championship is all but wrapped up, and we talked earlier about Cooper Holroyd having such a big points lead, 30 points in the MX1 class. You know, anything can happen, and things in your control, things out of your control, and the riders have just got to put their best foot forward and get the job done. But, you know, it's not over until that final checkered flag is waving.
That's right, and on track now, we're just going past that wave yellow flag as they go over that Kennard's tabletop. There's young Stella Harding. She's sitting there in fifth place. A few of the riders succumbing to these muddy conditions that we're experiencing in the practice here. No too great difficulties. They're all picking their bikes up, but as you can see on track there, a few boggy sections that are these smaller tyred bikes are getting a little bit hooked up in these muddier conditions.
Yeah, definitely. The smaller bikes are going to struggle. You saw those riders that were literally stuck in the mud, and they've hit those ruts that are all sort of snaky ruts, and then just back the throttle off and stopped, where, you know, you're more confident riders, like you see Stella trying to lead the way in practice. And it's not just a confidence thing about trying to win practice, but it's just a clear vision. It's the practical side of being out front in practice and not, when the track's it's muddiest, not getting any roost, you know, staying clean. As a rider, you feel better when you're clean and not, you know, got mud on your goggles and or feel, you know, right in front of you goes through a puddle and splashes you know, especially. We were talking about how cold it was this morning, fresh and cold, and although the sun's come out now and I've had to take a couple of layers off. But as you see Stella just trying to make her way around the fallen rider there, as does Ollie Cale. So Stella trying to let Ollie know that he may not have it all his own way today. I remember Stella winning some races last year at state level, and I know she actually won the final round of East Coast MX Series standing on top of the podium. The boys didn't know where to look when they were getting interviewed on the podium. And even in Australian titles last year, Stella finished third in one of the races against all the boys from all over the country. And that's in the 7 to 10 65s, where she still has another year in the class. So, you know, she's not just a top female competitor, she's a top competitor in the 7 to 10 65 class.
She's particularly, you know, a bit of a textbook rider too, Mikkel. You know, good style, always looks confident, comfortable on the bike. As we were commenting earlier, doesn't tend to make too many mistakes. So if we see her get a good start, no doubt she'll be there to challenge the boys. And like you said, there's still plenty of points here to be made up. So it's going to be an interesting weekend when we start to crown some of these state champions come tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, that's right. And what you're talking about, Stella's style and even Ollie Cale, those riders work with Aaron Rankmore, and Aaron is one of the top coaches in the country. Works out west with a lot of the kids there. So, you know, I haven't seen him here today. I'm sure he is here. He always comes to all the big events. It'd be great to have him. I had a chat to him last round.
Yep.
I dragged him kicking and screaming into the commentary booth, and we had a little chat about things. So
I think he looked pretty comfortable behind the microphone as well, Mikkel. So
yeah,
and no doubt all our listeners really enjoyed that insight that, like you say, Aaron could bring to the table and share with everybody listening online.
Yeah.
Certainly a famous surname in New South Wales when it comes to the coaching ranks, Aaron and his father. So, yeah, I'm sure they're kicking around here somewhere. And, yeah, if we can get him up here to have a chat with you later on, that would be certainly exciting for our listeners, Mikkel, and just to get that insight.
Yeah, well, it's the one downside of the long practices is, well, I'm just itching to get to the first race. I just want to see some racing. So, but the good thing is that this track's just going to get better and better as the day progresses. And although we've got some of our smaller bikes out there, we are going to get some bigger bikes out on track again, and they'll be able to clear out some of that mud and straighten some of those ruts where they're a bit wobbly after the jumps, or some of them coming out of the corners that these little bikes are getting stuck in.
And as they mentioned in Riders Briefing this morning, Mikkel, so the plan for everybody listening online is that we're going to get as deep into the program as we can come day one. So all the riders are instructed, but please don't get changed and get out of your riding gear, because we're going to get well into the possibly in a round two, as far as we can in a round two, so we can get this thing wrapped up as quick as we can tomorrow afternoon.
Well, I think we've got the best opportunity to do that with having great weather conditions. The track has been prepped just right. Like they've ripped it, but they haven't gone too deep. It's going to form up well, and that just equals less delays. I think we're going to get through it, and also the early start. Our first practice was on the line at 8 o'clock, 8:05 this morning. I checked my watch just before they went out. So that's going to make a big difference, where previous rounds we started at 9 o'clock. So you're already an hour behind the 8 ball.
For sure. And, we haven't seen too many, kids getting hooked up on the track so far. We did have one little incident earlier. But for the most part, everybody's handling these conditions pretty well. And we will see the lap time start to fall as the track conditions improve, as young Stella Harding's just exiting the track now in front of us. And the track is, Mikkel, let's sort of give it a bit of a picture to everybody listening online. In our commentary positioning, staring straight out, it doesn't look the biggest tracks. However, what's quite deceiving about it is if we pan around to the left, the track sort of zigzags back on itself quite a bit, and the track is actually longer than it may appear.
Yeah, that's right, and that's what I say. Once we get into racing and get a look at the live timing, it'll give us a great perspective of what it's going to take lap time wise to get around this track, and then give an idea of how many laps the guys are going to do in their races. So up next, we've got our older 65 age group, the 10 to 12s, and smaller group, only half a grid in this one. But that's expected because a lot of the riders, when they get to that 10 to 12, are often too big for the 65. They step up to just the 85. Although there's riders like Blake Bohannon, who is, I would say, above average height, and like a daddy long legs on that 65, legs and arms everywhere. But he's racing for championships, and if you can still get it done, then why not? And the other advantage of riding multiple classes is that you've got more track time, more look at the track to see the lines, and you also stay more engaged. When you're only doing 3 races in a day, only racing one class, you get bored, you get tired, you get more tired doing less racing because you're sitting around for most of the day. So, I guess another advantage as well is if you have a bad run in one class, it's almost like a consolation prize that you've got another class to have a go at and hopefully do well in that one.
Yeah, we do see plenty of riders, Mikkel, that are riding in multiple classes. So, and like you said, it is a good opportunity to sort of erase that. Perhaps not best race, put it behind them, and then reset and go for the next race. So it definitely gives all the riders an equal opportunity to make amends if they've put a foot wrong. Yeah, look,
just like Blake Bohannon in the 85, where he enjoys a 20-point lead, in the 65 it's a 28-point lead. So over Kai Sproul in second and Ollie Chandler only 2 markers back. So it's pretty much same as the 85. It's Blake's championship to win or lose, and he's just got to put it together on the day. Similar to the young 65, a close battle for the podium with Kai Sproul second, Ollie Chandler only 2 points back, and then Archie Black only 7 points behind. So where Duke Sherrim's another sort of 20 back. So really that second, third, fourth, those are the guys battling for the podium today in this class. And Blake obviously wanting to take out 2 championships today. So he's done good so far this year. And with Blake, that's not just in the state titles. He's been dominant in all the racing that he's done so far this year.
Yeah, we've seen Blake and the family head over the border up into the Sunny State Series as well. So Tim definitely does the kilometres and makes sure that Blake's on the bike as much as he can and competing with the best in the country. So there wouldn't be too much free weekends in the Bohannon family, that's for sure.
No, look, and that's all your riders in the top 5. That's what they're doing. They're racing and training every week. I mean, you talk about the Sunny States. Kai Sproul went up there and won on the 65 at their last round. So, and at one of the previous rounds, won a race up there on the 65 as well. And that's not just beating Blake. That's beating all the Queenslanders as well. So Kai's one of those. He's sort of the dark horse today in the 65, and he's one of those riders that does have loads of talent and speed to go with it. So if he can put it together, he could definitely challenge Blake for the win. It's not Blake's got to think big picture today. Yes, he wants to win. It's definitely great to win a championship by dominating your opposition and winning all the races as well. But, if Blake and Kai in the 65 have to battle for the win, if I was Blake, I'd probably just go, look, I'm not going to fight you for it if it's going to potentially cost me a championship. And same in the 85 with Liam. Liam has got nothing to lose, everything to gain. He's challenged Blake every single round on the 85, and same thing, Yes, I'm sure Blake wants to beat Liam, but, don't want to risk throwing it away just to prove a point.
No, that's right, but I think also what's also a little bit unique with this track is we see off the start here, Mikkel, quite a long and wide start. So, we talk often about how important and how critical the start is, but I think this start straight here, it's quite a long start straight away into a right-hander, but it's not a tight right-hander. So I think that, if you perhaps didn't get the best start, there's still opportunities for you to work your way back up through the pack.
Yeah, you mentioned the right-hand start, and very uncommon, a right-hand turn. And I mentioned because of your braking, your foot brakes on your right-hand side. Normally your first corners are left so that you can use both brakes really a lot coming in. But with a right-hand turn, you've got to get your leg out for the corner. So you've got to get off the rear brake a little bit earlier for a right-hand turn. You don't want to be stopping in the turn either. And so that's going to make it a bit more challenging. And the riders that are better at braking are going to have more chance of getting that start. But also your gate selection, just from the angle of us looking at the start, it looks like a much shorter line to the first corner from the right-hand side. So if you're anywhere in the middle or left-hand side, you've got a much longer way to travel, looks like, to that first corner. So I think you're probably going to see most of your riders choosing gates to the right of the box there, and possibly even the very inside gate.
Yeah, it would be a logical conclusion to think that would be the preferred, gate for most of the riders. But it definitely is quite a wide start straight. If we recall back, I think some years ago, Maitland actually had that quite a tight right hand off the start, and a lot of the riders were coming. I think there was in one of the rounds in Victoria for the Aussies that a lot of the riders went up to Maitland and were just trying to get some experience with that right-hander off the start, as you explained earlier to us, that it's not conventional.
Well, from your drone shot there, you can see the start, and like you said, it's not a tight corner, so parking a more inside gate's okay because you're not turning very tight. You can still carry a lot of speed in that turn, and if you don't get a good gate pick and all your opposition go inside, you can park wider than them. And when they're all fighting for that inside, you can sweep around the outside, middle or outside, and then the next turn is a left-hander. So if you can get on the outside of your opposition going into turn one, you're going to control the inside into turn two. So it's not just about thinking about that first turn. It's okay, well, where is it going to set me up for the second corner? So, yeah, as I said, if you don't get a good gate pick, I'd be parking wider than your main opposition and then trying to even if you can just get next to them, don't even need to pass them, just get next to them. Coming into turn two, you're going to control that next inside line.
And that outside line will give the riders that opportunity just to hold that throttle on that little bit longer, and like you explained, to set themselves up better for that second corner, which is quite a bit tighter than the first-hand corner, and it's a left-hander, so it's turning back onto itself, and then straight at tabletop straight after that there. So as we see the 65 now on their first siding lap, going through that right-hander that we just explained off the start into that tight left. It's a bit ruddy down into that tight left there.
We see Bohannon trying to get out front early and check out, and Chandler second. Kai Sproul making a quick pass into second, so he wants to latch on to the back of Bohannon in this practice. Now, they've already ridden on the 85, these young kids. The only rider missing from this top lineup is Liam Millard. He only focuses on the 85. and but otherwise all our top contenders on 85 are here, and 65, and Kai has already gotten right onto the back wheel of Bohannon. I know it's only practice, but remember, these kids have already seen this track, so they've already had a practice, they've seen the lines. This is almost like a mini race, and Kai's trying to he's trying to make a move on Bohannon and go, hey, I'm here to race you today, so keep your eyes open. And he's actually got around him. So let's see how this sort of chess match plays out. And you know, if I'm Kai, I'm going to want to gap him and let him know that I've come to play today. Oh, a little bobble there, and Bohannon slips back past. So this is great because we get to commentate a race that's not a race.
Yeah, for sure. As the rider's going down through that to the left-hand side of our commentary position here, as we were explaining earlier, the track is a little bit deceiving, but it sort of dogs legs back onto itself, and you know, like Mikkel keeps referring to, it'll be interesting to see the lap times as they come available to us. Sprout taking a good look on the inside there and really having a good look.
Oh, I think he might have had a little tip over because he's dropped off. But the other good thing about when they were battling together is you get to then try different race lines against the other rider and go see what works, what doesn't. And obviously the line he took didn't work, but you know, that's he'll figure it out for next practices. He's up and running now behind Chandler, who's now up in second place, and again Blake not going for the big tabletop. I haven't seen any of the 65s launch the big tabletop yet. None of the young ones did. I think I reckon they've got the power to do it. It's more having the courage to do it. So
I think as the sun continues to, you know, go up in set over the top here, Mikkel, when some of the shadows can perhaps come off this tabletop, as the riders can have a better look at that, the face of this tabletop. I think that might be able to give them the option to commit more for this tabletop in front of our commentary position here.
Yeah, the other thing is the suspension. You know, it's a big jump for a 65 if you don't make it. Like, it's all good if you go fast enough and you get to the down ramp, but if you land on the knuckle at the end of the jump, that's not going to be fun. And yeah, it's actually quite possible to smash a wheel on such a big jump like that. And you can imagine in a race, leading the race or being up the front and destroying your front wheel by a hard landing. And you know, you got to think about the bike as well as yourself. You could even sprain a wrist, even without crashing, just landing really, really hard. So you've also got to weigh up whether it's worth it. But I think if you can make it all the way to the landing, it's worth it, because you're going as fast as you can up the up ramp, you're flying as far as you can, and you're landing with a lot of speed. There's at least a second with these smaller bikes, a second or two to be made up by doing such a large jump like that. But it's better to be faster in your straights and your corners, and that's what Blake's doing right now. He wasn't too phased with the battle with Kai, but exciting to see that we've got some good racing to look forward to.
That's pretty typical of what we do see from Blake Mikkel. He's the type of kid that doesn't sort of look over his shoulder too often. He just pins his ears back, so to speak, and just gets on with the job, and you know, doesn't seem to be too phased by what actually happens on the track, and you know, he leaves it all out on the track and gives everything that he's got, which is good and pretty, you know, typical of the way we see Bohannon race.
You know, that right-hand turn that he just went through, that deep inside rut is still good, really good. I just spotted a new inside line that's just been formed just inside of that main rut. Hasn't obviously been taken very often. Oh, as Chandler gives it a go, but not the way you want to jump. He got his weight right back because he was worried he wasn't going to make it, and that can be more dangerous than just keeping your weight forward, because the front wheel slaps down when you land and can often throw you out of control. So I hope that if he does try that jump next time that he backs himself for a front wheel landing, because don't want to see him lean that far back off such a big jump. But Kai's got it back around him, and he's going back after Blake charging, and sometimes having a little tip over is a good thing, because it revs you up, and you get angry, and you take that anger out, your anger management out on the track. So
it's good to get that out of your system as well, and keep pushing on, and gives you a bit of extra something to strive for. And we know all too well how tough these riders are on themselves, and they put immense amount of pressure on themselves. So no doubt next time round Ollie will learn from that, and he's either going to send it and go for it, or he's going to back off a bit. But that knuckle on the down ramp for that tabletop you're referring to, Mikel, is not too savage compared to some other the knuckles that we see on some other down ramps. So it's not giving them that secondary kickback. It's quite a tapered down ramp. So I think that as the day goes on, and we saw early on in MX1 that not all of the riders were committing to this tabletop, but as the day goes on and the lines start to form, we'll see more and more riders starting to clear this big tabletop in front of the commentary position here.
Yeah, there is a few tabletops around the track. Not as big, but you're right. It is very safe, and I like that the up ramp and the down ramp is pretty compact. So, you're not getting ruts forming in the up ramp or ruts forming in the down ramp, which can make it quite dangerous and create little lips in the up ramp. It's pretty firm and solid and compacted. So the track work guys have done an awesome job with that. With their track prep, they've ripped the track where necessary. You see Blake coming towards the finish jump now to get the checker flag. And again, I said, is it worth it? Well, for Blake, no, it's not. He doesn't need to do that jump. We'll see what Kai does. No, he doesn't do it either. We'll see if Ollie is phased at all from what he did last time around, although there is a lap rider there in front of him. Oh, he does go for it and almost makes it, but almost landed on a track marker there on the side because he knew he had to come off the track. So, but he pretty much made it. So he knows now that, okay, if I just get it right in the race, it's going to be an advantage. And
for sure, I think he's definitely learned from that, and he'll be ready to pull the trigger on that should he need to in the race. And like you've already mentioned, that there's definitely seconds to gain by clearing this tabletop. So really something exciting to look forward to for everybody listening online, that when we start to see Chandler clear this tabletop, all the other riders sort of copy that line and commit and try and carry that pace into this tabletop and clear this tabletop as well. So often we do see that, as Mikel will talk a lot about in his coaching schools, it's not always the wise thing to do to follow the leader. However, we do learn a lot from watching other riders and pacing the other riders. So will be interesting to see whether Bohannon and Sprowley will be able to pull the trigger on this tabletop when we come to race conditions.
Yeah, well, again, I mean, it's almost like bonus money. It's just if you can jump it, that extra little bit of time you get. But again, not making any mistakes on the track, being fast down your straights, through your corners. Ricky Carmichael said in the interview once, he said corners for dough, jumps for show. Dough meaning money, and that's where the money maker is being fast in your straights and your corners. And yes, it's good to do the jumps as well. It definitely adds to it, but yeah, as we're just about to go to an ad break, and we'll be back with the 12 to 1685 class.
Our organisation represents the mining industry in New South Wales. We have nearly 100 member companies, and we represent the mining workforce of over 30,000 people that work in mining in New South Wales. Over 800 people work in mining in the Lake Macquarie region, and over 160 local businesses in the Lake Macquarie region are part of the mining supply chain, and around $200 million each year is spent by the mining industry in the region. It's an important part of the mining industry in New South Wales. It's an historic coal mining region with coal-fired power stations and coal mines located in the Lake Macquarie region. Well, our organisation and many companies in our industry support local community teams right across the state. And we have a long-standing partnership with the Newcastle Knights, obviously based in the Hunter region, that has endured over 12 years or more, through the highs and lows of the Knights seasons, through the highs and lows of our industry's fortunes as well. It's an important demonstration of the partnership between our industry and sport and local communities, particularly in the Hunter region, and our support for this event today is part of that too.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, Mom?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken O's all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken O feeling.
Ken O's make your job easy.
So we're back with round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Wagga. And we've got the 12 to 16 85s out for their practice. We're just over halfway now through our practice program. And we've got a shot there, Heath Davey, Seth Thomas, 2 of our podium contenders, and Justin Mayhew as well. So Justin, what a fantastic year he's had on the 85. He's one of those just quiet achievers, and he's riding the 85 and then the 254 stroke class in the junior lights, which is uncommon. You don't see many riders doing that. Most riders ride 85 125, but he loves the 254 stroke, but is still small enough to race the 85, and he's been right up there. He's second in points, only 10 points back from our championship leader Seth Thomas, and what a revelation Seth Thomas has been. Not just now, but throughout his junior career, he has always chased the opposition, the older opposition. He's a year younger than his main oppositions in this class. He's just won the 85 Cup in the Pro MX, won that championship as well as winning multiple races in that, beating the best in the country, and even across the ditch, beating the New Zealand riders as well. So he's definitely an up-and-coming rising star. He's gone over and raced world titles, and I'm sure he'll be going to do the Junior Aussies as well in WA later on this year. That's Seth, 10-point lead over Justin Mayhew in second. Heath Davey, another 6 points behind Justin Mayhew, 7 points behind Justin Mayhew. So still nothing in it in those top 3. Richie Lawler back there, another 6 points back in fourth, and it's really in fourth place. Sorry, it's really that's the close points between those guys, and then a bit of a jump back to Jake Doyle in fifth place. But Seth, again, like he's done all year, he loves to win, and I'm sure he's not going to be thinking about the championship. He's just going to want to win races. He's been great on the starts as well, which is very helpful. Something that Heath has struggled with. Heath has had the pace, just hasn't had the starts, and very difficult to win when your main opposition is so fast and your times are so comparable. You have to get the start. You've got to be up there racing with them. As you see Seth just trying this track out. First time on track for these kids, as we've seen earlier, a lot of riders riding multiple classes, and Heath was riding the 125. I'm not sure if Seth was on the 125 as well. I didn't pay attention to see if he was out there as well, but he'd be focusing on the 85 championship this weekend. Richie Lawler throwing a big whip there, running second in this practice. Not sure what happened to Heath. He was near the front. He might have had a problem, or he might have just decided to let these riders go. But most of your top 4 or 5 guys that have come through so far have jumped the big tabletop. There's Heath on the number 2 Yamaha rider. A lot of riders in this class around that sort of 13 years of age. Yes, it's a 12 to 16 age group, but I mean, there'll be some 14-year-olds as well and 15, but generally speaking, once the riders get to about 14, they switch to the 125 and 250 class. I was chatting with Justin's dad last week, actually, about Justin and how well he's done this year. And he was saying that, you know, Justin really loves the 250 and doesn't want to ride the 85 anymore, but is going to stick it out this year on the 85, which is great because, again, he is still small enough to ride it and he's putting in some solid results. But as you see Seth going through that line there, that main line, how the acceleration bumps, how choppy it was, and the bike was sort of skipping left and right. So as that dries out, these guys are going to have to search for a better line through there. So it's not so much about not being able to handle the bike, but those bumps, it tires you out when you're beating yourself up going through the main line like that. But yeah, a lot of riders will transition. They'll go from 85 125, and that's why I said it was against the grain there for Justin, riding 85 250, sort of skipping the 125 altogether. And where, as I said, most of these riders, you'll see them in the 125 class as well. And then once riders have done a year of that, then you start to see them drop the 85. And it's quite natural for most kids. Once they ride a bigger bike, even if they're a smaller rider, they love it. They don't want to ride the smaller bike anymore because it just feels like a toy. So that's a check flag out for our 12 to 1685s. I see one of the riders putting it down in the mud. And we've got back to one of our senior classes. So MX2, and we've got all grades together for practice. And they will race, the C grade will race separately. The A and B guys race together and are scored separate, which makes our racing a little bit more exciting. But they're all together for their practice coming up soon. Actually, my mistake. They are racing together because of the numbers. The organisers have decided to combine them, which is a smart move as far as our program goes. We definitely don't want to be shortening races later on. And like I said, it's going to make our racing much more exciting because we're going to have more riders on track. So same with the MX1. Normally they ride separately, but they are also racing all together and will be scored separate. So we'll save a lot of time in the day doing that, and we should, with hopefully, touch wood, no injuries this weekend, we should hammer through this program. And just looking at some of the championships in the MX2 in the A-grade class, Jai Roberts, and Jai, ex-factory rider, rode at the highest level, raced for an under-19s championship back in the day with, I'm trying to remember the other rider's name that he raced against for that championship, but it was between them two. and they had some close battles, but had a big accident a few years ago, and he's come back from that, and he's rebuilt, and now he's enjoying his racing and leading the state championships in the MX2 A grade. So showing that he's still got it, never lost it, and will hopefully be able to wrap it all up as he leads the practice as well. Coming out, and the rider in second, Riley Fitzpatrick, in practice is also second in the championship as well, 15 points behind though, so got some work to do. Zach Zadrovic, he's been a solid podium contender all year. Has one of those riders that has just gotten better and better every year. Putting the work in, but it's one thing to put the work in. You still have to have the talent and the speed. He obviously has that, and he's like a Weston Pike. For those of you who don't know, Weston Pike, who's not racing anymore after he had a bad accident, but he was one of those guys that started off in the top 10, and then was knocking on the door of the top 5, and I think picked up a couple podiums here and there. So yeah, and he was just happy to be there because he knows how hard it was to get to that point. So I'm sure that's how Zach feels, and I'm sure he feels good about himself being up there racing for the podium. And he's another 8 points behind Riley. So it's really those three guys. Now Benny Novak's another 30 points behind, and I'm not sure if Benny's here today, but we will see when they come around. In the B grade class, Joel Campbell, I mentioned before, he's a perfect points card so far in the B grade, and I mentioned before that he would have liked to rather be scored A grade with these guys because he's been up there competing and actually beaten a lot of these guys in previous races. So watch out for him. Michael Jones, another 18 points back behind Joel. Taylor Thompson, our senior women championship leader, also racing MX2 A grade, so we'll see her out there as well. She's third in points in front of Caden Gray. And then our C grade class, Oscar Earl took the points lead away at Port Macquarie from Luca Stevens. So Luca had a really good first round and won both C grade classes, the MX1C and MX2C grade at Lakes, but then looked like he went into championship protection mode too early. Definitely at Port Macquarie and even Lakes, there were wins on the table where it just felt like he took a second where he could have challenged for the win. And at Port Macquarie, very noticeable. It was more about consistency than trying to win. And Oscar Earl took advantage of that, and now he's the points leader, only by 1 point, but still. Rory Clements, another 21 points back in third. So a bit of an ask for Rory to get those two guys, but definitely a close, very close battle. It's anybody's game between Oscar and Luca for the championship in the MX2C grade. So watch Jai Roberts standing to that corner. He's got Johnny Bova there, keeping him honest. And Johnny opting to sit and get on the power. Jai, rather just standing and rolling on the power through that section. As they coming back towards us through that rutted left-hand turn, and then we've got Joel Campbell, the B grade championship leader, there in third place. And then we've got a combination of two-stroke and four-stroke in this class. So Jai Roberts on the two-stroke, as is Joel Campbell, and Bova on the 254-stroke. Both have their advantages. Both bikes have their advantages. There's Aussie Earl, our MX MX2 C-Grade Championship leader, and he's trying to keep pace with those front runners and let Luca know that that he wants to win today. So Jules, I was just having a little chat about the different riders and different championships. We've got a combined class here of MX2. So the A, B, and C all running together, getting scored separately. It's going to make it really exciting. It also shows you where those top C graders are, you know, speed-wise compared to the B graders and A graders, and same with the B graders. You know, the C grade class, you're always going to have a combination of riders that have been in C grade for 10 years that haven't scored enough points to actually go up to B grade, and then you got the young kids that have just come out of juniors, you know, 16 years of age. Some of these riders like Lucas Stevens and Aussie Earl have opted out of the MX3 class and chosen rather to ride MX1, MX2 C grade and win 2 championships as opposed to trying to battle in the MX3. And you'd have to say that, not taking nothing away from Aussie and Luca, you'd have to say that the MX3 class would be a more competitive class because you've got your best juniors riding in that, plus some of your guys that have gone senior or been senior for a year, but they're mostly your top juniors.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Mikkel, that definitely the MX3 ranks, and we see that at the national level too, that it's extremely competitive in that MX3 class, as you said. You know, you've got the quick teenagers plus, you know, the guys that are competitive in the open class, but just in their later teens. But in some cases, what we're seeing is, you're mentioning here in the SMX2 class, that some of these guys that are stepping up in their first year as seniors, it gives them an opportunity to be racing against some of their childhood idols. So, you know, they don't mind mixing it with some of these guys that they've grown up and idolising, and in some cases, they're racing against some of their coaches as well, as in Jai Roberts.
Yeah, you'll see that in your MX2. Your MX3, obviously, they, you know, it's just those seniors 16 to 18 years of age. So they're just their peers that are slightly older. But you're right, in your MX2, I mean, Jai Roberts, you know, he's been around for a long time. And you know, some of the kids that have just moved up to MX2, you know, they might have been on like a 65 when Jai first went pro. So, yeah, it's what the riders tend to forget, though, especially the younger riders. They go, oh, you know, I was right up there battling with him, but you forget the age difference. And, you know, when you're especially when you're in your sort of, I would say, late 20s, getting to your 30s, and then, yeah, we won't talk about us old men and how the fitness plays a part, but you know, having that youth fitness is a massive advantage. As we talk about youth, we've got our 250 4-stroke junior lights guys out there now. That's your 13 to 16 year age group.
Yeah, look, I'm sure some of these riders you're referring to in the MX2 and the MX1 classes, they'll be feeling it come Sunday or Monday morning, particularly with a lot of these guys that are, you know, they're mixing full-time work with part-time racing. So, you know, some of the likes of these guys, I'll be definitely feeling it come Monday morning.
So we're talking about how close the points are. There's been like less than 10 points separating our podium riders in all classes, and that just makes our job so much more fun this weekend. And so we look at this 250 class, and Max Compton with a 9-point lead over Jack Devison and Drew Kremer, and it's been those three guys in the 125, the 250, and the MX3, and you're either going to have someone, like, who knows, it's too hard to call this early in the day, but you're either going to have someone that I think is going to take all three championships, which Johnny Bova did years ago. I remember watching a state championship, doing the commentary actually at Lakes for a final round of state titles, and Johnny Bova won the 85, the 125 and the 250 all in the same year, and I don't know any other riders that have done that in New South Wales. That's what these guys have the opportunity to do today, is actually win three championships. Obviously, they're not riding 85s anymore. They could. They're young enough to, but they're now they got that MX3 class. They got 125, 250, and MX3, and so it'd be interesting to see. I'd like to think that I don't think that someone's going to win all three championships, but these guys definitely have the chance to win at least one of them, if not two, and Devison leading the points in two of the championships. This is one where Max Compton's got a bit, but these two riders sort of sizing each other up in this practice. Compton obviously getting up front to say, hey, I want to win, I'm the guy to beat, and Jack Devison just saying, okay, that's fine, I'll stay just out of your roost, and let's see what you got.
Yeah, and let's also not forget that both Compton and Devison are backing up from racing in the Nationals last weekend up at, and Kremer, in fact, all three of those, our top three riders here, all competed last weekend up at Maitland in the Pro MX. So, like you were explaining earlier, these top riders, they're on the bikes all the time. They're doing a bit of off-bike fitness practice during the week, and they're on the bikes at least once a week, and then, of course, competing on the weekends. So, and that's what it takes, Mikkel. You're not going to be good by staying at home sitting on the lounge.
No, that's right, and that's what makes it so hard for these kids. Those that are still in school. Obviously, a lot of top riders in your juniors actually get homeschooled, and I say homeschooled with a pinch of salt, because I'm not sure how much schooling's going on. I'm sure that they do, because what parents do need to realise is that it'd be great if your kid can make it in the sport, but if they don't, you need to have a backup plan. So I think it's a solid effort for those kids that can keep up with their schoolwork and ride at the level that these kids are riding at. And that's what makes it so hard for them at national level, racing against riders that are doing that as a full-time gig, where all they're doing is training and racing, and where these guys have got a lot of pressure on their shoulders trying to get a schooling as well as racing at this level. And Compton definitely showing his speed as Devison trying to keep pace with him. And look at Devison there launching, trying to jump over those ruts that are formed there where the riders are landing, and where Kremer not trying to launch over the ruts, actually jumping to the side of the ruts, another good option.
Look, one thing we can be sure of about Kremer is that he's going to be there all day. He's going to be with these boys. May not have that outright pace, but he tends to not make too many mistakes, and consistently and continual improvement is what we've seen over Kremer over the past couple of years.
Yeah, look, his biggest advantage is his starts. He's proven on his starts that he can get a whole shot, and that's the best thing he can do. Even if you don't have the pace, that sort of hot pace of the leaders, get a good start, put yourself in good position, and be a roadblock. Take the best lines on the track, force your opposition to take a different line, put them under pressure, and eyes forward, race forward. And if you do that and you get beat straight up, well, you did your best, and that's the best. The best rider's always going to win on the day, but not necessarily the fastest rider is going to win. It's the rider that can put it all together. And you look at your front two with Jack and Compton. If those two guys aren't near each other near the front, well, whoever's got the better start is the one that's going to finish better. And Compton trying to, gap Devison and let him know that he's got more pace than him. Devison, I think, has dropped off slightly, but it was really beneficial, I think, for Jack to be close to Max, because he could see where he was gaining and losing time, and he could explore different lines. But then once, I think he made a little mistake because he dropped off a fair bit. But he won't let that phase him, because again, it's as you see mud. You see that big clod of mud that flew off Kremer's bike. That's a good thing about jumping those big jumps, is when you land, you land hard, so you lose a bit of the mud off the bike. You can lighten the bike. There's a bit of smoke. There's a bit of smoke coming out of the Shaw's bike there as he comes through that last section, and he might maybe just be a bit heavy on the clutch, but maybe I'm seeing things.
I'll look at it, and you're right, Mikel. It does help the riders to, shed a few kilos off the bike when they come up a bit short and shake some of the mud off. But we've commented about it already, and we are seeing the track conditions starting to dry out now, and the muddy sections are becoming lesser so. In some pretty handy ruts are starting to form up on some of these corners as well. So, all in all, I think it's going to be a great day's racing ahead of us, and plenty more excitement still to come.
Yeah, look, we've got our senior women up on the line shortly, and Taylor Thompson, we just talked about her in the MX2 class, running third in points in that, I think it was the MX2 B grade class, and she's hasn't dropped a race in the senior women. She hasn't had all her own way. She had Daniel McDonald battle her in all three races at Lakes, but we didn't see Daniel at the second round. So Taylor pretty much dominated that, and even the first round, Taylor still come out on top. She wasn't going to let Danielle take a win off her. So, Taylor, again, just another day in the office for her. She's going to come get it done, and I think for her, being that she has so much more pace than the other riders, the senior women class for her is just really a track look, to figure out her lines and give her, she can afford to actually not ride at full speed and use all her energy. She can save some of that for the MX2 class and figure out some really good lines as she goes out for practice. Second in points, 30 points back is Bella Arnott, and then another 18 points further back to Kira Collins. But close battle for third, though. Kira Collins only 4 points ahead of Sienna Gadis, and then another 4 points back is Samantha MacArthur. So even though it seems like this championship is in hand for Taylor, there is still a battle for the podium as well, and that's going to, again, make our job exciting, and everybody else's for the viewers here that are going to rewatch the live stream, and also our viewers at home.
And most of these girls are here again too, so it will go right down to the wire tomorrow afternoon. I saw Sienna Gudis there earlier and Kira Collins, so all the girls are here. They're all ready to race as hard as they can and make some spectacular racing for everybody here on track and watching on live.
And you can see Taylor not too worried about speed in this one. She's standing up a lot, which is an indication that she's checking the track out. Like when you're standing, you can see more because you're higher up. It's just a physical aspect of looking for lines. She's scoping out the track again. Talked about the shadows earlier, and that section's particularly bad there. There's like a half a dozen trees from start to finish, from the one corner to the next, and those are the ones where if you're trying to put in 100% speed every lap, those are the sections where you ride at 90%. You back it off slightly because you're going to lose a lot more time tucking the front wheel, missing the rut that you want to be in than you will if you go a little bit slower. I don't know if you've heard the saying, slower is faster sometimes, and you can ride at 100% speed and make mistakes, but every mistake costs you time. And if you're all that effort that you're putting into to be fast, you're losing in those mistakes you're making. You're better off getting smooth, not making mistakes, and being fast.
And especially at this level too, when we'll see the lap times, they'll be fairly close to each other, and just those little mistakes can become quite costly and mount up into a 10-minute plus one moto. So,
well, keep an eye on that right-hander that Taylor went through the corner before there. You saw that main inside rut that she went through again. A lot of these riders haven't spotted that new inside rut. We'll see next lap around if we've got the camera on her. There's the new line that a couple riders have taken just inside of that, and that's what you'll look for when the track starts to get really rough, is where is that next good line, because that main line's going to be good for practice and maybe your first race, but by your second and third race, if you haven't changed your lines, you're going to go slower, because that main line's just going to get rougher and rougher.
No, Mikel, these guys from Sideline Sports are bringing the goods with this real quality footage that we've got here online, and I hope all you viewers are really enjoying yourselves, because the guys at Sideline Sports have definitely brought a really good production this year to the State Motocross Series. So it's definitely been a privilege for you and I to be a part of it and calling it both on and off track.
Yeah, the advantage of having a screen in front of you where you can see the riders all of the time certainly makes it a lot easier to commentate when you're on track, and when you're on track, commentary, walking around, you can see the start, you can see the first sort of quarter of the lap, and then the riders disappear, and because you don't have a screen, you're waiting for them to come back around. Where up here we're able to see the riders the whole time, and like I said, I think with the great conditions that we have, and multiple lines too. Like, yes, you've got that main line forming, but I think the racing's going to be really good today and this weekend because of how the lines are formed. Interesting to see how much track prep is done in between today and tomorrow, whether they do a full prep or leave the lines formed up as they are.
Yeah, you're quite right, Mikel. We have had, over the three tracks, we've had quite different conditions. It was obviously back in March when we had round one up at the Lakes Club, a bit warmer conditions, perhaps a little bit dusty at times, and then, of course, the heavens opened up when we went up to Port Macquarie. But as Taylor Thompson just goes on her last lap in the siding laps now, and she's on her last lap. But we have had a bit of rain during the week down here in the Riverina area. But the guys here, credit to them, they've definitely delivered a good track. It's like you mentioned earlier, it's not ripped as deep as some of the previous tracks we've raced at, which we'll probably see the lap times we keep mentioning will start to tumble throughout the afternoon.
Well, the track's going to get better, and then it's going to get worse. So it's still not. I think it's still not prime yet. The lines haven't dried out, haven't formed up properly. But by the time we get to first round of racing, it's going to be absolutely perfect. And then once you get into the second round, that's when you're going to see the lap times, I think, start to drop off, especially for the guys that just stick into that main line, where your riders that are good at choosing lines, you'll actually see their lap times improve as the day goes on, and maybe only by your third race of the day see them drop off a little bit as the track gets rougher and rougher, because they'll take different lines, but then those secondary lines or the third lines that they start to take will also rough up as well, and then just everywhere is rough. And then it's about picking the best of the worst line.
Yeah, I just want to also go back to what you were saying a moment ago about the differences in positions, where we are quite fortunate to be sitting here in a pretty prime spot here, Mikel, where we've got a good good outlook on the whole entire track, but a couple of them, practice this time I'll be down on the sideline and trying to commentate at ground level where the view won't be quite as raised as we are here, and it'll be a little bit more of a challenge for me commentating trackside as opposed to up in this elevated commentary box we're in at the moment. So we'll knuckle down and get the job done, Mikel, as we've done throughout the whole series, but it's definitely challenging with a lot of trees on track, so the on-track commentary will be a bit more of a challenge.
Yeah, well, that brings us to the end of the senior women practice, or the MXW. And up next, so only a couple more practice to go, Jules, and then we're into it. We're into race 1, which will be AMX3. But we've got our 12 to 16 girls, and then our smallest group, 7 to 950s, will be the last practice.
The Divi 2s, so by the time the Divi 2s out there on their little wheels, all the lines will be starting to form up. So
yeah, and again, they're doing a cut-off, I believe. I heard a rider's briefing, they were talking about doing the 50 cut-off. So fortunately for those little 50s, they won't have to do the whole track. Although you're really competitive guys, they would be disappointed. I know that they like to do the full track that everybody else does, but then some of your more beginner kids, intermediate riders, struggle and get stuck and DNF. So it is it's a difficult call for the officials sometimes to decide whether or not to let the riders do the full track, the 50s.
Yeah, look, I think with such a big track like this, it's the right choice to make, Mikel. And let's not forget also that some of these kids will be competing in the 65 class, so they'll have their opportunity to be riding the full track anyway. So as the senior women girls are starting to vacate the track now, we've got a couple more practices to go, then we'll be straight into racing. So there's plenty more excitement still to come.
So we'll be going to an ad break soon, and then we'll be back with round 3 of the New South Wales Championship here at Wagga Wagga.
Presenting your event partners of the 2024 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennards Hire, Sideline Sport, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Whole Shot Graphics.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Donna? Giordamento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kennards make your job easy.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1-800-155 155.
As we welcome everybody back, Mikkel, we've got our second last practice on the track now. One more practice and then we'll be straight into racing. So,
yeah, look, again, we talked about the points in other classes, and this 12 to 1685 girls, the points championship has been blown wide open. Our main sort of competitor, Sarah Perry, having a DNF in this class, and that has put her quite far back in points. She's 29 points off the lead, so a big ask. She's almost got to be relying on similar sort of mistakes from her opposition or mechanical to have a chance at this championship. She could maybe get up onto a podium, but I think it's going to be hard for her. But look at the Queenslander, Sienna Cyprian, on 187 points. Mia Kazi only 1 point back, and Mia won one of the races at the last round at Port and gave her a lot of confidence. So those two in the championship hunt. Ada Harris and Mia Cameron tied for third place on 169, but they've obviously got a hard-charging Sarah Perry on 158 who will be wanting that final podium spot, if not better than that, depending on what happens with our front two. But anybody's championship between Mia and Sienna. So, yeah, this is, I think, going to possibly be one of our most interesting championships to see what works out.
well, definitely when it comes to the points, they're so close together there. So it's really anybody's race to win. And, you know, all these girls are going to be out there banging bars and leave nothing behind.
Well, what makes it a lot easier for Sienna Cyprian and Mia Kazi, you know, they not only have almost 20 points over Ada Harris and Mia Cameron tied for third, but they know that their main opposition, Sarah Perry, is way back in points, so they don't have to worry about beating her. Like, all Sarah can do is get 3 wins and that's all, and do her best and hope for the best. But for Sienna and Mia, they go, okay, well, finishing second to Sarah is just as good as a win as far as the championship goes. I'm not saying that they can't beat Sarah. I'm not saying that they don't want to. I'm just saying that they don't need to as far as the championship goes. But Sienna Cyprian leading this practice and showing that this is what she wants to do. She wants to win. And Mia there a little bit further back.
I look, no doubt that the mums and dads and the whole teams would be well aware of this, and like you rightly pointed out, to have a second place would be as good as a victory. So these girls won't be trying to make any mistakes, mistake-free riding, and like you said earlier, a little bit slower, sometimes faster. So without having to worry too much about Sarah there, they can just get on with the job and ride their own race, which is so valuable when you're chasing a state title. Yeah, and great to see the interstate riders. As much as we want our New South Wales riders to win everything, but they have the same problem up in Queensland. New South Wales riders going up there and taking wins away and taking championships away from their riders. But it's great, makes it for great racing. And good competition for our riders to lift their game, and really helps these kids when they go to Junior Aussies to race, because when they've raced against some of the main opposition in their state titles, they know what to expect and they know who's who in the zoo when they get to the Aussie titles as well. Yeah, that is a good point, Mikkel. we have seen riders crossing the borders, both north and south, to come and compete in this the 2024 state motocross titles. So it does give them a good reference point and know exactly where they're up with their competitors when they do come to competing at the Aussie titles a bit later on in the year. So as we've got the drone shot again, giving all your viewers online just a good perspective of the track and how it does dogleg in and out of the trees. As we have had a bit of rain in the area throughout the week, and the track conditions are pretty good and it's starting to dry out, and in some instances they're already starting to apply water to the track.
As much as I like a hilly track, like lakes, as a rider, it adds a different dynamic. Also, from a picturesque point of view, I love the tracks like this that are very flat, especially if the weather conditions are good. Not great if it's wet though, because it's flat. If you do have a lot of rain, the water pools everywhere. But for the weather conditions that they got this weekend, it's a perfect setting. Great view for us, and even for the people standing on the fence line watching the racing. They can see most of the track. They watch their riders. You'll notice the different colour gear that the riders wear, and a lot of that's not just for show. It's so that their parents can tell who they are. Like off the start, they go, "Oh yeah, my rider's the one with the white helmet, or the yellow helmet, or the black helmet," and often when I'm commentating, where you can't see the numbers, you sort of recognise the riders by the gear that they're wearing. But then they throw you off. They put a different set of gear on for the next race, and you go, "Who's that?"
Yeah.
Because they just sort of keep you on your toes.
But you are quite right, though. A track that's on a fairly level ground such as this, there's no real places to have a break. Like you mentioned, on the side of the hill there at the Lakes Club, there's some opportunities that you can give yourself a little bit of a rest there. But a track like this, you're going to find yourself working everywhere. There's no real places that are long straights or downhill sections where you can sort of just ease off for a second and let the body sort of recoup and the muscles relax for a little bit. But a track such as this, you're working everywhere because there's no there's obstacles on all parts of the track. So I think we're going to have some really good racing just for that fact alone, that it's not too wet, the track's starting to come and dry out, and the ruts are starting to form up quite nicely. So I think really we're going to have some real competitive racing, and particularly with some of these state championships to be competed against, and the point standings in many of these classes are so close together. So you're really going to have to see mistake-free riding and some real intelligent overtaking and well thought out race plans.
Yeah, and the final class to talk about championships is the 7 to 950s, and Mason Ryan has had a stellar year so far. Only a 7-point lead over Harrison Rex, but it's really between those two guys. And Mason has just been so consistent. He's won races, and where he hasn't won, he's finished second. He hasn't always been the fastest on track, but has always been the one that's come out trumps, because he's gotten good starts. He's been consistent every time, and leading these state championships. He's leading East Coast Series as well. He's just everything he's gone into this year. He's just ridden with a lot of maturity, just very smart, and like I said, when the wind's been there, he's taken it, and when it's not, he's taken a second. And he's a good Harrison Rex in second place. He's been nipping at his heels and been faster at times. Had a few little mistakes and hiccups, but only 7 points behind, and that's a points gap that can be made up by winning races at this final round. But Harrison has to do that. He cannot afford to let Mason get any points on him today. His goal is to win 3 races, and if he does that, he's going to win the championship. All Mason has to do, I think, looking at it, doing the calculations, if Mason can get a win today over Harrison, he can actually afford to let the other 2 races go and finish second and still take it out. So I'm sure these guys have done the math already with their parents and stuff. As much as I said, you should try as a rider not think about that kind of stuff, and just because it can add more pressure to your day. You do kind of need to know where you're at, and you know, as a parent, you know, you're there to be the brains for your rider. As a parent, you wear many hats. You're the, you know, dad and coach, and I'm not just talking about dad. I'm talking mom as well. You know, mom's making sure the riders got all their gear, and you know, got food in their stomach. Goggles are clean, and it's you know, moral support as well. Always one of the riders getting sideways and losing it halfway towards the finish line there. But fortunately, okay, and keeps going. And that's Talon McNeil. He's our third place points rider. He's 30 points off second. So he'd be hoping just to hold that position at least. I mean, with obviously, you know, not again wishing any ill on anybody, but an injury or mechanical to anybody above him, he might actually jump up, but he definitely has the chance, Talon has a chance to secure a top 3 finish in the state championships.
And he's already soiled the sample, you know, had a soil sample already, so hopefully he's got that out of his system, and then, you know, onwards and upwards, he can just get on with the job now, and like you say, be on that podium tomorrow afternoon.
Well, that's what's so difficult for these little bikes. We talked about the smaller wheels before, the 65s, and these wheels are even smaller again. And yeah, all it takes is your front wheel just on these little 50s to hit a little bit of soft dirt, and it'll wash out in front of you. They've actually, out of choosing lines on the track, the 50s have to be the best line choosers, which is difficult because of their age. These young kids, you know, often we forget that these are 7 to 9-year-old kids. I mean, they're still developing physically, mentally, their brains, their thought patterns. So it's a lot on a kid this age to you know, they've got more on their plate, and they're trying to win championships as well at this young age. It's a lot of pressure for a 7-year-old, 8-year-old, or 9-year-old. Obviously, you wouldn't expect unless they're a phenom, you wouldn't expect your 7-year-olds to be out there winning championships. But yep. So as we see one of our lead riders having a big stack in practice, and Pete coming off, trying to get that bike fired up and going again.
And at the top of the screen also looks like there's another waved yellow flag at the top. There's one of our marshals going over. I think that could be Harrison Rex. A bit hard to see with the sun.
Yeah, we've got a big glare on our screen. If we get a close up.
The rider's okay though, just trying to get that.
Yeah,
bike
just
started.
trying to get the bike fired up. And that's and Jules, that's the thing, you know, it can all go wrong very early in the day, and a crash in practice can actually change your whole mental approach to the day. It can throw you off. There we see Harrison Rex there on the 84. It can put a negative impact on your day, and you've got to move past that. You know, you've got to sort of go, okay, I had that crash in practice, and it's done. There's nothing I can do about it. What am I going to do now? You know, don't let. You see what one of the bikes heading towards us, towards the finish here, is smoking, and then he's put it down, and I hate to say it, but that clutch looks like it's gone on that 50. Didn't look like he fell because of the track. Looked like the bike just came to a stop. And that's what happens with these little guys, as we see Harrison Rex getting stuck in one of those ruts. And that's what I said about line choice. You know, these riders, they've got to stay out of those deep ruts where the foot pegs get caught and it just stops you in the corner. You know, rather go in between the ruts or on the flatter surface, or go around them take the longer route around, the safer route. You can still go fast with less risk of actually throwing it away. Once you get on the 65s, not as bad. You can still hit the deep ruts, but it doesn't matter how fast you are. If you're going to crash and put it down, you're going to lose a lot of time. And as far as crash time, a standard time loss, Jules, is about 8 seconds. But with the with the 50s and even your young 65s, they could be down for 30 seconds, 30 seconds. You lose that amount of time in a race and you're done. So
and starting the bike's often quite
and starting the bike, that's right. They could DNF. Then there's the outside assistance, and although that it's not always enforced, and unless someone protests, and even then, people don't like protesting because they don't want to be the bad guy. It's a part of racing, and even a part of getting your license is that you can start your own motorbike. And a lot of kids can't, even kids on 65, 85 sometimes can't get their bike started because it's not something, as a parent, especially if a kid that age, you want to start your kid's bike for them. You want to do everything for them, and you really, something the parents should be doing is teaching the kids how to pick their own bike up, start their own bike.
And of course, they've also got to demonstrate that when they go up into, the next bike capacity upwards. They've got to demonstrate that not only can they start the bike, but they've got to pick the bike up as well. So, and then one of the other things I wanted to touch on is that you made mention of, sometimes the crash can be good for you, but unfortunately, sometimes when you have one crash, more often than not, there's the inevitability that you might have a second crash, which is what we noticed there with young Harrison Rex. He had that first crash.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was him that had the big one. I don't think it was, because the rider lost his peak and Harrison had his peak on. So I think it was. It might have been Mason, because I hadn't seen Mason come through. Okay. Mason Ryan. So let's see another rider trying to get going. It's 2:32. Is that Willow Pascal, one of the young girl riders on the Cobra? But she was able to pick her bike up and get going. And then we see a steam train at the back there. One of the young kids' bikes, also the clutch starting to go and overheat. And again, there's no these riders, they don't have clutch levers on their bikes. So when you talk about frying the clutch in the motor, it's just because the bike's been working hard. Maybe that rider's gone through some of the muddier sections, or but it's definitely going to be lucky to make it through this practice.
Yeah, look, it is quite tough on these little 50 autos. These clutches are engaged the whole time, so the clutches do tend to get quite hot. It's probably one of the toughest bikes in the whole entire pits to modify, to maintain. Maintenance on these 50 autos is critical, and a 50 dad's forever changing gearbox oil and the likes of. So there's plenty of maintenance that is required with these 50 autos to turn them around each weekend. As we see another bike at the back there, some of the smoke coming out. So again, the clutches starting to wear up. Alternatively, often can be the case as well with these 50 autos, is that the coolant tends to the coolant level comes up and they get a little bit of coolant
overflow onto the exhaust.
Yeah, so that can be a combination of that also.
Well, that's what the dad will be hoping for anyway. I'm sure he'd be, as we see another one in the last turn there, but you see him like trying to go through that deep rut, and that's just harder on the bike, and he goes so much faster if he just went to the outside and just went around those deep ruts. And that's where that vision comes in. I'd say that how these young kids choosing better lines is actually more important for them than the bigger bikes. But a lot of these kids ride with their heads down, and they look 5 meters in front of them, not 20 meters in front. And when you're looking just in front of you, you can't see the good lines, and you end up in a deep rut that you don't want to be in. It's not that he chose that line; he just ended up there and went, "Oh well, I'm here now. I need to just make the best of it." But got our first race on the line, Jules. Our MX3.
How about I'll stick around for this one, Mikel?
Yeah, I think so.
Normally I've got to do my on-track duties, but we might stick around for this one. I believe that you've already teed up a few guys to pop up here in the commentary box and have a chat with you later on as the day goes on. So,
well, I hope so. But this is our MX3, and we talked about the start gate, the gate pick, and I mentioned that right-hand side of the gate being a shorter distance to the first corner, and we can see that's where it looks like most of our riders are. It looks like only one rider, maybe two to the left of the box. So we'll see where the whole shot comes from. A really long straight as well, Jules. So as long as you're on that, I think right-hand side somewhere, it does, like you it's not a short straight where the jump out of the gate is as important. Obviously, your jump out of the gate is. There's three parts to a whole shot. It's your jump out the gate, your power and your gear changing down the straight, and then obviously you're braking into the corner. But if you don't get a good jump, you can make up for it with your gear changing and your braking. Obviously, if you can get all three right, well, you're probably going to get a whole shot. Yeah, from our drone shot, you can see there just one rider to the left of the box there. And that's not such a bad spot either, because you just aim for that outside and rail that first berm. As we go to 5 seconds, and we're about to have a gate drop, our first gate drop of the weekend, round 3 of the state championships. And is that Compton with the early hole shot? It looks like.
Yeah, it looks like we got our top 3 already straight to those first 3 positions.
Yeah,
Compton,
Kremer was there,
and Kremer.
That's it. And Compton trying to set the pace here, and Kremer making a move for second. And he's just got better drive down that second straight there after the tabletop, and he's taken second away from Jack Devison, our points leader. So Jack's got some work to do as he runs wide in that turn and nearly lost another position. Just got back around with momentum, but temporarily went back to 4th place. So Jack's got to, he can't afford to lose toe of these leaders quickly, because Compton's going to pin his ears back and want to set the pace early, get a comfortable lead so that he doesn't have to, that he can sort of manage that gap. Like, you don't want to, if you can help it, you don't want to be running at that 100% speed all race. If you have to do it, you got to do what you got to do, but if you can build a little bit of a gap and then just back it off slightly and just manage the gap, that is always ideal. So Compton he won the race to the first corner, got to win the race to the end of the first lap. As you see, Devison sort of getting a bit sideways there, going after Kremer for second.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to want, Devison's not going to want to be sitting in the roost of Kremer for too much longer. As you've mentioned, he is the series leader so far, and he really doesn't want to let Compton get too far away from him.
Well, Compton with a 10-point deficit on Devison for the lead. Right now, Kremer's his best friend, because with Kremer in second, I know it's only the first lap of the race, but with Kremer in second place, it's a 5-point difference for Max to make up, and then with 2 races to go, 2 more wins, he can actually win it. So he needs Jack to get a third in one of these races, and Compton needs to win all 3 races if he wants to win this championship. And if we look back at Kremer in second, only 5 points off the lead. Sure, Maxi's going to make some points up on him, being 5 points further back, but Kremer finishing in front of Devison, he's going to gain another couple on the leader. So it's any one of these 3 championships to win, and they're just going to have to take it one race at a time. And boy, Compton is setting the pace right now. He did it in practice. We saw him lead practice, and Devison chase him in second and actually make a mistake. So Compton is got the goods at the moment, and let's see if he can keep that pace up and keep pulling away from these guys as that battle starts to tighten up for second place.
Yeah, I expect that, like we mentioned, Devison's not going to want to sit there back in 3rd place too long, but like you mentioned, Mikel, that at the moment, Kremer is Compton's best friend. got that little bit of a buffer between him and Compton, who's up there in first place. But Devison really starting to close on the back of Crema there now. In fact,
he is, yeah. And just a little off-track excursion there. But no harm, no foul, no advantage, just gets back on.
But in a race of his own, Compton out there in front. He's coming third in the series, so these points are definitely going to be very valuable to him, and he can have a bit of a clean sweep this weekend. We might be able to snatch that state title come tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, look, absolutely. I mean, if they finish as they are, Jack will only have a 3-point lead on Crema, and Max will be just only 2 points further behind. So this pass on Crema is crucial for Jack. He doesn't need to win every race to win this one. He's done the hard work in rounds 1 and 2, but he definitely does need to make this pass on Crema, and he is definitely looking a little bit racier, a little bit faster, seems to have a little bit more pace, and he's going to work on him. So we'll watch this battle for second place. Keep an eye on that battle as Max sort of rides off into the sun. I won't say sunset, sunrise at the moment, but and all Crema can do, he's running about the same pace. You can see Jack's a little bit faster because he loses time and is able to make it back up again.
Well, I think it is important that Crema just rides his own race. He knows he's sitting back there in third. He can hear the bike, so he's just got to ride his own race, minimise those mistakes.
And take the main line, just, as I said, be a roadblock, force the other rider to make the pass. As he makes it easy for him there, Crema just getting cross-rutted, and that's just given Jack an easy option to take second. So now that Jack's in second, this is a great opportunity for Drew. Jack just went slightly off track again there. But this would be a good opportunity for Drew to see where Jack was going slightly quicker, maybe throw the tow rope on and try and match him for pace. Don't let him get away too quickly, because once that happens, Drew's just going to settle in on his own. But what will be interesting to see is whether or not Jack is able to make up any time on Max. And if I'm Jack right now, I'm not going to be throwing it all out to try and catch Max. I just want to put in good laps and sort of size up where I'm at. I think this race is it doesn't mean that Jack needs to let him go. He definitely wants to try and make up a little bit of time, maybe keep the pressure on, because you never know if the leader will make a mistake, but certainly don't want to push too hard and throw it all away.
And coming up next, Mikkel, we've got our first opportunity to see the MX1 riders, so maybe it might be worthwhile sticking around up here in the commentary box with you just to see the MX1 guys, because no doubt that's going to be pretty exciting racing, so I might stick around for that one, then head on downstairs. And
yeah, look, I won't say I don't enjoy the company. It's great having somebody to bounce off up here, but just awesome to see such good racing. And these front three spread out. Obviously, Max done the job perfectly so far. The whole shot, running high those first lap and a half, or two laps, and now just maintain that cushion over Jack for second place. And again, these guys, they've got 3 classes to race over the weekend. That is massive. Especially tomorrow, where they got 2 races per class. I mean, obviously, we think that we're going to get into our second MX3 race today with a program, but we're going to eat into that second day. But to race 3 classes, that's a lot of work for these guys. Yes, they put in the time. They're all fit enough to do it. I don't see any of these guys fading time-wise. or fading in the race, sorry, fitness-wise. But it's Jack throwing a massive whip on the finish jump there. Hasn't really closed the gap on the leader, but Drew Kremer's just dropped off a bit. And then a massive gap back to 4th place as we will get a check on who that rider is when he comes past the finish very shortly. But the whole field really spread out now.
Nate Thompson.
Yeah, Nate Thompson, and he's our 4th place rider in the championship, in solid there. That Jack Burton on the 235. I haven't seen Riley Burgess in this one. He's normally a fantastic rider.
It doesn't look like he's entered the MX3 class, so maybe he's focusing on that 13 to under 16 4-stroke class.
Yeah, Corey Eisel coming through. There's Heath Davey. And that'll be a 144 Yamaha machine. It's the 2-stroke. You don't see many 2-strokes riding in the 250. This is an MX3 class, but you don't see many 2-strokes riding in that class. It's
just giving Davey a bit of an opportunity just to see how those guys that are a little bit older than, see how he's going with his pace. So, and as you mentioned, riding the 125 in a field that's predominantly 4-strokes. But yeah, first year for Davey to be stepping up and riding against with some of these riders that are a couple of years on him. But riding pretty well there back in, I think maybe back in 5th spot on track, thereabouts.
Yeah, and then our first 16-year-old, because remember this is an MX3 class with juniors and seniors. Our top sort of 5 riders are all junior riders, junior lights riders. Our first senior rider is Ryan Clark on the Kawasaki 532. And he's about half a lap behind these guys. As Devison is actually making up a little bit of time on Compton for the lead, but still a comfortable gap. But it's a long race, Jules, 15 minutes plus a lap.
That's right, and I think something that you also mentioned in the practice, and we saw as Kremer went over this finished tabletop, some of the dirt shaking off the bike, which is valuable, and probably not so much critical here as it was up in Hastings Valley under those wetter conditions we had up at Hastings. So shedding those kilos, all that mud, was quite important for the riders. Thompson's just going past our commentary position now. We've lost on-track visual. But, back up and running now. Yeah, these guys in the Sideline Sport bringing all this live footage to you guys, everybody listening at home or online.
So as we get a look at the live timing that'll come up on screen, we'll get the current race up shortly. That's the 85s that's on screen at the moment. And once we get the MX3, we'll get an idea of what the lap times are, how long it's taken them to click off laps around this track. And again, will give us an idea of how many laps these guys are going to be doing. Because it is a 15-minute plus a lap race, so that 15 minutes will expire, and then the last lap board will go out.
Yeah, I think it'll be definitely interesting just to get an idea of what lap times they're doing, and particularly when we've got the MX1 riders coming up next, sitting in the dummy grid. So,
well, when you look at these riders, Jules, yes, Jack Devison is looks like he is slowly catching up, but again, such a big lead. Such a big lead for Max Compton out front that he doesn't actually have to ride at maximum pace, and he can afford to lose a little bit of time. But for these front 3 guys, it looks like they're just out at the training track, just clicking off laps and waiting for the flag to come out. But we had some great battles early. That's something Max, that every rider wants to do, that he did. Is you don't want to battle, you want to get out front, you want to check out and then just manage that gap, and that's exactly what he's done. He's ticked all the boxes so far. The final box he's got to tick is just crossing that finish line first, getting a checkered flag, and again, Jack, all these boys would be aware of the points. Jack with a 10-point lead would know that he doesn't need to beat Max today. He can afford 3 seconds and still win by a point, anything can happen, and we saw Kremer in front of him early in the race, which just did put Jack under pressure. So now we get a look at the lap times, and last time around, Max with a 2:06, Jack with a 2:06, and Kremer 3 seconds further back than that than everybody else, 7 to 8 seconds or more off the pace. So Max and Jack, they are setting the pace, and nothing in it in the times. I actually saw you last time around, Max, he was actually a little bit quicker. So again, managing that gap. Does he need to try and pull away? No, he doesn't. Even he can actually afford to let Jack catch up a bit. It's not going to matter too much. Although, for your opposition, if they can see that you're catching them, it gives them confidence. They feel like, I'm faster, I can catch up. And what can break that confidence is if you go, okay, no, I'm just going to pick it back up again. And that's what Max has done. He's picked the pace back up. He's keeping that gap. And, at just over a 2-minute lap, we're probably looking at an 8-lap race. They're on their 6th lap now. And it'll be close to an 8-lap race. So we'll see. They should do and 9 laps with a plus a lap. So we'll see how they go when they cross the finish line. It's going to be quite close.
Yeah, I think these two boys are definitely running pretty similar lap times up there in first and second, and I think Devison's really going to have take a lot out of this first race and see if he can perhaps get a better start, maybe have a slightly different gate pick in this next moto, and try not to let Compton get too far away from him in his coming up into his second moto. So, but our first 3 riders on track. In the 2.0 thereabouts in their lap times, and your 4th and 5th riders are in the teens. So
what also makes a difference is these lap riders, and you saw Max. He had to go outside in that final turn there, where Jack was able to take the line he wanted to take, and yes, it's the last lap, so that's okay for Max. He can afford to lose a bit of time there. But he had to take it outside, and he not only had to take that different line, but didn't pass either of the lap riders because the very outside around that turn is a slower line. But the advantage for him is that if any of those slow riders made a mistake in front of him, it wouldn't have mattered because he was in a different line altogether. Often that can mess you up. You're following a lap rider and they make a mistake and you run into him, and that's your fault for following. So Max doing the right thing there, obviously with a decent enough gap that he can afford to do that.
He's still not backing off though, Mikel, maintaining those 2:06 lap times. So, and Devison's still in those 2:06 laps as well, and Kremer still running around doing 2:09. So.
Yeah, I think that was still our previous lap around. It doesn't look like that's changed or updated yet. I'm sure we'll see what they were. I do expect Max's last lap to maybe drop off again, going around the lap traffic, and maybe also being the last lap, knowing that he's got this one in hand. But also good to finish strong too, just to let your opposition know that hey, you didn't catch up to me. I maintained that gap. And again, you know, unfortunately for Max, he is 10 points behind. He actually does need Jack to take a third to have a chance at winning this championship. The eyes will come through for his final lap. And then a drone shot there as we scan back to our leader. And he's heading into the final turn. Now one more lap rider who's not going to get lapped is Heath Davey. He'll be happy about that, not being lapped. And Maxi Compton gets it done and does it easy. Jack Davison, Husky rider, for second. As he cruises across, and second is as good as first in the championship, and Jack's done the hard work in the earlier rounds to get the points lead that he's got. And
yeah, no doubt Davison will be well aware of the point situation and what he's got to do with 2 more races in hand. So,
well, that's right. And Kremer, you know, we talked about it earlier that all he can do is keep getting those hole shots, or try to get those hole shots and race those guys up the front. He's mathematically in all 3 of the championships, and yes, these guys have got the pace, but again, not always your fastest rider that wins on the day, or the championship for that matter. It's you've got to put it all together and got to be mistake free. Got to hope your bike is mechanically sound, and you know that you don't have any on-track incidents with other riders, lap riders, other competitors, first turn crashes. There's so many aspects that can affect your day. And when we look back at Port Macquarie, the conditions, how tough the conditions were there with the mud, and that just adds yet another level of difficulty. But there's one less thing the guys have to worry about today. They've got perfect track conditions at this Wagga facility. And we're about to get underway, like you said, with our MX1, A, B, and C grade. So an exciting race, having all 3 grades combined. And I want to see Aussie Earl, the C grader. I want to see him get a hole shot and see what he's got for the A graders. And you've got Joel Campbell on the 252 stroke, rides that in both the MX1 and MX2. So down on power to the big 450s. But he rides it quite well.
I think also, Lucas Stevens will be thereabouts as well, Mikkel. Like those 2 boys, Luca and Aussie, have been definitely battling throughout the whole series so far. They're pretty competitive and close to each other up at Lakes, and then again under the muddy conditions up there at Hastings Valley. So, you know, and like we said earlier in the practice, some of these guys are looking up to racing against some of their idols here, so just a good opportunity just to gauge their pace and where they're at.
Well, the MX2 class really close with Aussie Earl and Lucas Stevens, but in this MX1, Lucas actually got a hold on this championship, a good 16 points in front of Tyler Eisel. So he really just needs to be consistent today as Josh Whitehead pulling a hole shot out there in front of Cooper Holroyd. Now, Cooper's been lightning off the start, so Josh has done really well to get him to that first corner and hold it.
Yes. I don't know if he really got the jump. Looked like Holroyd probably did get to that first corner first. Mind you, Whitehead did keep the power on like we've talked.
Yeah, he got everything
the power
right.
down, and he, managed to just get in front of Holroyd there. So a couple of the riders still hooked up over there on that first left-hander, which we said's quite tight. The main pack are heading off down towards the freeway over there at the back of the track there.
Yeah, good. That's another advantage of the great conditions is the riders. They tend to all get through the first lap cleanly, which is great for the.
All right, as we see the riders weaving their way back through the freeway side of the track. Whitehead still out in front. And we've got Holroyd there in second. Looks like Fitzpatrick's back there in third. And Bova putting some pressure on Fitzpatrick. In fact, looks like Bova's going to go around the outside of Fitzpatrick there to get himself up into third place on track. And possibly...
Yeah, so Whitehead done well to not just get that hole shot, but hang on to it. Oh, and a big coming together here on the up ramp, and that's our MX1 B grade championship leader. He's come together with Riley Stevens on the way up the finish jump here, and didn't see how that started, but or whether they actually come together or just both threw it away separately. But that's going to hurt. Hopefully physically they're okay. Looks like Giles struggling a little bit, but Cooper Holroyd, while we've been looking at this crash in front of us, Cooper Holroyd's taken over the lead in this one. And Whitehead in second, Bova third place, Fitzpatrick in fourth. So Cooper Holroyd is trying to do what he's done all year, and that's and almost robotic. The way Cooper Holroyd rides, he doesn't let it all hang out. He just methodically gets the job done, and he's starting to actually put a little bit of time on Josh Whitehead now in second, Johnny Bova back in third, Riley Fitzpatrick fourth. So not pretty close between the front four at the moment, and then a little bit of a gap back to fifth. Holroyd, and this is another long race, 15 minutes plus a lap.
Right, it's Holroyd's coming back round. That's the main commentary position here on the tabletop.
Yeah, and Josh, although he's lost a little bit of time, Josh has lost a little bit of time on him, but not a whole lot. He's definitely holding his own in second. Bova's made a mistake because he was there behind Whitehead. He's had a little tip over because Fitzpatrick is now up into third.
One of our C-grade riders, Stevens, going past.
Yeah, Lucas Stevens.
Top there.
Since we've been focused on the leaders so much in the A grade, we haven't really had a look at our C-grade riders to see what the order is. Obviously, we were looking at Joel Campbell there, who put it down, and Joel
looking a little bit ginger there, Michael.
Yeah, I think it hurt him, that one, and. And look, I mean, Joel's got a perfect scorecard so far in that B grade class. So so he can maybe afford, as long as he's not too hurt, that he can finish out the day. He should be able to. He should be able to wrap up that B grade championship. See another rider going down in that final turn. Those ruts really starting to get deep in that last corner before the finish.
We've got a few little technical issues going on here, Mikel, but still plenty of hot action out there on the track.
Yeah, there's Eisel on the number 3. He's running a he's a second place C grade in the MX1 C grade class. And only been racing for a couple of years. He's in front of Luca Stevens, but again, Luca with a 16-point lead. As we see, massive whip from Cooper Holroyd. He's having fun out there, leading this one and doing it with style. Josh Whitehead solid in second place. Riley Fitzpatrick third. Bova fourth. We see Riley Stevens. He's a lap down. He's one of the riders that had that big crash on the finish jump up ramp. Great if we get a replay of that at some stage. There's Aussie Earl on the number 60, and he's a bit further back in points. Wasn't consistent in this MX1 class, but has an MX2 championship to try and wrap up. Very close in points between himself and Luca Stevens. So Luca has the opportunity today to not only win the MX1 C grade, but can possibly win 2 championships and take the MX2 C grade as well. But he's got to beat Aussie Earl. As Rory Clements there, he's one of our top C graders as well. He's behind. Oh, massive landing there. I was almost going to say massive crash from the number 7. Nearly threw it away. Landed sideways, and he's coming in early. He's like, no, that's enough for me. Sometimes a big scare like that can stop you from wanting to carry on with the race, especially if you're not in it anymore. Personally, if I'm not injured, I like to stay out there, even if I'm not in the race anymore. Still have a look at the track, look for lines, maybe look for some lines that can help you in the next race. As we got eyes back on a race leader, Cooper Holroyd, again a 15-minute plus 1 lap race. And now a close battle for second place, as the 185, the Kawasaki rider, all over the back wheel of Josh Whitehead. So we'll see if Josh can hang on to that second as they go into the first corner. And Josh, keep it tight line. They've got some lap riders to deal with. It's we can't see our points leader on screen, but if we can scan back to the battle for second with Whitehead and Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, we still haven't had an opportunity yet to gauge these lap times compared to our MX3 riders. So we're having a few little technical issues here that we're going to just battle through and
So
meanwhile, there's a lot of pressure there. Fitzpatrick right on the back tyre of Whitehead there in second place.
Yeah, he was putting in a big effort, and Josh sticking to that main line. Again, putting himself in the way, and Fitzpatrick going to have to go back to work on him.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick's throwing everything at him, McKelly. He had a little bit of an excursion off the track there. He's really trying to find a way around Whitehead, but Whitehead is like you mentioned, sticking to the main line and giving him making him ride a wide line to get around. So.
Yeah, and look, as far as points-wise, I mean, Fitzpatrick, we talked to him at the Lakes round and did a bit of an interview, because he's come down from Queensland, I think.
Yeah, that's
right. And, he said he wanted to experience different tracks, race different competition, and in the points, he's not really in it. Another rider I haven't seen this weekend is Blake Fox or Benny Novak. Both of them were third and fourth in points, and then we saw Riley Stevens. He had that big crash on the up ramp of this jump, so really third place in this championship is wide open, but we don't have Hayden Melross here either. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen Aaron Parker. Maybe he is here.
Yeah, you're quite right. I would have thought that we might have seen Melross. This probably wouldn't be too far. Travel down from Young down here to Wagga, but maybe there's other commitments that he needs to attend to. But Holroyd, he's the man of the moment, though. He's out there on his own, out in front.
Well, Aaron Parker is here, so he could actually leapfrog up into third place this weekend. And if Junior, that's Aaron Parker. For those that don't know, Aaron Parker, for Junior, that would be a great achievement to get a third place overall in a state championship. Riley Stevens having that big crash, obviously he'd be able to get third place. He's quite high up there in points. He'd be able to secure that third place without Benny Novak, Blake Fox or Hayden Melross being here this weekend.
There's Aaron. Junior Parker goes past the commentary tabletop here, so yeah, quite right. McKelly does have a real good opportunity amongst these younger riders to get himself on the podium come tomorrow afternoon in the MX1.
Yeah, so back on screen, Cooper Holroyd just clicking off the laps. You know, he's proven again this year why he's the number one rider in New South Wales. Sometimes when you see those factory guys turn up at races, he'll still battle them. Like I remember seeing him in Goulburn, and Matt Moss was there, Blake Fox was there, and Cooper Holroyd, got out front and at least watched him in the first moto, got out front and checked out and won the race, and the guys couldn't get him. So, he's not afraid of competition. He's also riding in the Pro Mix Series, and he's battling for top 10s in that, sort of top 10, top 15. And he's a great starter. He's got the fitness, he's putting in the hard work, and he's getting the results. And look at the gap that he's pulled on second place, which is...
Well, it's funny you mentioned second place, because that battle is still not over. Fitzpatrick's back there in third. Still hasn't managed to get around Whitehead, so Whitehead's still sticking to that main line that you keep referring to, and making it extremely difficult for Fitzpatrick to make that pass up into second place.
Well, the other factor that we don't talk about that much is the roost. And when you're watching on screen, you don't really know what that's like. And when you're sitting behind a 450, sitting behind any bike, the roost hurts. But when you're sitting behind a 450, that's throwing boulders at you. And even the little stones that are getting thrown, they really, really hurt. So it's hard to get close and race for position. And especially if the rider in front of you is riding a wide line, you're getting sprayed. It's not just the roost on the goggles. hurting your vision. It's the roost that's hitting you in the body and hurting you physically, and that can sort of scare you away from challenging, and you back off a bit. So, you know, Fitzpatrick, we saw him put in a big charge earlier, and then but couldn't get it done, and has sort of had to settle and maybe regroup and try and come at Josh again. Josh done a great job holding on to the position as we see Holroyd coming towards us. Looks like while we had some off-screen problems, Johnny Bova is coming through now. I'm not sure because he was back and forth, I'm not sure if he's actually come through the field and made a couple passes and running in second, or if he's a lap down. So I'd like to think that he's passed both those guys and gone to the front. So
yeah, that's a good point, Mikkel. Like, we had a few technical issues here, but we kind of lost sight a little bit of where we were on track. But there's one thing we can't take away is Holroyd, and he's on his mission out in front. He's had a pretty good start, and he's getting on with putting those solid lap times down. And
well, there's Eisel on the number 3, and he's our first C grader in this race. I've been scanning through. Obviously, Joel Campbell, we lost him early. I'm not sure if he's still circulating out there. But Michael Jones, he's our second place B grade rider, and he's about 17 points down on our championship leader. But in one race, that could be all made up with a bad finish, especially if Joel Campbell DNFs. And there's Aussie Earl, another one of our C grade riders. Haven't seen Luca come through yet. Again, Luca enjoying a 16-point lead. Oh, there's Jones coming through now. That is Luca Stevens just in front of Aussie Earl. And Aussie makes the pass. So Aussie takes the position.
yeah, that's also going to help his points chase as well.
Well, yeah, look, Aussie's
but he's still
down,
quite way down,
he's
isn't
way
he?
down in the MX1. Unfortunately, he's I actually think he missed one of the rounds. I think it was the first round he didn't do both classes, or one of the rounds he didn't do both classes. So checkered flag flying for Cooper Holroyd. Another race win under his belt, and another step closer to winning this championship.
All right, Mikkel, well, I might bid you farewell and vacate the commentary position up here and go for a bit of a walk on track and do the on-track commentating duties. So I'll see if I can get somebody else up here to join you up here in the commentary. So everybody listening online, thanks for everybody. And I'm going to go on track now and continue on with the on-track duties. So
yeah, for sure.
Hope everybody enjoys the footage and enjoys the rest of the racing on the 24 New South Wales State Motocross Series.
Yeah, no, for sure. Thanks for your help up here, Jules. It's always appreciated, and I look forward to you sending me up lots of people to talk to. On your way down, just give Mia Kazi. She's not leading, but she's 1 point behind second in the 85s.
Just there.
Yeah. Hey, Mia! Oh, it's all right. She's coming. All right, mate. Thanks.
What's the date's name?
So that's the end of our MX1 A, B and C grade. Up next we've got our 85s 9 to under 12. Just come a
Wales
little.
Mining. Wow. Sideline Sport. National Motorcycle Alliance. Black Dog Institute. Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service. Whole Shot Graphics.
So I'm up in the commentary booth here with Mia Kazi. And Mia, you're in the girls 85s class, as well as the junior girls as well, in the junior girls?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're in the hunt for the championship in the 85s, our top New South Wales rider points-wise, only being 1 point off the lead. How are you feeling today?
A bit nervous, but I think I've just got to go out there and focus on my mental state, because I think way too much.
Yeah, no, well, I'll be talking to you during this race as we just have a look here at these guys coming through, and didn't quite have the hole shot, but Liam Millard, he's either hole shotting or he's in second, and then he takes the early lead, and they look like the number 34 on the Yamaha, he had it, and then Liam took it away. So Liam doing what he's done all year. And Blake Bohannon looks like he might have moved already into that second place. So it's on between these two. They've been the guys setting the pace in this 9 to 12 85 class. It was Nate Hargreave that I think he's from Victoria. And he was the guy that had the early lead. So again, great to see some interstate riders in this class. So Mia, we'll get into a bit more about yourself in the 85 class. Let's talk about this race so far and the competitors in it. Again, in the championship, it's Blake Bohannon that is the guy to beat. He's got about 20 points on Liam. But Liam, another year in this class next year, and if he keeps riding the way he is, his opposition, they're the same age as him. They've got another year to go. They've got some work to do to catch up to him.
Yeah, he does have a pretty good lead, a pretty good gap on everybody.
Well, definitely in the same age group. Remember Blake being a year older. Blake trying to do what every rider does in their last year in an age group is win championships, and he has been the guy to beat. I expect him to find his lines and challenge Liam. And we'll hopefully see a great battle. See he's picked up on that real inside line, as does Blake, as the main rough through that corner's got really, really deep. The only downside of taking that really inside line is how tight it is to get in there.
Yeah, most of the inside ruts are pretty deep and tight.
Well, there's one of the young girls, Eliza Dennis, up in third place. So she's a local, obviously, Wagga rider, and her brother doing really well at National 11, winning an MX3 championship last year. So not just great to see a young local rider up there, but to see a young female rider to ride with that much pace. Will you be racing 85s next year?
I don't think so. I think I'll be moving up to 125.
Yeah. Oh, Liam with a little bubble there, and Blake was actually in the same line. So a little mistake by Liam, but Blake couldn't capitalise. Liam had a little bit of a gap on him, and they both took the same line anyway. So Liam's got to try and limit the mistakes. He's obviously got the pace to ride up front, and he's definitely not holding Blake up. And Blake, it's a long race. He's gotten into second. I'm not sure what happened to the Victorian, Nate Hargreave, who had the early hole shot briefly. But he must have put it down somewhere because I don't see him anywhere. And so Liam doing everything right at the moment. We'll see if Blake will challenge him, or if Blake is quite happy just to ride behind him and wait for a mistake.
Yeah, I think it's all about getting everything right when the track is rough. One mistake and it can cause you big seconds off.
Also, have you had any crashes today?
In practice, I made a silly mistake, but I haven't raced yet.
So the track looks quite challenging, very rutted, and like you said, one little mistake can cost you time, but a crash, a tip over, and you're going to lose a heap of time. So like you said, these guys have got to push hard, they've got to go fast, but they also need to not make that big mistake and throw it all away.
Yeah, it's just very rough, especially for little bikes.
Well, these are the small wheel 85, so as they come across the finish line, and now Blake finally gives that big tabletop a go. That's the first time he's jumped it all day, and he had the luxury of being close to Liam. He's seen Liam jump it, and that time he was right on him, so he was able to just follow him over. He could see Liam jumping him. He just matched him for speed, and that's the easy way to do a jump. If you haven't done it before, you just follow the rider. There's the 34 of a Hargreave. He's back in about 5th place right now behind Chandler. Chandler a quiet ride in 4th place, and Eliza Dennis also a quiet ride there in 3rd, all by herself. But there we go, quite a ways back to Kai Sproul in 6th place. And then he leads a pack of riders. And we go back to our race leaders, and Liam still just doing a solid job out front, not making mistakes, and just being hounded there by Bohannon. And Blake, again, riding a smart race. He knows he doesn't have to win today as much as I know he wants to win. He's definitely not a 2nd place settler. I definitely think that he will settle into this race. He's learning a lot of what Liam is doing. Learning the lines he's taking, the pace that he's riding, and Blake's actually, I think, in a better position because he's able to pick up on where Liam's going faster. I think Blake's faster in some areas of the track, and then I think you're going to see a charge from Blake as this race progresses.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to catch up to someone who's in front of you, like copying their speed and their line. That way you can find another line and try and match their speed.
Yeah, and you know, Liam putting himself in such a good position as well. Do you find it harder to win from the front or to win from behind? Because I think it's a different mindset getting out front and winning from the front than it is to maybe getting a 2nd or 3rd or 4th place start and working your way through the lead. What do you find more nervous? Getting out front and leading? A little mistake there from Liam.
I think getting in front and leading gets me more nerves. But when I'm behind and I know I have to try and get to the position I want to get the points, I find that's like really nerve-wracking for me.
Yeah, look, and that's racing. You know, it's not a team sport. It's individual. All the pressure's on you, and you know, it's up to you to get the job done. And that's what these guys, and already into lap traffic, so that's going to make it hard. It's early in this race to already be lapping riders. So Liam, it's harder for him. He's the first rider to pass the lap riders, and that's going to be harder because the lap riders may not get out of the way straight away for him. But once he gets by, it's a little bit easier. And Blake making a move up the inside there, and they do have a lap rider between. This time the lap rider actually worked for Liam. Blake had to settle into the same line, but Blake is definitely putting on a charge now and putting the pressure on. He is taking different lines. He's showing a wheel. And when you talk about being nervous, Mia, it's one thing leading, it's another thing trying to come to the field. But as I think Blake has actually made the pass in that right-hand turn. So Blake taking over the lead. Now let's see what Liam's got. And Liam now is in the position that Blake was in, where he can learn from him. So he can't let him go. He's got to stick with him, and I think that's what he'll do. And he'll figure out what Blake's doing, and hopefully we'll see a fight for the lead later on in this race.
Yeah, I think because he followed his lines most of the for the race he can take his lines. I think most of the lines they've just got to, Liam's got to change up his lines if he wants to get back in front of the.
And really smart riding from Blake as well. Like, he didn't get the whole shot, but he got a great start, and he got himself behind Liam, and he didn't panic. He didn't try and make an early pass, make an early mistake. He just settled into the race, and these two riders are so far out in front of everybody else that he didn't have any pressure from behind. He just knew, okay, I'll work this out and figure it out. And now halfway through the race, if you've only just started watching, Blake Bohannon's out in front, Liam Millard second, and it looks like Blake has comfortably got that lead. He's a little bit more, got a little bit more pace than Liam at the moment. Not much, just enough just to edge away from him. And then, like I said, a long way back to third place, which is Eliza Dennis.
Eliza's a really good rider for where she is.
Oh, she's phenomenal to see her battling so far up the front. Pity we haven't seen her at the other rounds. I don't remember seeing her race the previous rounds.
This is her first state title round.
As Ollie Chandler, again, a lonely fourth place. Then Hargreaves, followed by Sproul, your sixth place rider. Sharabim on the 411. And Ollie Cale, a young 7 to 10.65 rider, just in front of Archie Black. So Ollie Cale, the first of the younger age group, a 9-year-old or 9, 10-year-old in this 85 class. So Mia, now that we've sort of settled into this race, I've got the opportunity to ask more about yourself and your approach to today and for the weekend. Like, you've got a really good chance of winning a state championship this weekend. How are you feeling? Are you feeling pretty good? You said you had a little tip over in practice.
Yeah, it was just a silly mistake that I made, which I won't make again. It was just a mistake that can be fixed. I think I've just got to focus on not making those mistakes.
And but you're feeling good, confident.
Yeah.
You're not stressed out or anything.
Yeah, I'm feeling more confident than I did the last couple of rounds.
Well, you've got to get that all-important hole shot, put yourself in the best position, and being that there's only 1 point separating you and Sienna Cyprian, that you just got to get in front of her on the start and eyes forward, race your own race, and don't make any mistakes, and come away with a win, and maybe we'll see you with a state championship at the end of this weekend. So why don't you stick around just for the rest of this race? We see they're on their last lap now. Bohannon's and Millard have got the last lap board. You just see Eliza Dennis coming through in third place. There's a couple lap riders falling down in that left-hand turn, and Bohannon just making his way through cleanly.
Yeah, the track is getting rougher, like each race.
Yeah, the ruts have formed, and they are quite deep. But it's good that it's not muddy like last round. It's really going to come down to the rider, I believe, this weekend, and who the best riders are. They're the ones that are going to shine through.
Yeah, and you've got to be very smart with your lines, because some of the lines are just going to get very rough.
Well, Blake definitely has figured this track out. I've mentioned it many times before, he's the guy to beat this year. And I say that because he's won almost everything there is to win. On the 85 and the 65. He's had competition from Liam Millard on the 85. Liam has challenged him and kept him honest, and taken the win off him here and there, which is fantastic. And even on the 65, Blake has had some competition. He's had riders that have challenged him for the win, but I think he's got a perfect score in state titles so far on the 65. Hasn't dropped a race. So looking really good for that championship as well.
Yeah, he does look very strong and comfortable under the bike.
And he'll be moving up next year into the 12 to 16 age group as he comes into the final corner. One lap rider in front of him, and then he is going to cross the finish line. And that's a great way to start your weekend, taking the race win. Liam done everything he could possibly do for a fantastic ride and a close second place for him to still have the leader in sight. We wait for Eliza Dennis, who overduced another lap rider down in that final turn. Eliza Dennis should be our third place rider. There she is there, getting through that deep inside rut. Ollie Chandler closed up a little bit, but Eliza Dennis is going to take third from Chandler, and then it should be the Victorian rider, Hargreave, in third position. Fifth position, Hargreave. So thanks, Mia. Thanks for your time, and I wish you the best of luck in your 85s and in your junior lights girls. But bring home an 85 championship for us. That'll be great for New South Wales.
Goal.
That's the goal, exactly. So best of luck, and yeah, stay safe and have a great weekend. So we're going to go to an ad break, and we just see the lap times just before we go to ad break. And very close, Liam Millard and Blake Bohannon between those two. Eliza Dennis about 4 seconds back, and then everybody else a bit off the pace from there. But we're going to go to ad break, and we'll be back shortly.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Nonna? Giuramento de che.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
So we're back with round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Wagga Wagga. And on the line is our 125 Junior Lights. And we've spoken about these 3 riders, Jack Devison, Max Compton and Drew Kremer. They have been the top 3. Riley Burgess, Ryan Jones, our top 5. And we watched the MX3 class earlier with Max Compton taking the win in that one, Devison second, and Kremer third. So let's see out of those guys. We're about to get the 15-second board up, ready to go. A lot of riders in this class. Both sides of the grid filled. Obviously that right-hand side being the preferable line to the corner. So I expect most of our top guys to be on that right-hand side. And we'll get going with this one very soon. I think one of the riders is having a drama on the gate, trying to get his bike sorted. And he's got 2 minutes to sort that out, and then the race will start without him, whether he's ready or not to go. And this class a lot closer, even closer than the MX3, with only 10 points separating the top three here, only 8 points separating the top three, with the top two guys being tied on points coming in this round. So it's anybody's championship to win or lose. And we're about to get underway shortly. As the 15-second board guys now about to put it up. That rider that has, I think, got their bike sorted. I think we gave him a little bit more grace than 2 minutes, but it's great to see all our competitors about ready to go. A great jump there from the middle of the gate from what looked like a Yamaha rider that got to that first corner first, and he got a great jump. Off the track slightly there for Kremer, gets back on, and it's the 999 that had the early start. And Kremer, a great start there in second. Looks like Devison. Oh, Kremer drops back to third position. Where is Compton? That was Nate Ebeck on the 999, and Nate's been out with injury for a long time, so great to see him, and he's back up the front again. So Nate Ebeck being a spoiler today. Is that Compton that's now taken the lead, or Kremer? The two gas riders looking very similar, and I didn't see Compton at the start, but I might have missed him. They were really bunched up, and it might have been Compton that got there early, but no, it is Kremer on the 25, the gas. And Kremer is only 8 points off the lead of Compton and Devison, who are tied. So putting his best foot forward, getting out in front, and having a rider like Nate Ebeck, who's not in the points, in position there to take points away, is only going to help Kremer. So Kremer with a great start, gets his nose out front, and he's already got a bit of a gap. While all the riders are trying to settle into position, he's got clear track, clear lines, and he can pretty much go where he wants. Seems to be a bit more comfortable on the 125 than the 250 machine. He's been getting better results on the 125 this year. Won a race, at least one of the races. I remember seeing him at Lakes winning a race so on the 125. And Devison quickly moving into second place. Then we've got Burgess, Burton, then there's Compton. So Compton finally coming through the field, but he's got a lot of work to do to catch his main championship rival in Devison. Almost a role reverse of the MX3 class where Max got out front and Devison had to try and catch up. Now Compton's got to see if he's got the speed to catch him, but he's got to go through two riders first. And while those guys are battling for position, it's Kremer who is running away, and another rider who's in great position is Devison, our points leader or joint points leader, because he has clear track now. He's not battling with anybody. Compton has to make two passes before he can even think about trying to close the gap, and while he's doing that, I believe he's going to lose time on Devison while Devison has clear track. But Compton's got to get around Burton, as he does. He has that battle for third place, and now he's got to get around Burgess, and he has to do it quickly. Kremer solid out front, and he's time-wise is on that first lap again getting clear track. Already had put 5 seconds. I expect the rest of the riders' lap times to come down by the time we cross the line for the second lap. But being that Kremer had clear track in front of him first lap, he was able to put in his best lap time, where Devison and everybody else, they're still coming through the field, still settling in, and that's why their times would have been a bit slower. And Compton hasn't been able to make those passes yet, so he's just, it's really going to hurt him the longer that he can't get around Burton or even think about going after Burgess. And championship-wise, the best thing that Compton can do is just pass the two riders in front of him. He doesn't necessarily need to catch Jack for second. It'd be great for him, obviously, if he did. But, you know, they're tying on points coming in. Losing 2 points in this one, in the big scheme of things, is not going to hurt as long as he can finish in front of Jack and make a race for it in the final race. But what he doesn't want to do is bleed any more points and make the big mistake like he did at Port Macquarie when he sort of threw it away. Didn't DNF, but I think it was a 9th place finish for him after he eventually picked the bike up. So don't want to do that again. Take a second, take a third. But he really needs Kremer to stay out front, because while Kremer is in front, Jack is in second. If Devison gets into second, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt Compton for the championship. So 2:05 that last time around for Kremer, 2:06. So for a second place rider, Devison. So Kremer holding his own out front. He has not just got the whole shot and leading, but he's the fastest guy on track at the moment. And by the second lap, already through lap traffic. Well, sorry, that last time around, Devison 1 second quicker. And Compton just has not been able to get around these guys. So still a close battle for third. So Kremer doing everything right, getting that whole shot, early lead, and maintaining that gap over Devison in second place. This race a bit shorter than the other ones. I did a 15-minute race earlier. This is only a 10-minute plus a lap, so it'll go a lot quicker. And Compton, I think, might have got around Burton now for 4th place and needs to go after Burgess. He has to get Riley Burgess by the time they get to the checkered flag. That battle for 3rd place, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Max has managed to pick off one, and let's see if he can close the gap onto Riley Burgess and get that 3rd place. And that's what makes these championships so much harder in these classes, where you got 4 or 5 riders on pace that can finish in between, where some of the other classes where there's only 1 or 2 guys that are going to finish 1st and 2nd every time. Well, it can make it easier or harder depending on where you're finishing, but easy to lose big points in a class like this where there's so much competition. There's Kremer getting it done, heading towards the finish jump to click off another lap, and going a second quicker the last time around over Devison. So maintaining that speed, maintaining that gap. As we see Compton now right on the back wheel of Burgess. He is closed right up and he needs to make this pass. So battle for 3rd, heading into crossing the start straight, and they've put some time on Burton. So Burton sort of settled into that 5th, massive gap from 5th back to 6th, but battle for 3rd, and Burgess being stingy with the race line there. Compton's going to have to be faster than him, going to have to make the pass happen or hope for a mistake, but I think he's going to have to make it happen. And unfortunately, when Burgess is taking that inside line or that main line, Compton's got to go 1.5 times quicker round a wider line to make that pass. So puts the pressure on the guy trying to make the pass. Burgess is one of those riders that is really good under pressure. He normally gets really good starts, and then the faster riders, if they get past him, they've got to work for it, and that's what he's doing right now. He's as much as Kremer is Compton's best friend at the moment because he's in front of Jack Devison. Devison's Husqvarna compatriot is his best friend because he's in front of his main arch rival, Max Compton. So if it's really going to help Devison if Burgess stays where he is. So we get a look at Kremer again, and quickest so far in this race with a 2:05, and they've sort of gone back to 2:06, 2:07s. As this track you mentioned earlier will get worse, and then it'll get better to a point, and then it'll start to get worse. It'll start to get rougher, and Kremer has pulled out even further with this lead as Devison riding smart in that second race. He also doesn't want to make the big mistake. And but close bell for third, and now Compton trying an outside line on Burgess, and it gets it done. The momentum around the outside gives him the inside to the next turn. So Compton getting the work done that he needed to. He had to get to third place to maintain his championship standpoint. It would be a mistake, I believe, to try and catch up to Devison for second. I think the race is gone. But what he's got to be careful of is not let Burgess get back by him, because Burgess has not let go. Burgess is trying to come back at him and challenge him back for that third position. So Compton does need to gas it and gap him as they launch that tabletop. And that tabletop at the back there looks more difficult than the finish jump. It's about the same size, but the run-up is out of a corner, so a little bit harder to do. Even these bigger bikes struggling with it. You see a rider down there just after that single jump. Doesn't affect our leaders, thankfully. We did have a flag out. And what can you say about Drew Kremer? Everything good at this point. Whole shot and clean lines, clean track, not a speck of dirt on him. And he has not looked over his shoulder once. He's not put a foot wrong. Just riding smooth, and I said before, looks more comfortable on the 125. Definitely looks like his bike, and he's put time on Devison. And like I said, only 8 points back. So if they stay where they are, he's only going to be 5 points off the lead with 2 races to go. And if he can replicate this performance in race 2 and 3, as you see, he has that last lap around just lost a couple seconds. But being that he's built up a big lead, that's not going to hurt him too much. And that could be down to many things. It could be managing the lead. It could be lap riders. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's going slower. I think all of these top riders, they're putting in their best effort every single lap. I do not think for a second that Drew is settling into the race, even though he has was a couple seconds off. But what he has to do is just not ease off too early. Again, only a 10-minute plus a lap race, so probably only going to be a 5-lap race, maybe 6 laps, depending on when that last lap board comes out. And so they'd only have a couple to go. You probably see the last lap board coming out soon. I mean, they're on their 6th lap now, so have to be seeing the last lap board coming out for the final 7th lap. You would think only being a 10-minute plus a lap race. So they must have just gone over the 10 minutes. They must have crossed the finish line just past that time, which is why they're doing the extra lap. and really difficult for these top riders, being such a full class and a 13 to 16 year age group, these young 13-year-olds coming in the class to get experience, nowhere near the pace of these top riders in their last year of juniors. He's 15, some even 16 years of age already. And so these top riders have got a lot of traffic to go through. And here comes our race leader now. And he's over the finish jump again. And there is Devison in second. Not sure, I didn't see the last lap board come out, so either they are running a 15-minute. I thought it was, thought they were just doing 10 minutes, but my mistake. It is a 15-minute race for all the junior lights. I think they've increased that because I'm pretty sure previous rounds they only did 10 minutes, but for the 125s, but 15 minutes, so a bit of time left. Oh, it's going to be an 8 or even 9-lap race, this one, and that's why Crema can't afford to take the foot off the pedal too early, because Devison is now in sight. He actually is a straight away behind, half a straightaway, and can see him. So, and Compton a little bit further back, but he can also see Devison, but he's a bit further back, and I don't think he's going to have time. But with the lap traffic, I actually think Devison has a chance, has a sniff at maybe winning this one. So Crema he's got to lift his game. He's got to respond to this challenge and get through these lappers quickly and keep that gap. He cannot afford to give Devison a sniff at, and Crema, almost a big mistake. Gets sideways on that little double jump there. Good save. And that'll get his heart racing. And it's also going to give Devison a little bit closer. So you can see the pressure is on. Unfortunately, Devison there had to take a different line around their lap rider, but now it gets through cleanly. Look how close he is as they come towards the finish. Well, they're getting close towards the finish, second last corner, and there is nothing in it now. Devison is right up on him, and that little mistake, and the pressure would be getting to Crema now as we're getting close to the end of this one. Crema has done everything. He's going to have one more lap to hold on, and Devison is going to throw everything at him. Kitchen sink getting thrown out on the finish jump there, sideways. Crema, can he hang on for just one more lap? And Compton is hoping, his fingers crossed, he's probably looking over going, Crema, come on, you need to win this one, buddy. And fortunately, there's a big gap to the lappers. They've cleared most of the lappers, so there's going to be one or two riders they're going to have to pass. This is going to come down to Crema putting in a perfect lap in this final lap. And fantastic to see a 15-minute plus lap race go right down to the wire in this one. Well, I'd say about half a lap to go. I'll say less than a half. It's actually quite a long track, winding around over 2 minutes. And now they're just trying to creep up on these couple lappers, so that's where it's going to get interesting. And the lapper's either going to work for or against either one of these riders. And we hope that it doesn't affect them at all, but that's racing. Those lap riders are in a race of their own, and it's a part of it. They're not expected to get out of the way. They're more expected just to hold their line. But hopefully it's always great when they do get out of the way. And that's the jump that Crema made the mistake on earlier. You saw him sort of trying to double at that time, just front wheel making it. But Devison is right on him. And now they've got the lap traffic. And the lap rider in the main line. And Crema's got to go around the outside. And Devison nearly gets him. And that was really close. It nearly affected him. It's not over. They're going to come into... And he's right on him. They're going to come into the second last corner. Devison's going to go around the outside. We saw Compton make a pass here earlier. Crema's got to grease that inside line. He does. And it's going to come down the last corner now. Crema's, again, he's got to grease this one. And they take the same line. There was actually nothing Devison could do there. Crema's going to take it, and what a race win it is for him. Right to the wire. What a ride from Crema and Devison. Devison just gave it everything that he could, but Kremer held onto it, and that is, to hold onto that, I just, lost for words. What a ride from Drew Kremer. And Compton, again, although he finished third, he's still in the hunt. He only lost 2 off Devison for the lead, but that brings this championship a lot closer with Kremer taking that win. He's gained 3, so he's only 5 points back now off Jack Devison, and only 3 points behind Compton, and Compton 2 points off the lead. So only 5 points now separating our top 3 with 2 races to go in the state championship. Up next, we've got our junior girls 250. I think I need to take a breath. Junior girls 250, and we're going to go to an ad break shortly, and then we're going to come back with the junior girls for their first junior girls 250 first race of the day.
Presenting your event partners of the 2024 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennards Hire, Sideline Sport, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Wholeshot Graphics.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
So we're back with round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Wagga Wagga, about to get underway with our junior girls 250 class, or junior lights class, some of these riders on 125s. And let's see who can get the whole shot right up the inside. And that's why you see that right-hand side of the gate is shorter line of the corner, but got on the brakes really early, backed off the throttle really early, and that's given Tab Newcomb the whole shot and the early lead. And Tab looked really good in practice. She got out front in practice. She led and basically won practice. So we'll see how she goes, and she's third in points in this girls' championship and only 10 points off the lead. And we have a rider down there. That was Syra Perry that went down earlier, our championship leader. So Syra making life hard. She's got a lot of work to do, but on the positive side, she's got lots of time to catch up and come through this field. And I don't see Tab Newcomb out front either, so she also made a mistake, and she went down in the third corner, and now it's all open. So where is Claire Pollard? And she's in second place right now, Claire Pollard, so she's in the best position. She's also second in points, only 6 points off the leader. So the best start for Claire that you could possibly hope for. Her main 2 championship combatants both down on the first lap. Fortunately, both girls up and running back on their bikes, and that's where those electric start motors make it so much easier when these riders put it down. But looks like Mia Cameron with the lead, and she, I think, is the one that got that whole shot up the inside and then got on the brakes really early and somehow finds herself back in the lead again. And she's on that little 100cc or 105. It's the 85 bike with the 105 motor in it. So it's a smaller size bike and prefers to ride that. And sometimes you can go faster depending on your height on the smaller bike, feel more comfortable on the smaller bike. She definitely does. A lot of the other girls in this class have already sort of stretched out in the legs and can ride the bigger bike. But got the little 85 machine out in front, and Claire Pollard second. Sienna Cyprian in third place, the Queenslander. She's leading the 85 points, and she is tie with Tab Newcomb for third place in this championship. Mia Cameron is only 2 points of that, so even Mia Cameron has a chance at winning this championship on that little 85 machine. But Claire Pollard in the best position though. She is second in points and second in this race, and looking to make a move up the inside. But Cameron getting the speed around the outside and holds on to it. Now there's Tab Newcomb in fourth, just in front of Sarah Ferguson, I think. And where is Sarah Perry? There's Sarah just cruising. There's definitely something going on. And the bike looks banged up and twisted. So that's probably why she's struggling a bit. Very difficult to ride, especially if your front wheel's out of alignment. It must have been a big enough stack. You see her front number board's off as well. So definitely some damage to the machine, and that's going to make her... Oh, as Claire Pollard makes a little mistake and hands over second place to Sienna Cyprian. So the Queensland up to second now. Mia Cameron leading the way. So this class completely turned upside down. And something I heard a old friend of mine, Grant Langston, say in a commentary: if you want to finish first, you must first finish. And that's exactly what Mia Cameron is doing right now, and it's something that that both Tab and Sarah probably need to think about next time around. Is that you got to push hard, and sometimes things happen, bad things happen, but you're the rider on the bike and you're in control. So I'm sure they'll learn from that, and we'll see them up challenging for position, whether, if not in this race, but in races to come. Tab in that fourth position, but Sarah with a lot of work to do. And our other riders are the ones that will capitalise on that. Claire Pollard, Sienna Cyprian, Mia Cameron. They're only within 10 points of the championship lead, so this is going to change things up drastically at the end of this race, depending on how they finish. We've got the two Husqvarna riders out front, followed by Claire Pollard in third. And Claire just looks like she's still trying to settle into this track, because she was in a comfortable second place and even challenging for the lead, and now she's sort of just struggling there in third, and that's down to the track conditions. I think we're talking to Mia Kazi earlier, one of our young junior girls, and I haven't seen her out there in this one. Maybe she's not riding decided not to ride the 125. But there's Tab Newcomb in fourth, and Sarah Ferguson, and then Sarah Perry. So Sarah, she has to make positions. She might be able to. She might be able to get that one position in front of her. I don't know if she's going to catch Tab Newcomb though. And then I definitely don't think she's going to get any of the leaders unless they make the big mistake. But that's Ella Hamilton on the number 2. My mistake on the Honda. She's one of the, I think, local to out this way, and she is just gone down a position. So Sarah Perry making the pass on Ella Hamilton, and now she's got to see if she can catch Tabitha Newcomb, which if she does, that'll be really helpful for her with the points. But but it's going to be Claire Pollard, Sienna Cyprian, and Mia Cameron, that are the ones that are going to make up some big points on her in this one. Mia with her head forward and riding smooth, not making any mistakes, and she's not pulling away but not holding anybody up either. Sienna Cyprian trying to still close that gap. Claire Pollard trying to stay in touch with them, with those leaders, and there's big points on the line here. The difference between a win, a second, third, and then finishing further back. There's 3 points difference between first and second, and then 2 points to second to third, third to fourth, and fourth to fifth, and then after that, single point changes in every position as you go further down. So they can definitely maximise their points in this race where they're at right now. It's going to make it a lot closer. The best thing that Sarah Perry can do, even if she finishes where she is just to finish this race, because a DNF then it's all over. She has to finish this race, and lap times wise, as far back as Sarah Perry is, she's the fastest rider on the track at the moment with a 2:45. So she's got the pace. She's just got to cut out the mistakes. But close battle here for first, second, third. Claire Pollard launching the finish jump there, the only one to do it out of the front three, and she's right back in this, looking for the pass. Trying to go up the inside there of Sienna Cyprian, the Queensland rider. We got a battle for first, second, and third, and there's Sarah Perry. She has already caught up Tab Newcomb and passed for fourth place. So Sarah Perry is on the charge. Like I said, quickest lap time, and she put on 10 seconds, actually 14 seconds on Tab Newcomb. It wasn't Tab making a mistake. Sarah is just going that fast around this track right now, and at least your second quickest rider, Claire Pollard, another 4 seconds slower than Sarah, and that's Sarah Perry. She does not give up. I would not be surprised if she keeps going at that pace that she maybe catches up to those leaders, but she has to stay on the bike. Cannot afford another mistake. And Mia Cameron done everything right so far, other than maybe getting on the brakes a bit too early for turn one, but she's been smart and she's gotten herself back in the lead, and she's hanging on to it at the moment, because Sienna Cyprian and Claire Pollard, they're there, but they haven't been able to challenge for the lead. It looks like they're following in the same lines a lot, and that is because there is a good line out there, and it's hard to venture out and try the different lines, especially lines you haven't taken before. And Sienna in a difficult position being in second, because she's challenging for the lead, but she's also got to watch her back. As you see, as I said, Mia Cameron looking over her shoulder. Don't want to be doing that, Mia. Just eyes forward and hang on to this thing. And this is Claire Pollard's best opportunity to get around Sienna, because if Sienna can pass Mia, then she can go. She can try and gap for the lead. But Claire really needs to try and make this pass before that happens, and then try and get around Mia. But Sienna's definitely the one in the driver's seat. She looks like she's going a little bit faster than Mia, and where Claire is just a couple bike lengths further back. So, and again, all taking the same lines. Got to find that good line. Claire has a really good line coming in this corner after the finish. Let's see. She doesn't go for the big jump this time, but she was really fast up that inside. If Sienna runs wide again, and she's going for it, Claire going for that inside, and she just got to come out good. Doesn't come out good enough. Didn't get through there good enough, and Sienna was able, just with the momentum from the outside. But looking at the times again, Sarah is getting faster. She's dropped her lap time by 3 seconds, where Mia Cameron has gotten faster as well. Claire Pollard is a second faster, but they are still 6 to 7 seconds slower than Sarah Perry. But is the deficit too big? Can Sarah close that gap up? It's a massive gap to make up. I think it's too much. I think she's lost too much time, but it's still, she's going to make it interesting anyway. So let's see if Sienna can make this pass, or if Mia can hold her off. Claire, she does have that passing option in the corner after the finish, but and it looks like she dropped a fair bit off the leaders, and maybe she's waiting for that one spot to make the pass, but unfortunately that doesn't always work. And if you've only got one passing spot on the track and you can't make a pass, well, you're gonna finish where you finish. So it's time to take some different lines, figure the track out, and that's only going to help you for your next races as well. And Cameron looking really comfortable out front. But here comes Sienna Cyprian. She is trying different lines, going around that outside, see if she can get the momentum. Cameron being smart, right in the inside, just protecting the line and making life hard for her opposition right now. You know, making them have to work for it. Don't want to leave the door open. I definitely think that inside line after the finish is an option that Sienna needs to pick up on, because if Claire gets close enough to her, and that looks like what she's doing, it looks like she's trying to get close again. She's taken a different line in this inside, in the second last corner as well. And if she can get close again, she might make it happen this time around. She is also the only one jumping the finish jump. Claire, different line through that last corner as well. That was a really good line. She didn't lose time. Oh, but that is the finish. And really close for those front three. And Mia Cameron, what a race on the smaller size bike to take the win there. Sarah Perry should be really disappointed with that fourth, but she's definitely not out of it. You know, she's going to lose 7 points to Mia Cameron for that fourth place, but still, she's in the championship. She finished the race, she got points, and she can come back swinging in the next one. As we look at who's next on the line, and that will be our 65 7-10 class. So one of our bigger junior classes, bigger as in more riders on the grid, but smaller as in smaller size bikes. So Ollie Carroll, he's been the rider to beat, but great to see Stella Harding showing him around in practice, and those two riders I'm sure ride a lot together out west. And we'll see what Stella's got as Tab Newcomb comes through the finish just in front of Ella Hamilton. So we've seen most of the hole shots come from middle of the right-hand side of the grid, and that's right-hand side if you're on the start gate facing the track, not right-hand side as in what we can see on the screen. So we'll see where the hole shot comes from this one. Again, that right-hand side, the inside to the corner, the more straighter line to the turn. One of the riders going a little bit early, getting off balance there, and being self-penalised by the gate. As they come into turn one, and out of turn one, is that Stella Harding that swung around the outside and maybe has taken the lead, didn't have the hole shot, but just did not back off. And I think it is Stella Harding and running away at the start of this 7 to 10 65 age group. So from our drone shot there, we see an overhead of all the riders in the lead right now, and our lead rider starting to pull away already. And that's the great thing about getting that whole shot out in front, having clear track, can just hit your marks, hit your lines, and do your own thing. And even the front 3 or 4 spread out to do that already. So they're already going to go at the pace they want to, where the other riders are still shuffling for position and be going a little bit slower. But it's still a hiding, easy to spot in the pink gear with that great start and early lead. And she's won races before in this age group, and I expect it's no luck that she's out in front. It's all, she's made her own luck with that start, and I expect to see her stay there. We'll see second place. It looks like Ollie Cale. Then we've got Flynn Burgess, and Burgess is our third place in the championship. Stella back in 5th, so she's she's 49 points off the championship. Pretty much out of reach, but definitely in contention for a top 3 podium if she can put in results like this. But she's 10 points off third place in the championship. She's got some work to do if she wants to finish on the podium. She's got to, first of all, hang on to this lead, and runs wide in that last corner there, and it's going to cost her. She chose not to go in the deep rut and left the door open for Ollie Cale, our championship leader, to take the lead, make the pass and take the lead. Blade Regan on the 103, then Flynn Burgess, then Freeth on the 17. There's Kieran Marks on 427. And Zach Peters behind him. So Ollie Cale showing why he is the championship points leader. He hasn't won every single race, but he's won most of them. And I was just about to say, where is Harrison Rex? Because he is second in points, and he is bleeding points right now in about 7th or 8th position. So didn't get the start that he needed, and he's going to lose a lot of points in this race if he stays where he is. And unfortunately for him, the gap to the next rider is although he's got the whole race, it's a long way back to Peters on the 96. So Cale, quickest on track and out in front. And he's put a little bit of time on Stella hiding, but Stella with a, oh, we have a rider down there. I'm not sure if that was a lap rider. But they're not getting up very quickly, so either trapped under the bike or might be in a little bit of discomfort. But there's Ollie Cale, and amazing that the second lap of the race already in lap traffic, and just like the 125 class where they lap really early, it makes it very difficult for the leaders with such a big class of riders to have young beginners, young 7-year-olds, 7, 8-year-olds in a class of 9 and 10-year-olds like our leader, Ollie Cale. So yellow flags out, a common occurrence so early in the race for our leaders, and they just got to have their eyes forward, look ahead, and not get caught up in stuck in a rut. Definitely don't want to do that. Get stuck in a rut behind a rider that's fallen in a big rut. Got to see the corner before you get there. Hiding coming through in a comfortable second place. Talked about Blade Regan earlier. He had a DNF in Port Macquarie, which really hurt his points. And he is currently sitting in 6th place. So out of the championship hunt because of that DNF, but running in 3rd right now in front of Burgess. As we go back to our leader, Ollie Curl from Stella Hiding, Blade Regan, Flynn Burgess, Kieran Mark, Zach Peters, Liam Freeth, and then Harrison Rex. So Harrison second in points and needs to move up, needs to get some points in this one, gain some positions, otherwise he's going to lose that second place in this race and then have to try and make it up in the next two races. And that's again what makes it difficult. It's such a stacked field and such a big field as well. So even if your top guys don't get the start, you get caught up behind the mid-pack and backpack riders and have to make your way through and caught up in crashes. And so that's why the start that these riders like Stella Hiding and Ollie Cowell have got put themselves in great position. And we haven't seen a lot of passing in the racing so far. The riders taking the same lines, but there are multiple ruts. Every corner's got 5 or 6 different options that you can take. And as the day wears on, those main lines are going to get deeper. These riders are going to have to search. So Ollie Cale in great position. He is on the 85 as well, but the 85 is more of a learning year for him, and he can afford on the 85 to search a track on the 65. He can just focus on his race. He can just ride his lines, and he actually looks like he's in cruise mode at the moment. You saw him come over the finish there, just sort of standing up, rolling around. Got to be careful also when you've got such a big lead, not to lose concentration. Focus on your lines. One little mistake and it can cost you a fall, cost you a position. And the worst thing about falling is getting injured. A little injury that's it. That's the end of your day, end of your championship. But also a little fall and the bike stalls and stops, and then you can't get going again. So a bit of a battle, a bit further back in third place with Blade Regan, Flynn Burgess and Kieran Marks. They're not too close to each other, but I think Regan put it down actually. So commentator's curse, sorry about that, Blade, and can't get that bike started. So Blade Regan, I think that it went down, it looks like, in that second turn. Just trying to decide as we see another rider getting some assistance off the track. And that's what I was saying before about that little crash. Even if it's a little tip over in a corner, sometimes the bike won't get going. And when it doesn't, you lose a heap of positions or potentially DNF the race. And hopefully that rider can get going soon, as we have on screen with Ollie Cale just weaving his way through some lap riders. And last time around, 12 seconds faster than Stella Hiding, which is a eternity time-wise. So he's proved he's the guy. He's the best rider to beat in this class, and he wants to win this championship outright and let everybody know that he is the number one rider. I hope that wasn't Blade Regan that was down in that turn. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that was a lap rider. As we see checkered flag come out for Ollie Cale. As we wait for Stella to come through in second. And even though she got the great start, second fastest rider on track. So, and I think as we go back to third, and unfortunately I was correct. I think it was Blade Regan that went down in the second corner and couldn't get his couldn't get his bike started. It looks like he did get it going in the end and got going, but not after dropping a lot of positions. And it will be Flynn Burgess that'll take third. That's going to be good for his championship points. Kieran Marks fourth. Zach Peters in 5th place, and Harrison Rex 6th. So Harrison made up a couple of positions there, obviously at the detriment of Blade Regan. I'm not sure I can't remember who the other rider was that was up there as well. The Liam Freeth, but he just dropped back a few positions. I don't think he made a mistake. So up next is our 65 10 to 12, so our older 65 age group. About half a grid with this one, so less riders, but still very competitive in your top 5. And Blake Bohannon hasn't dropped a race so far. 18 points back, 28 points back to Kai Sproul, and then Kai Sproul only a 2-point over Ollie Chandler for 3rd place. Archie Black a little bit further back, 7 points further back. And then everybody else a good 20 plus points further back. So the top 4, the lead is pretty much a given. Blake Bohannon just needs to go out there and get 3 clean races to wrap this championship up. But 2nd, 3rd, 4th in this championship is wide open. We're going to go to an ad break, and we'll be back shortly with round 3 of the New South Wales Championship at Wagga Wagga.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005. All while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Donna? Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
So we're back with round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships at Wagga Wagga. Sun is shining, track is awesome, and perfect track conditions. It's rutted up in all the corners and even down some of the straights. Very racy, and we've seen some good battles so far today for day 1 of the State Championships. Round 3, final round, championship round. And we've got the 10 to 12 65s on the line. And again, we've seen most of the riders opting for that right side. Here we see them sort of all congregating around the box, inside and outside. And they probably saw that early lead. It wasn't a whole shot, but she took the whole shot. It's Stella Hiding from a wider line. She just didn't slow down for the first corner, went around the outside, which became the inside. And we talked about that earlier, how the first corner inside into the right into a left and turn 2. And if you can get on the outside of your opposition, you control the inside into the second corner. So it's great that that the start and a really long start straight too. So, but great that the start offers those passing options so early in the race. So here we go, 15 seconds down to 5, and gate drop about to happen as it does. Bohannon up the inside with a bit of a mono there, but he gets pinched off by Chandler and then just keeps it tight, comes out good, looks like. On the outside there. Couldn't quite spot who that rider was with the early lead as we go to the drone shot to see everybody. And we'll get a closer look when our screen zooms in on those leaders as it's Duke Sharabham with the early lead, and that's what I was saying about this field being so deep. There's 5, 6, 7 riders that can all take positions away from our leaders. Oh, a little mistake there, and that's going to cost him the position. And Brax Pollard up there as well on the 222. So back to the drone shot again, and you can see the multiple ruts that have formed this hard pack track. You can see the harder dirt and then the softer ruts. And there's Kai Sproul, and he's one of those riders that has lots of pace and talent and flair. Just got to put it all together, and he's doing that right now. He's in front of, looks like Blake Bohannon's up to second, and we'll see what Kai can do. We saw Liam battle Blake earlier on the 85 and put it to him, remembering that Liam and Kai a year younger than Blake. I think it's just Ollie Chandler that's in the same age group. So when I say same age group, I mean same age bracket. These guys are obviously in the same group, the 10 to 12, 65s. But Sprouley with another year in this class, but can he take a win off of Bohannon? He's not just going to roll over and let him have it, and I'm sure Blake wants to continue his dominance as almost got side by side in that corner. Is Sprouley going to launch the big tabletop? No, he doesn't do it, not on the 65. But Bohannon right there, and these two riders have pulled a gap. Oh, look at Chandler on the 65, first 65 to jump that. Then he's got Pollard behind him. Archie Black gives it a go as well. Maxie Harris also, he come up a tiny bit short, but went, oh, a massive high side down. He hit those ruts. He landed in those ruts after that single and didn't see who that was, and somehow didn't hurt himself, but the bike's flipped upside down. So Sprouley leading the way, Bohannon sizing him up, and this is exactly what Blake did on the 85 with Liam Millard. He followed him for the first few laps. We've seen another rider down just in our little corner box there, and he looks like he's okay and up and running. Another rider down, so yeah, riders casualties all over the track. Hopefully not actual first aid casualties, but riders falling victim to the tough track conditions. And Kai Sproul is holding his own out front. He is actually pulled away slightly. Bohannon needs to. We'll see actually if Bohannon can close up to him like he did to Millard on the 85. Is he just sitting there biding his time, or is Kai Sproul pulling away from him? As they head towards the second last turn. And these two riders have gapped third place. So just like we saw in the 85, Liam and Blake pulling away. Well, on the 65, it's Kai and Blake. And Kai would love to take a win off of Bohannon in this state titles. And he is getting further and further away from Bohannon. So Sprowley coming up with the goods as we go back to third place now. And that's Sharabim, our early leader. He got the whole shot, and Chandler going for the big jump launch on the finish jump there, making up a little bit of time, as is Brax Pollard, the 222. Archie Black, Maxie Harris. So riders further down the field going for the big tabletop. Our two leaders not jumping it, and that's where we were talking earlier about, yeah, it's good to do the jumps. Yes, you can make up a little bit of time, but you can see by the lap times that our two leaders are faster down the straights and through the corners, because Sprowley is our fastest rider on track, 3 seconds quicker last time around than Blake Bohannon. And then the other riders still seconds further back, or more seconds slower as we go further back. So Sharabim another 4 seconds further back, and Chandler a little bit faster, and then Brax Pollard another 4 seconds. So doing the big jumps is great, but being fast in the corners, fast under braking, fast down the straights, that's where most of your time is made up. And Sproul got his head on today, got a reasonable start, and took the early lead. And he's one of those riders that when he's on, very hard to beat. He's just been a bit inconsistent this year and hasn't been getting the starts, but putting it all together. Former Australian champion on the 50. He's won multiple championships at state level in East Coast MX and state titles as well. Won a race at Aussie titles last year on the 65, but had a DNF and some inconsistent finishes in the other races, which really hurt his position. But over the finish jump, and Bohannon, well, we haven't spoken a lot about Bohannon other than when he was leading on the 85, but he is still right there. And he had a bad injury last year that he was coming back from, and really struggled towards the end of last year, but he has come back swinging this year on fire and has stepped it up and shown everybody that the speed he always had, because even before his injury, very, very dominant. Also a multiple champion at state level. And we'll see if he can close that gap on Sprowley. And I know, I don't think Bohannon's thinking about the championship. I think he knows that he's got the championship. He just doesn't want to drop a race, and I think that we're in for a battle to the flag in this one. I don't think he's going to let Sprowley go. So Kai, the best thing he can do is focus forward and keep pushing. Don't try and manage the lead. Don't try and settle. Try and pull away, because although you don't need to win by half a lap, you don't want to be having pressure all the way to the end, especially once they start to catch the lap traffic. We've seen a couple close calls. So these two front riders now, Blake Bohannon with a slightly quicker, almost half a second faster than Sprowley, which is nothing really, but everybody else a fair way off that lap time. And a good 7 seconds back to our next fastest rider, Duke Sharabim. So these front two setting the pace as they now come up on their first lap riders. And this is where Sprowley and Bohannon need to be smart. They've got to take different lines, not follow, and hope that they don't catch the lap riders in a bad spot. You don't mind catching them where the track's open, you can pretty much go where you like, but when you get to those tight spots of the track where as we get the checkered flag, and that race just went by so quickly, I didn't even realise we were that far into it. And Sprowley gets it done. Pushed all the way to the end and dominated that race. And Blake's going to have to go back to work on him if he wants to win the overall today anyway. But we've pretty much it's a given that he should, if he keeps it on two wheels, should still win this one, as we see Sharabam and Chandler come through for third and fourth.
Presenting your event partners the 2024 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennards Hire, Sideline Sport, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Whole Shot Graphics.
I'd say it looked pretty good. Up the front, which is what you want to be, and coming into the last round with points gap in one of the classes and then pretty closely behind in the other two classes, so yeah. I feel pretty good, yep. We got some training in throughout the week this week, and hopefully we're ready for this weekend. I'd probably say a banana. Max Compton, he's here this weekend. He's a fun one to ride with. We're always battling together at all the rounds, so that's pretty fun, yeah. Well, sometimes it gets hard, like you're going to school 5 days a week and then you got to go travel to the race meetings, but I say it's going pretty good so far. I'll hang out with mates, play some golf, just that kind of stuff.
So that brings us to the end of the 65s, 10 to 12s. Up next, 85s, 12 to 16s. And 10 points separating Seth Thomas, Justin Mayhew, and then Heath Davey, another 7 points further back. So those are your top three. Richie Lawler, not too far off Heath Davey, but Seth Thomas is he's the kid at the moment. He's a year younger than his main opposition, and he's the one leading the championship and got the opportunity to wrap up a state title today already. I mentioned earlier, won the 85 Cup at the Nationals, and a clear hole shot there. Looks like Lawler actually has taken the lead. He didn't look like he had the hole shot. It looked like KDM or Gas might be Thomas in second place that got that. Looked like they had the hole shot, but swung around the outside. And Richie Lawler trying to run away with this one early and just pin his ears back. We saw Heath Davey with an okay start. He was up near the pointy end, which is good. Looking for Justin Mayhew on the 355. We did have a rider go down in the second corner that is still down. A couple of riders actually that come together. Richie Lawler getting it done, and he's he's a podium competitor. He's one of those guys that can win races, but you just never know. On the day, he's either going to win or he's going to come 5th or 3rd, or you just don't know. Oh, and second place, Thomas nearly throws it away, got cross-rutted as he went through that corner, and I think he stayed on, but he just went off camera shot. So Richie Lawler, clear track in front of him, and he has put enough time on him that on the rest of the riders that he can just settle into this race and ride his lines. But what a close fight it is. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place, and it's Thomas that's leading that pack, and he has got some hungry riders behind him. I can see Davies there. There's another rider on the gas that's trying to get him. And that looks like Jake Doyle. And he's absolutely flying as Davey tries to get him up the inside there. They almost come together. So these riders just struggling a little bit there with the rough rutted conditions, and very hard just to ride the track, never mind race each other. But Davey gets through, gets past Doyle, and now it's Justin Mayhew that needs to try and make that pass. So all our heavy hitters up near the front of the field here. And Mayhew, he swung around the outside in the previous corner, gives him the inside of the next corner, completes the pass. So he moves up in a 4th. So our top championship contenders, our top 4, top 5, they're all in the top 5. And right now it's Richie Lawler in the driver's seat leading this one. And again, we talk about a tough track. Tough to ride, never mind tough to race when you're battling for position and you're pushing it and you're trying to brake hard and getting and cross-rutted, which is what happened to Thomas. So you can't just throw it all out there and ride your hardest. Still got to be careful and hit your marks, hit your lines, and not make any mistakes. And Lawler is absolutely flying out front. He's pulling away from these guys. Now that they've settled into position, look at Davey. Davey's on the hunt. He is right there behind Thomas. And Thomas he's not letting up either. And Mayhew got some work to do. But Justin Mayhew, 2nd in the championship. And he needs to catch those guys. He has to battle. He cannot afford to give away any more points in this series. He's got Jake Doyle behind him. Those are your top 5. But it's Thomas and Davey right now for 2nd and 3rd. That's where the fight is. And these two guys, they've been battling each other their whole career. Every rider has their arch nemesis. And if you ask either of these riders who that is, they'll say, the leader goes down, Lawler. Lawler goes down. He's trying to kickstart that bike. And not quite sure what happened there, as Doyle gets caught up as well. So Thomas now with the points, not just with the points lead, but the lead in the race, and gets it handed to him on a silver plate. So what can Davey do now? He also benefited from Lawler going down there, and I'm sure that Doyle and Mayhew went through as well, because it looked like Richie was still trying to get that bike started. So for our championship leaders, they're all the top 3 are in the top 3, and Davey, he's 10 points back. He has to this is a must-win situation for him. He cannot afford to lose any more points. But Thomas, he's won a lot of races this year, and he's not about to give this one up. Davey is going to have to take it from him and keep the pressure on. He cannot let him go. He's got to keep pushing, and he can't just sit there. He has to actually show him a wheel, get him under pressure, force a mistake, or make a pass. And these two gotten away from Mayhew in third, so Justin with some work to do. Yes, he's got second in the championship still at the moment, but he would love to win a state title in his last year on 85. And Doyle, he dropped a couple of positions, and that was from the mistake with Richie. He sort of tried to change his line halfway through the corner, and it cost him some time. Still waiting for Richie to come through, though, so not sure if he got going or where he is, but way back in the field now, if he's even still out there. So Davey all over Thomas. And these two riders have had so many battles over the years, and they know each other inside out. And it's just another battle that they're having. But today it's not just about the day, it's for the championship. So even more on the line for these two young riders. Now remember how we started the championship. Seth actually had a bad race, first turn crash. I think he ended up with a 9. So he's won a lot of races to get himself into the position that he's in. And where Heath hasn't won a lot of races, but been very consistent. And unfortunately, I mentioned before as well, consistency is good, but winning races and being consistent is better. And that's what Thomas has done. But Heath is keeping him, not just keeping him honest, he is keeping the pressure on and fighting tooth and nail. Tries the inside line, doesn't quite get it, but shows him a wheel. And I think Heath is actually going slightly faster. He's maybe getting through these ruts cleaner. He's doing something where he's managing to keep the pressure on. But Thomas is a young rider, but an experienced, mature head on his shoulders. And he's been in these positions 100 times before. And he's just got to do what he's always done before to take over this win. Even running wide in some of his corners, like, it takes a lot of confidence to take a wide line when you know your opposition's that close to you. And those wider lines actually gave him a bit of momentum, and he's pulled away slightly from Davey, that sector of the track. So they've got their faster points, as we see Lawler all the way back in 16th place after that crash, after leading, devastating. But nothing in it time-wise between our leaders. He slightly faster, and both Heath and Seth, doing the same, clicking off roughly the same lap times, and a good 4 seconds clear of the next couple riders. Lockie Neville having a fantastic ride in 4th place in front of Tyson Williams. And Jake Doyle showed impressive speed at the start of this race, but unfortunately that mistake cost him a few positions earlier. He's got some work to do to catch back up to where he was. So Thomas from Davey, and now Seth looks like he's settled in a bit more. Heath's just dropped back slightly, just enough to take the pressure off, and Thomas looking comfortable out front. So Davey's got to go back to work, close that gap, and hope for a mistake or close that gap and force a mistake or make a pass. As Seth just got a little bit held up there with the lap rider, but Heath wasn't close enough to capitalise from that. Maybe allowed him to get a little bit closer. This is part of the track where Seth's a bit quicker, so Heath needs to just have a look at maybe a different line. The lap rider saw Seth hesitate a little bit, but here you see Heath following Seth around that outside. He saw that Seth gained on him time-wise there before, so he's copied his line and not lost as much time there, but then comes up a tiny bit short on that tabletop and just sucked a bit of momentum. And you've got to get right over those jumps and get that boost down the landing. Lots of lap traffic. Davey dives to the inside. They got lap riders, and it's going to work out for him. So Davey takes the lead, and Seth tries a different line around the outside. That speed up doesn't work. Tries to get him back straight away. So the lap riders playing in the hands of Heath Davey. Plus, he was close enough to make that pass when the opportunity presented itself. Now we'll see with the roles reversed what Thomas can do. He's definitely not the type of rider that will take a second. And as much as I mentioned before, that for a young rider, he goes back after him, and they are side by side, and he's going to have the inside of the next corner. Thomas taking it away. So Seth Thomas has not got, now Davey up the inside to get him back, and he gets it. So Davey back in the lead, and they've changed position for the lead 3 times in 1 lap. More lap traffic to deal with. This race is far from over. And like I said, Seth is not one of those riders that is going to take a second. He will fight Davey to this finish line. Now Davey to the inside. Thomas trying to sweep around the outside. Doesn't quite have it. And great to see him trying the different lines, not following. And this is racecraft from these 2 riders. You don't see a lot of that. A lot of times the riders will follow each other around the track, wait for a spot to pass. Now these guys are going inside, outside, middle line, any line that's not the line that the rider's in, just to try and make a pass. And we'll see what Davey does here. Does he copy the line that Thomas did in the last lap, or will he go back to the inside? No, he takes Thomas's line. So that's what makes it hard for Seth now, because now he has to change up his lines and learn where Heath is maybe making up time. Heath has learned from Seth and has used that to his advantage. As they're on their last lap now, 1 more lap to go for Davey to hang on to this thing. So Seth, all the pressure on Thomas now to try and get this lead back, and Davey's just got to hit his marks and not make any mistakes. And it looks like they've cleared most of the lap traffic, so that may not play a part as it did in the past, but take nothing away from Heath, because he made sure that he was close enough to capitalise when that opportunity presented itself. And this is going to come down to the last corner, I think. Even if they change position now, I still think this race is going to come down to the last corner. As Seth Thomas goes around the outside, gets it done. Took the long way around, got his momentum up, and now the roles reversed again. Thomas with the lead. So what an awesome race. Davey stepping out, just not wanting to give up any time, because he still wants to challenge for this win. He's also a rider that will not take a second. Side by side over the tabletops, they both scrub it. Heading into the next corner, Thomas is going to have the inside, but Davey in good position on the outside. And Thomas just greased that inside line, got it perfect. Now the last corner. I said it was going to come to the last corner. Davey going to try an inside line, doesn't quite get it. Thomas is going to get the win. Heading towards the flag. What a battle. And thank you guys for an awesome race. And great camaraderie from those 2 riders. You can see that Heath was obviously disappointed with that second as Justin Mahue comes through for 3rd, but they still stopped to shake hands, and that's great sportsmanship from those 2 riders.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Ken Oath make your job easy.
They're about to get underway with AMX2, A, B and C grade. Riley Fitzpatrick with a great start on the Kawasaki. Got on the brakes a little bit early, but controls the first corner. Joel Campbell slots into second place. He's our B grade, MX2 B grade points leader. Hasn't dropped a race yet and has been top 3, top 5 in the A grade class, being a lot of the A grade riders. So showing that he's got the pace. Looks like Jai Roberts is into that third place. Zach Zadrovic's up there. Michael Jones. But Fitzpatrick, the Queensland rider, down here racing against some New South Wales competition to flex his muscles and doing a good job of that right now as he leads the way. Also, Campbell, not just a big road rider, he loves that 252 stroke, where most of the other riders on the 4 strokes. Although Jai Roberts, our points leader in MX2 A grade, he's also on the 252 stroke Yamaha. And we talked about the differences between the two bikes. The 2-stroke maybe with a little bit more speed, but they're more difficult to ride. Got to have more throttle control. It's harder to hang on to, so you've got to be fitter. Where the advantages of the 4-stroke just has that constant power and a smooth power as well. You can be aggressive on the throttle on the 4-stroke, and it'll just hook up out of the corner, where the 252-stroke can slide out easy if you grab too much throttle. But heading over to click off the first lap, and it's Fitzpatrick from Campbell, then Roberts, and Johnny Bova. And Mitchell Norris on the 118. He's a Victorian rider, so haven't seen him up the state titles yet, his first one, but didn't recognise him at first because on the Kawasaki, but he's up there in the top 5 as well. Go back to our leader, and Fitzpatrick with a clean set of heels right now. Campbell keeping him honest. Fitzpatrick would be leading an A-grade class in this race. Obviously, Jai Roberts, our championship points leader, and he's got a comfortable 15-point buffer. So Fitzpatrick only gaining 3 points on him at the moment. And it's really up to those two guys in the A grade class, and Campbell pretty much got the B grade class wrapped up. It'll be interesting to see where our first C grader is, because that's quite a close championship with Aussie Earl and Lucas Stevens. There's only 1 point separating those two, so we'll get an eye on them next time that they come through. Luca back in 19th place, so that's not good. Where Aussie Earl running in 7th. So right now Oscar Earl in a great position, and his main opposition too far back to really do anything. Side by side now is Campbell looking for the move on Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick's going to go to the inside. Campbell sweeps around the outside and gets it done. What a move from the top B grader, showing the A graders around this track. So that was just an aggressive power move by Campbell from the wider line, just going for it and getting it done. Then we got Roberts and Bova, followed by Norris. Taylor Thompson, she's one of our B grade riders as well, so she would be hoping to, she's on the podium points wise, but she'd be hoping to try and move up in points as well. But Tyler Eisel also in good position on the number 3. He's I think your second C grader in this class, and he's currently sitting in 4th place in points, so he has the opportunity to move up points-wise. He's in front of Rory Clements, his next closest in the championship. But it's Joel Campbell, and he had a massive crash with Riley Stevens on the up ramp of this finish jump in the MX1 MX1 class, ABN C grade, and good to see that he's not injured, although the bike looked a little bit worse for wear. But he's pulling away from these guys now, and you know, the rest of the class has got nothing for him. So Fitzpatrick got to try and pick up on some of these lines where Campbell was pulling away. So Campbell sweeping out wide, back to the middle. Fitzpatrick now copying that line, and Roberts starting to get a little bit closer, and Bova starting to get a little bit closer to Roberts. So we might see that battle tighten up for 2nd, 3rd and 4th as Bova all over the back wheel of Roberts. So Roberts on the 100 and Bova on the 284, and their fight for 3rd is probably going to push him up closer to Fitzpatrick. Bova closing up on the back wheel. And again, some of these riders having faster bits or parts of the track where they are faster, but this is a longer moto, and as this race goes on, we'll see where the fitness is, or who has the fitness to stay up there. Bova stalking our points leader, stalking Jai Roberts for that 3rd place in this race, but Roberts is the points leader. So we'll see if Bova can get it done and then maybe go after 2nd. But Fitzpatrick hasn't let go of the lead. He's leading this race in grade, being A grade, and but I'm sure he'd like to get back around Joel Campbell for the lead and say, yep, I was the best guy. But Bova just sizing up Roberts, trying to sweep around the outside there, and it's going to give him the inside of the next corner. Roberts tries to close the door on him, And he does, but Bova then gets a more inside line, and they're coming over this finish up almost together. Now, side by side, Bova stays so much lower. It's just that wider line, I think, is a bit lower. Bova's going to have a better sweep line in the next corner. It does exactly what Campbell did. It just let go of the brakes and did not let up. And Bova makes the pass for third. And now we'll see if he's got the pace to catch up to Stevens, who's still going after Campbell. So Joel Campbell doing a fantastic job. And will Jai Roberts now fight back for that position? He probably doesn't need to, championship-wise, but and he's got a big gap back to the next rider, so he can afford to sort of stay where he is. As Taylor Thompson makes a pass on Oscar Earl, puts him another position back. But again, they're different grades. I think that Oscar Earl is leading the C grade race within this race. Joel Campbell is making it easy for us. He's leading the B grade class, but also leading the race. And Riley Fitzpatrick, your first A grader. And times-wise, your front two, they're setting the pace. Fitzpatrick slightly quicker, and the other guy's just a second off. So Bova not actually closing that time around on second place, and very hard to close the gap when you're running at the same pace. Definitely not going to close the gap if you're slightly slower. But this sort of settled into position now. And Campbell, again, a 15-minute plus a lap race. It's still a long time. Fitzpatrick has not let the leader go. He's kept him within sight, and as is Bova. Bova can see Fitzpatrick, and Roberts is in a very comfortable fourth place. But, well, sorry, I was going to say very comfortable, but forgot about Mitch Norris there on the 118. So Norris, he looks like he's closing on Roberts for fourth. Roberts can't afford to give up too many positions, because as it stands, he's already losing 5 points to Fitzpatrick. He's got a 15-point lead, but a 15-point lead drops to 10 points after this race, and if he loses another position, that drops to 8 points. So, as I said, in a three-race format, you can lose a championship in one day, being 15 points in front. But I'm sure Roberts is not going to ease up. He's going to push it as far as he can to the end. Michael Jones, he's our second place B grader in the championship, and Taylor Thompson's third place, and she's behind him right now. So if she wants to finish better, she's got to get around Jones for that position. But she's a fair way behind him to be able to do that. And the chances of Michael Jones taking out this championship really depends on Joel Campbell. Not so much whether he loses any positions, but as long as he keeps his head on his shoulders and doesn't make any serious mistakes. As you see, Fitzpatrick starting to close the gap on him, and mentioned before they're in different grades, but doesn't want to let Joel Campbell take that win. Fitzpatrick is regrouped, and he is closing. He not going any faster, but maintains his 2:06 lap times, and Campbell was 2 seconds slower that time. So not sure if it was just cutting through lap traffic or fatigue, but definitely closing the gap. And looking for Bova. Bova's still in third. Then Roberts, and Norris is getting ever closer to Roberts for that fourth position. as looked like Campbell made a mistake and Fitzpatrick takes the lead. So just like that, Fitzpatrick is your race leader once again. He got the early lead. Campbell put it to him early, made the pass. And Fitzpatrick, it's a long race. He regrouped. He come back after him. So now we'll see if Campbell has anything for him. And also if Bova can close up as well. There's Clements, he's one of the C-grade riders, he's a lap down. Still nothing in it between our front two, although Fitzpatrick has pulled a couple bike links on Campbell for second. Doesn't mean Campbell's letting him go. He might still be charging. It's just Fitzpatrick is making sure that he's going the same speed, not losing any time. And we've lost Bova somewhere, so Bova's made a mistake, gone down somewhere. And that pushes Jai Roberts up to third. That helps his championship because now he's not losing any points. Well, 3 points, not 5 points, but only 3 points. That could be 5 points if he drops the position to Norris. So battle for third now as Norris tries to make a move on Roberts. It's still pretty close with our leaders. Campbell keeping him honest, not letting him go. And so battle for the lead, battle for third as well. And I think Campbell may have realised that, well, although I think he knows that he's got the B-grade championship under lock, it's more so wanting to prove a point to these guys that he is on pace, if not even faster than a lot of the A-grade riders out here. But it's Riley Fitzpatrick who has shown a lot of resolve and tenacity to lead, to lose the lead, to come back and take the lead again. And great start as well. So, and good to have that interstate competition come south of the border, and we've seen some Victorian riders come north of the border as well to race these New South Wales State Championships. Our final round here at Wagga Wagga. And Fitzpatrick just getting around lap rider there, or to thread the needle, looks over at him and goes, "Dude, what are you doing?" There's Campbell dropped off a little bit, but here's the battle now as Campbell has sort of settled in that position. Roberts looks over his shoulder and Norris is right there. So Norris now nipping at the heels of Roberts. Almost snuck up the inside. And Roberts just, he's a seasoned campaigner, and he knows that he just needs to try and ride this one to the end. Keep the main line, be smart, be smooth. There's the battle for third. Roberts and Norris, the Victorian rider. These guys would have competed in MX Nationals years ago when it was MX Nationals in the under 19s and then into MX2. Now obviously a few years older, but still battling each other on the track. And Norris has the eye of the tiger at the moment. He's got his opposition in sight, and he's trying to take that third place away from Roberts. Get an awesome view of overhead view of the track. we'll scan back to that battle for third in a minute. You see our leader coming back towards the finish. Second, he's going through the second last turn now. And Mitch Norris, the fastest man on the track at the moment. Not the fastest lap time, but fastest rider on the track as he still tries to pass Roberts for that third position. Finish flag out for our winner. And Roberts holds on to it, looks back, he's shaking the arms, he had the arm pump, and manages to hold on to the position. And Joel Campbell, fantastic ride, our first B grader coming through, and obviously challenging most of the A graders for the win in that one as well.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health, not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too, with the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to
Junior
millions
Lights
more.
250, their first race of the day. First race of the day for Junior Lights 250, and close battles with these top three riders, Max Compton, Jack Devison and Drew Kremer. They have been the front three. They have been the fastest guys, and they've been finishing different positions in every race so far today. Compton with the early lead in this one. Kremer in second. Looks like Devison in third. And these guys all running about the same pace. But it's all come down to the start and who can hang on to it. And we saw a really close battle with Kremer and Devison on the 125, with Kremer actually taking the win in that one. Compton getting on the back wheel through those rollers, monoing through and looking really comfortable. He won the MX3 race earlier from Devison and Kremer. So it's anybody's game with these three. And it's a game of chicken really, who is going to flinch first. And awesome for us to watch such great racing and good battles, and not just riders getting out there and separating on the track, although that's exactly what Compton's trying to do, exactly what he did on the MX3, is get an early lead, check out and ride his own race and then just manage that gap. But Devison up to second now, gets around Kremer, and he wasn't close enough to catch Compton in the MX3, but you can guarantee he's going to go after him in this one. He's definitely close enough. Whether he catches him or not is up to Maxi Compton, because if Compton can mirror his lap times or be faster, well, Devison's not going to get him. And Kremer mentioned that I think that he just looks more comfortable on the 125. Still fast on the 250 to be able to get third places for podium finishes, but he's got a challenge for third place. He doesn't have it all his own way. It's really the front four, not the front three. So, but Maxi Compton doing exactly what he did on the 250 in the MX3 class, gets out front early and is charging and is pulling away, setting the pace, setting the tone for the day. And even though he finished behind Devison on the 125 earlier, he only lost 2 points, and he didn't lose it because he didn't have the pace. And Jack Devison is one of those really serious competitors that if you're going to beat him, you've got to beat him. You have physically beat him. You don't get lucky. He's such a competitive person, not just rider, and he is not going to lay down for this championship. But unfortunately for Devison, this is one of the championships that Max is leading. So Max with a 9-point lead, and that will blow out to 12 points if they finish as they are in this race. So Jack actually has no choice but to catch Compton for the lead and challenge him for the win, because if he goes into the second two races with a 12-point deficit, makes it very easy for Max to take a second or a third and still win this championship, where the other ones are a lot closer. So we get a look at the lap times there, and Max Compton pinning his ears back, 2 seconds a lap quicker than everyone else. Jack Devison 2 seconds off that, and then a second further to Kremer. So setting the tone, and like I said, setting the pace early. Maxi Compton trying to break the confidence of his opposition, and we'll see if Devison can reduce that lap time and close on the leader. So it was Jack Burton that was in that fourth position, and I don't see, I might have missed him, but I didn't see Kremer come through in third. And I don't see any yellow flags on the track, so I must have missed him. Drew Kremer, who was and hopefully is still running in that third place. But we'll get an idea of whether or not Compton can maintain that quick 2:04 lap time, or if Devison has picked up. Unfortunately, I think Jack is a little bit too far back to be able to see the lines. There's Kremer. I did miss him. He is still in third place, thankfully. And Jack has managed to drop his time, as Kremer as well, down to 2:06. And then we've got Burton on the 2:35. So Jack Burton riding with a lot of pace today. Then we got Riley Burgess. He jumps, looks over. He's followed by Cameron Shaw. Well, he was, sorry. There's Nate Ebeck. Ebeck's moved up. Something happened to Shaw. triple one is Geordie Taylor. So Devison picking up the pace, but unfortunately again matching lap times. He was actually just only 0.2 of a 200ths of a second slower than Compton that time, but sort of matching him for times, but that doesn't help him as far as that gap is concerned, or you know, catching Compton for the lead. I mean, yes, it keeps the pressure on. You know, Max can see him there, and Max has got to be careful. Like, as much as he wants to break the confidence of his opposition, got to be careful not to push too much and throw it away. So hit your lines, hit your marks, and he looks really good at the moment. He does, and actually looks in control. Doesn't look like he's overriding the bike or throwing it around. Looks like he's sort of hopping and rolling through the sections, keeping his momentum up and just being smooth, limiting the mistakes, not losing any time to little mistakes. Sorry, Max, as I say that, little mistake there in the last right-hander, that really tight inside rut. And that would have cost him a half a second at least. But still probably looks like a better lap that time, and it was. He was a second slower than his previous lap, but he's put 3 seconds on Devison. So Jack didn't have a good lap either, and Kremer was actually quicker that time than Devison. But I think it's almost at the point as well where Jack's like, you know, I think it was probably a little mistake in there. I don't think he's just going to let Max go, because if he does, he might as well just settle for second in the championship. So I think we're going to see Jack keep pushing to get those lap times back down and keep the pressure on the leader. Cameron Shaw sitting right at the back of the field now, so he was up there. Nate Ebeck, talked a little bit about him earlier. Really bad injury a few months ago, and this is one of his first races back, so great to see him out there. He's won races before in this class, and just hard to see the young riders get hurt and have to rebuild strong. So we have a look at Compton as he continues to lead the way, heading towards the finish straight now. And again, we'll just keep an eye on those times, see where he's at. 204 has been his best. He was a 205 last lap with a bad lap, and he's just crossed the finish line now. Devison coming through in second. So Compton still at 205, which look 204, 205, nothing in it. But Devison at 208 again, and then Kremer back to 209. So Compton pulling further away and keeping those lap times consistent. There's Burton having a solid ride in fourth place. Didn't recognise him because he's on the Yamaha 250. Used to seeing him on the KTM. I think he's still on the KTM 125. And then we got Burgess on the 275. Compton starting to come up to lap traffic now. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for him because of the big lead that he's built up. And he'll be able to take some outside lines and give the lappers a lot of room. And even if he has to lose a little bit of time, it's not going to hurt him. So Compton heading towards the final corner. And another long race, this one. These guys are doing 15 minutes plus a lap in MX3, 125 two-stroke and 254 stroke. So 3 classes, and that's 9 15-minute plus lap races over the weekend. So the fitness level of these guys, and they're able to not just do that 15 minutes plus a lap and get through it, they're actually doing it without breaking a sweat. That's how hard these guys train. And the hard work is paying off. Look at the ruts up the up ramp of that finish. Oh, so not finish, up the tabletop, and then the ruts down the landing. But more concerning is the ruts up the up ramp. It can make it very tricky and scary as a rider, having to pick a rut and hope that you don't get cross-rutted. And I'm sure that the club will be doing some track work between today and tomorrow, although when we were at Junior Australian titles last year in Northern Territory, they didn't do any track work. 5 days of racing and the track wasn't touched. So by the 5th day, other than water going down on the track to keep the dust down, by the 5th day the track was just I was going to say gnarly, but it was so rough. Bumps, braking, both acceleration bumps. It was absolutely horrible. So these guys will probably be looking forward to a freshly groomed track, although it probably will form up the same way if it's the same prep. So the guys will know the lines anyway, even if it does get a full track prep. And this is one of those difficult corners again with a shadow. You go in, you can see half or quarter of the way in, you can't see anything. So you've almost got, that's another tricky one. You see Compton actually standing around the first part of that corner for balance. And boy, as he sent a message to his opposition. So, and what's very dangerous for his opposition is not just the message he's sending to them, it's the confidence that he's going to have when he comes in from this race to go, hey, my lap times are 2:04 and you guys are not matching my lap times. Well, I'm going to go just as fast in MX3 and just as fast in the 125 class as well. So those other guys have got their work cut out for him, because Compton is definitely the guy today. And if he can keep this effort up and good starts, he may not even need a whole shot to take a win. But that's what cost him on the 125. A poor start, and had to work his way through. And by the time he did, he was just way too far back. So he's got to make sure he's up front with those guys right from the word go. And I think we've got to said it 100 times today already. We've got a great weekend of racing ahead of us still. As we're almost at the end of our first round of racing, and we are going to get into our second races. We're going to try and click off as many races today as we can, so that when we can try and finish tomorrow as early as possible for the round and series presentation for the New South Wales State Championships. So Maxi Compton just cleanly got around a couple of the lap riders there, as you see in the drone shot, and through the shadowy spots of the track. The great thing about the trees there is it's not the shadows, but it keeps the moisture in the ground, because the sun doesn't get to those parts of the track. So those parts will stay, the moisture will stay in the ground for most of the day, especially with this cool weather. And that's, from a logistical point of view, makes it a lot easier for the club. Don't have to water the track. There's Devison crossing the finishing line. He's a second place rider. Here comes Kremer in third, and then a bit of a gap back now to Burton in fourth, and he's got some company. Oh no, that's the 164. I think that's Blake Smith. And he just lost a position. He sort of towed the foot in the corner. And Burton gets back past him. So it is Blake Smith. So he's going to have to go back to work. So Compton heading towards the finish straight, trying to just finish this one off. And there he is, flag out, checkered flag for Maxi Compton. What a ride, what a dominant performance. And it's not all over for Jack Davison. There's 3 championships to win, and this one's far from over. But he'll know that Max has got some pace, and he's going to need to get in front of him on the starts and put the pressure back on Max. As is Kremer, and I'm sure Kremer, his best chance is on the 125. I'm sure he's going to want a podium in both the 250 and MX3, but I reckon he's aiming for that 125 podium.
Presenting your event partners of the 2024 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennards Hire, Sideline Sport, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Whole Shot Graphics.
I'd say the last 2 rounds are pretty good. Up the front, which is what you want to be, and coming into the last round with points gap in one of the classes, and then pretty closely behind in the other 2 classes. So yeah, I feel pretty good. Yeah, we got some training in throughout the week this week, and hopefully we're ready for this weekend. I'd probably say a banana. Max Compton, he's here this weekend. He's a fun one to ride with. We're always battling together at all the rounds, so that's pretty fun. Yeah. Well, sometimes it gets hard. Like, you're going to school 5 days a week, and then you got to go travel to race meetings. But I say it's going pretty good so far. I'll hang out with mates, play some golf, just that kind of stuff.
So we're back now with our senior women, about to get underway. We just listened to an interview there from Jack Davison, one of our top junior lights riders, MX3 riders. Taylor Thompson doing what Taylor Thompson does best, get out front early, and that's pretty much the race. And all the other girls, I think, in the class know how much speed Taylor has. There is a close battle for the the rest of the positions, I'd say, is a battle for third in the championship between Kira Collins, Sienna Gadis. They're only separated by 4 points, but Taylor Thompson has not dropped a race all series and enjoys a 30-point lead over Bella Arnott in second, who's been very, very good. Always been up near the front, and she's currently sitting in third place as Taylor starts to check out here. And again, a great opportunity for Taylor to spy the track out for her MX2 race. This is where she can try multiple lines around the track and figure it out and find some of those better lines for the next races, as the track has now got into, you could say, almost its worst condition. There's going to be some smoother lines out there if you can look for them and find them. Will help her moving forward, but that also depends on whether or not she's going to have any more races today, which I think with the second day program probably won't be able to get into her second race, but we'll see. But still good to explore, because again the track should form up the similar for tomorrow, our second day of racing, and just really a good opportunity for Taylor to just enjoy a ride out there and show why she is the top New South Wales woman rider. So racing at Pro MX level, getting podiums in that, and I'm sure she would love to take out the Pro MX Championship as well. But Charlie Cannon is very hard to beat, besides all the other top girls that she has to race against. So Bella Arnott moving into second, Kira Collins third, and then Sienna Gadis. So this championship is more battle for third for the podium, and Kira Collins, Sienna Gadis, they are the two riders that are trying to take that last position off the podium, where Bella Arnott comfortable second in points and second in this race. And you can tell from the drone shot how deep those ruts are, because there's shadows. There's actual shadows in the ruts. It's not just that you can see the ruts. You can see light and dark parts. That's where the back of the rut sort of curves over. And it's only at lunchtime, where the sun's directly overhead, that you won't see the shadows. Taylor launches over this, just standing up until just the top of that little mound, and then sits down on the back side of it, and then up on the pegs again, just standing to the last bump, and then sitting for the turn.
Just make sure you keep them ear out, guys. We'll keep singing out and making announcements to you guys and let you know.
And if the track's smooth, you can sit down a bit earlier, but Taylor opting to, because the track is quite rough now. And even around that turn, we saw Maxi Compton doing the same thing, standing halfway around for balance and then sitting. And when you do that, when you sit, the bike pivots better on the way out of the turn. And looking at Taylor's line, I haven't seen any of the senior guys use that line. She's the first one where she's landed the finish jump and powered on the very left-hand side of that single. We saw a young 85 rider or 65 rider land in those ruts, and high side got cross-rutted. So jumping off to the left there, it's like clean dirt or dirt that hasn't been ridden on yet. Taylor looking really smooth, obviously no pressure. She's almost a half a lap in front, you would say. Bella Arnott looking solid in second. Kira Collins, Sienna Gadis. That's the fight for this race. That's the fight for the championship. But one thing you'll notice is they are still following in the same lines where, if you remember watching Heath Davies, Seth Thomas, they were everywhere but the same line. And they changed position for the lead 10 times in the one race with Thomas eventually getting the better of him. But if you put bets on that race, it was 50-50. No way anybody knew how that one was going to finish. And Sienna's got to not just get close to Kira. That's good. She's taking the outside, trying to get around her. But that's what she has to do. She's got to take different lines. And Taylor already lapping through traffic. Look at the difference in lap times. Almost 30 seconds faster than the rider in second place. And that is huge in a race. That's 30 seconds a lap faster. So, and even then, Bella Honor, 5 seconds quicker than Kira Collins. Sienna Gadis a little bit faster than Kira. That's how she's been able to close the gap on her. But Gadis has to make the pass in order to go for that podium, because Kira Collins holds that third place down the championship points. So Bella Arnott heading down the second last straight now, in third and fourth place behind her. Second last straight coming through. Arnott just about to come over the finish jump. She's our second place rider, and then Collins and Gadis. And they have, Collins has responded. She can feel Sienna getting closer, and so Collins has picked up the pace and has pulled away slightly. So Sienna Gadis has got to pick up her game a bit and get back on the wheel of Collins. Otherwise, this podium of this championship is going to slip away from her. So heading into the second corner is Collins and Gadis behind her. I'm not sure if Gadis made a mistake in that last lap, because previous lap around she was right on top of third place. So she has put in a slightly quicker lap time, so she should be able to, or she put in a quicker lap time earlier, Sienna did. But Kira, Sienna Gadis stalling the bike. And that's pretty much, if she does get it going again, got that electric start, but that's unless Kiera makes a mistake, because Kiera actually picked up the pace that last time around and dropped her lap times. But I'd say that would be the end for Sienna, unless she can, unless there's a mistake from Collins. Again, awesome drone shot of the track today, and wind's picked up a bit. That's not great for us standing watching because it's pretty cold, but more so because it dries the track out. Nice and still this morning. There's Taylor Thompson, our race leader. Now that the battle for third is sort of separated, we'll go back to our leader and just doing her thing out front. Next time we watch the MX2 race, I'm going to watch Taylor's lap times and see what they are. She's doing 2:17 at the moment, and see if it's about the same or if she's pushing harder. If she's pushing harder in the MX2 race or not. And just to give you an idea, the Junior Lights 250 riders we're doing 2:04, so 13 seconds faster. Taylor looking good out front and hasn't put a foot wrong all race. As she gets the last lap board. So 1 to go for Taylor, and this is our third last race of our first round of racing. We are going to get into our second round today, and we're going to get through as many races as possible to hopefully have an early day tomorrow for our presentations, and I think that is definitely going to be on the cards, especially with combining a lot of the senior classes. Has been good. Been good racing too, although I know for sure the C-grade guys love to have their own race, but everybody loves a short race day as well, especially with the exciting racing that we've had so far today. And Thompson, half a lap to go now to wrap up another race win and a perfect scorecard so far for the championship. Not many riders have done that. So Joel Campbell has on the in the MX2 B grade. Taylor Thompson, Blake Bohannon did have a perfect score until Kai took the win on the 65. Yeah, not many riders to do it. So it is a big achievement, and you know, maybe we'll see Taylor heading over to overseas to see how she goes over there, because she's definitely got the pace to run at the highest level, especially here in New South Wales. So we'll see as she comes towards the end of this one. Bella Arnott's only just crossed the finish line for second. Taylor Thompson, she's lapped all the way to 4th place. So here comes 3rd place, Kiara Collins. She's got one more lap to go, and Taylor Thompson is going to get the win.
Time will be looking to get down as far as to roughly race 20 at least on the program. So guys, if you're on the program, it is about to kick off race 12.
So again, Taylor, a good 14 seconds ahead of Bella Arnott that time around. But that was her last lap too, where you see she buttoned off a bit. She was doing 2:17 earlier. And I'm sure she was in cruise mode for that one. There's Bella Arnott, our 2nd place rider.
The 24th season of the state titles has taken down. All the popular cities in New South Wales.
Kiara Collins, our 3rd place, also about to finish this one up. And their next race on the line is our younger girls at 12 to 1685s. We had a chat with Mia Kazi earlier, and such a soft-spoken young girl, although you ask her dad, not always, probably not at home, but yeah, young Mia, our best chance at a New South Wales championship in this 85s, but she's got Sienna Cyprian she's got to beat, and then Sarah Perry, who is a long way off the points because of a DNF at one of our previous rounds. Unfortunately, will be out of the championship hunt, but you could expect to see Sarah Perry battling for the win, although she did lose she did not lose, but she had a fall on the 250 earlier, which would have hurt her junior lights points.
Rounding out your top three.
So 5-second board now for the girls, 12 to 1685. Second last race of the first round of racing program. And let's see how they come out of that first corner. Where is Sienna Cyprian? Where is Mia Kazi? But there's Sarah Perry. Like I said, she knows the championship's probably out of reach, but she's just out there to show that she is the best girl and she's going to want to win us. I can see Mia Kazi there in third place behind Mia Cameron, and a bit further back, a couple positions back, is Sienna Cyprian. So Mia Kazi putting herself in great position. She doesn't need to beat Sarah Perry, but if she can get to second, that will be just as good as a win, as long as she can stay in front of Sienna Cyprian. Running really wide in that turn there. Oh, it did work out for her though. It looked like Mia Cameron was maybe going to go across, but very rutted coming out of that turn. So she couldn't cross the ruts to get right over to close off the line. So good option there. Oh, and look at going for the pass. Mia Kazi is on a mission. She doesn't just want to get second in this one and ride for points. She's going for the win. But Sarah Perry responds and says, no, thanks. I've still got some fight, and you're not going to just take this one away, and gets the lead back. So Kazi got to go back to work and find another spot on the track to maybe make a pass. So where's Sienna Cyprian now? Looks like she's in fourth place behind Mia Cameron, and she's going to have to get around her first before she can challenge her main opposition in this one. Mia Cameron, Mia Kazi's best friend at the moment, just putting points between herself and Sienna Cyprian. And then Sarah Perry is Sienna's best friend, because while she's in front of Mia, then Mia is not getting extra points on her. So pretty close though, the front four, as they come through the final turn. Sienna going for a really wide line through there, but it nearly worked out. All the other girls were trying to sort of paddle their way through the ruts. Here goes Cyprian around the outside of Cameron on the main straight. And they both go wide, so Sienna running out of room, as Mia Kazi has not let go of the leader. Sarah Perry still trying to run away with this one, but Mia Kazi, she's after the win, and not just for the day, but for the championship. See everybody sort of landing middle to right hand side. The left side of the track there just has not formed up at all. It's stayed all squiggly and the lines all over the place. But the race line is the outside heading into that next corner anyway. Kazi trying the different lines there and nearly worked out. Sarah Perry just sort of took a leg off coming through the end of that rut quite deep and got a hook in it. It might be a passing option if Kazi nearly passed the last lap around over that double jump, but Sienna wasn't doing it. One of the other 85s further back is. So Kazi hasn't let go of Perry for the lead, but those two have put a bit of time on Cameron and Cyprian in third and fourth place. Now as they head towards the second last turn, it does look like Perry is just starting to break the toe a little bit there from Kazi, and Mia Kazi just has a tiny gap between herself. The best thing that Cyprian can do right now is make that pass for third, because then she's only losing 2 points, and realistically then she's only 1 point behind it as far as the championship goes. But she can't really afford to drop 4 points by finishing where she is right now. She needs to make that pass. And Cameron's no slouch. I mean, she won the Junior Lights girls on the 85. So Mia Cameron is come to, she's come to race, and she, like I said, she's not holding Sienna Cyprian up, although Cyprian would feel like, oh no, not Cameron again, because she was behind her on the Junior Lights for the whole race as well. So the front two definitely send the pace. Sarah Perry just slightly faster. Not much in it though. And Cameron and Cyprian also right there that last time around. And great to see again this close battle for the lead. It's not just the riders. Oh, what a big crash there from Perry. Oh, she gets hit by our other rider as well. Mia Kazi had nowhere to go, and either there was no flag there or we couldn't get the flag out quick enough. And that is devastating for not just, more so for Sarah Perry taking such a big hit and getting hit by Mia Kazi, but Mia Kazi with her championship just slipping away. Sienna Cyprian handed a gift, and luckily for Mia Cameron and Sienna Cyprian, they were a little bit further back and they could avoid that accident. And that is also the problem with following, is not just following in the corners, but following on the jumps. If you jump and land in the same spot as the rider in front of you, and they crash, you're going to have nowhere to go. You're going to hit them or hit their bike. So that's why it's always good to jump. Not allocating any blame. I'm just saying that it is good to jump in a slightly different line, just in case the rider in front of you does have a crash. But I've had it happen where I've done that and the rider in front has crashed, but come across anyway and taken me out anyway. So yeah, sometimes it just stuff happens, and it's not much you can do about it. So now third place, Ada Harris on the 219, then Jayla Parker on the 59. That bumps them up a couple positions as well. Then we got Mia Kazi. And I don't think Sarah Perry is back on the bike, and we will hope to see that she is back for the Junior Girls Championship as well. So Mia Cameron, a win on the Junior Lights. girls, and now leading the 85 girls as well. And she is, as it stands, tied for third with Ada Harris in this championship, but this will bump her up will solidify that third place. I don't think she'll catch Mia Kazi for points in this particular race, but it may be with 2 races to go. Mia's got to regroup and try and come and just, if she can pick off those 2 positions in front of her, catch up and pick off, which I doubt, because she is a long way back off of Ada Harris and Jayla Parker, a very long way back. But if she could, she would minimise the damage in this race. But I doubt it, and they're going to only have, I think, a lap to go next time around. So Sienna Cyprian, with everything to gain right now, and in great position, because she has closed right up on the back wheel of Mia Cameron and is looking for the move. So as they head towards the final turn, and they will get the last lap board as they come through here. Cameron, now she held on in the Junior Lights girls, and she's doing a great job in front of this 85 class. So can she do it again and make it 2 wins today? And 1 more lap to do that. Then we've got Ada Harris, Jayla Parker, 3rd and 4th. Jayla's got make up some time if she wants to challenge for 3rd. She's not close enough, but there is time for Cyprian to make a pass and just absolutely take control of this championship in this junior girls 85s. Sarah Perry back going again. She does not give up, and even after getting run over and having a big hit, she still wants to go out there and score points. Not quite sure what she did on that jump, but basically ended her day and Mia Kazi's as well. So still nothing in it between our 2 leaders. Cyprian just hoping for a mistake, because Mia Cameron has been solid today and has had the pace to hold the position and been smooth, hasn't made the big mistake. Even if Sienna finishes where she is, she's going to be in a commanding position with this championship after this race. Anything can happen though. We still have 2 more races, and no one would have predicted what happened with 1st and 2nd place in this race. So, it's not over yet. Only 2 more turns to go now, and Cyprian has not been able to close up, and looks like she's going to settle for that 2nd place, barring a mistake from our leader, who just has 1 more turn to go now, Mia Cameron. And looks like she's going to get it. Checker flag waving, another race win for Mia Cameron. Sienna Cyprian will be really happy with that 2nd place. I'm not obviously not the way you want to win a championship, but it helps. Ada Harris coming through in 3rd, and Jayla Parker 4th. And then, although Sarah Perry is there, I think she's a lap down, a further lap down, and it'll be Mia Kazi in 5th. Up next, 7 to 9, 50cc, and that is the final race of the first round of racing, and then we're going to get into round 2, which will be our MX3.
Presenting your event partners of the 2024 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennards Hire, Sideline Sport, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Whole Shot Graphics.
The last 2 rounds were pretty good. I got the overall in both of them, so I'm pretty happy with that. First round was a little bit better, which obviously went 3 for 3 wins, which is good. And then second race, obviously with the rain and all that, it was pretty tough to get around the track. And obviously there was pretty mixed batch off the gate and stuff like that, where it's concrete start, I just couldn't get it till the last race. So I'm feeling pretty good. Excited to try the new track. I haven't ridden this in a while, so it should be pretty good. A little bit of bike setup, but other than following nutrition plans and stuff like that, it's pretty much the same.
Here we go. 7 to 950 cc, and Harrison Rex looked like he might have pulled the whole shot there. Round the outside, Mason Ryan, and they have been our 2 riders battling for this championship. And nothing in it, only 7 points separating these guys. So either one can take the win. Obviously, Mason Ryan sitting in the best position, and Harrison's going to have to beat him in all 3 races to win this championship. But they've been the 2 standout riders. Our 3rd place in the championship is Taylor McNeil, and as long as he's consistent, should be able to hang on to that. But it's these 2 guys, and Harrison has shown a lot of speed. He's been quicker than Mason at times, but more inconsistent. Mason Ryan's always been there, either out front or taking a second when he's not winning, and that's why he's the points leader. So we'll see if Harrison can keep up this pace. As we also have a look at the track these guys are doing. It's a shorter track. They don't do the full track. They do a cut-off. And it is still a 7-minute plus a lap race though. So once we see lap times, we've got flags out, yellow flags out already, but I think that's for lapped riders. As see Rex out front. Oh, not lap riders, sorry. It's not our leader is what I meant. So Rex now heading towards the second last corner. And where is Ryan? Was that Mason Ryan? Oh, our other rider who's in second place. I think it might have been Mason Ryan that went down earlier. But whoever was in second just then went down as well. So a bit of a shake-up here in the points so far in this race anyway, as Harrison Rex crosses the line for the first time. So we'll have a look and see who's in second. I think maybe, yeah, he has. Mason Ryan's got himself back into second place. Then we've got Mason Harvey and Taylor McNeil, Robertson, and then Thompson, followed by Freeth on the 12. Then Mason Little on 25. And Mason Ryan, he's just got to be smart here. Like, take the win when it's there. He's got a 7-point lead, so he only has to beat Harrison in one of the races, and it's okay if he takes a second in the others. But what he can't afford to do is lose all 3 races, because then Harrison Rex will be our champion. And Harrison's doing exactly what he needs to do. All he can do is go out there and get 3 wins. And always, and he, as I say that, he puts it down. So Rex puts it down, but he gets going quickly. Just luckily kept the bike going and just tucked the front for, wouldn't have only lost 4, maybe 5 seconds. In that inside rut, you see Ryan opting for the outside line, the easier line around the outside, where Harrison got caught up in that inside rut, and Footpeak's probably caught, and down he went. That's the hard thing with these small bikes in those deep ruts, is the Footpeaks catch and pull your weight forward, and then you go over the front. But because Harrison got the whole shot and pulled a gap, he was able to get going quickly and still maintain that lead. And for Mason Ryan in second place, like I said, he can afford a second in this one, but what he can't afford is a second in the next one. If he can get a win in the next race, he can pretty much cruise to victory in the final race without actually winning the race. So we'll see what he does as Rex toes through that left-hand corner. And Taylor McNeil, our third place rider in the championship, crossing the line. He's doing exactly what he needs to do in front of Mason Harvey. We've got our times back on screen, and that will give us an idea of where these riders are, and also give them an idea. And Mason Ryan, quicker that time around, but obviously taking into account Harrison Rex's fall. You've got Riley Robertson there in 5th place behind Harvey. So interesting to see what Harrison does next time he comes around time-wise. And then because these little 50s are so small and they generally ride the same lines as the other riders, going through lap traffic is even harder for them, because the lap riders are going to want to take the easy lines as well. Rex now heading towards the second last turn and now into lap traffic. The other positive for Harrison Rex is not just winning this race, but how is he much faster lap time wise than Mason, because if that's the case, then doesn't need a whole shot, but does need to make sure that he's up there with him to challenge for the win. As we get the last lap board now, and definitely dropped his lap time from that one, because again the time before he did put it down to 2:23. We'll see what Mason does. He comes through, Mason Ryan, he's just crossed the finish line now, 2:24, so nothing in it. So Harrison really does need to do the same thing, get a whole shot, get in front, because they're going about the same speed, these two guys, and they are a full 6 to 8 seconds quicker than the rest of the pack. But with a bad start, when you've got 20 plus riders on the grid, by the time you come through the field, you've lost too much time on your opposition. Even if you're a second faster, but you're 10 seconds behind at the end of the first lap, you're making life hard for yourself. And Rex looking pretty good, made that little mistake early in the race, but didn't hurt him too much. And only just got to finish off this lap with half a lap to go. And then, like I said, we'll be back into our second round of racing, and we have got lots of sunshine outside still. So we might even get through, with any luck, even our full second round, because we've had a great day so far. So Rex just trying to bring this one home. He's got some lap traffic he's got to get around, and that was the difficulty, having to follow to get around some of the lap riders. But again, not having to battle for position here, so he can afford to take his time, and he's only got a couple more turns to go now to finish off this race win. Fastest rider on track. Just by a second there, or just under a second, sorry. So not really much in it between himself and Mason Ryan. But Harrison Rex, he's going to get the checkered flag and the race win, and that's going to help his championship later on tomorrow when they race their final race. But the second race is going to be the most interesting, I think. Here comes second place now. One more lap ride, he's just going to finish behind him, doesn't need to pass him. It's the end of the race anyway. And Mason Ryan will take a second and come back for himself. He'll be hoping for the win in the next one.
Third place. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you want the best of your rider, follow my images on your Facebook pages. You go to his Facebook page, download the instructions, and you can get the best photos of your rider. That's my images. He's the series photographer. You want to have the best shot of your rider in this 2024 New South Wales State Motocross Series, and go to my images.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Donna? Giramento de K.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Our organisation represents the mining industry in New South Wales. We have nearly 100 member companies, and we represent the mining workforce of over 30,000 people that work in mining in New South Wales. Over 800 people work in mining in the Lake Macquarie region, and over 160 local businesses in the Lake Macquarie region are part of the mining supply chain, and around $200 million each year is spent by the mining industry in the region. It's an important part of the mining industry in New South Wales. It's an historic coal mining region with coal-fired power stations and coal mines located in the Lake Macquarie region. Well, our organisation and many companies in our industry support local community teams right across the state. And we have a long-standing partnership with the Newcastle Knights, obviously based in the Hunter region, that has endured over 12 years or more, through the highs and lows of the Knights seasons, through the highs and lows of our industry's fortunes as well. It's an important demonstration of the partnership between our industry and sport and local communities, particularly in the Hunter region, and our support for this event today is part of that too.
So, second round of racing. MX3, their second race of the day. And Max Compton dominated the first race. Jack Devison was second and Drew Kremer third. But points-wise, Jack Devison leads the championship by 7 points now over Drew Kremer and Max Compton, who are now tied for second place. So this race is probably the most important race for Devison. He really needs to finish in front of those two guys so that going into their final moto, the pressure is off. As far as Kremer and Compton are concerned, it's the opposite. This is a make or break race for them, and they need to finish in front of Devison to try and make up points on him. So it's been those three guys. We've talked about them all series, and let's see who can bring this one home. Compton goes for a tight inside, gets the great stop. It looks like Devison might have the whole shot. No, sorry, that's not Devison. That's Thompson. There's a Husqvarna. I knew it was a Husqvarna, but it's Thompson with a hole shot. What a mad hole shot. Haven't seen Thompson out front. He'd be loving it. Kremer's up into third behind Compton and then Devison. So Devison with some work to do. He knows he's just got to finish behind Maxi Compton to take this championship. As long as there's no riders finishing in between them, that's all he has to do. Obviously, he would like to beat Maxi and Kremer, but you know, and that's the difficult thing when you start thinking about the points as a rider. I'm not saying that he is, I'm just saying that he knows where he needs to be, and that is important. But what is more important is not making the big mistake as we've seen in some of the other classes earlier, and if you need to, take it down to the wire. But for now, it's Maxi Compton who's got himself into the lead. Thompson, he's the spoiler in second place there. Kremer in third. Kremer needs to try and clear Thompson as quickly as possible. But this is great for Nate Thompson. He's been that fourth place guy all series, and great for him to run up front here. Looks like Devison has made his way around Kremer, so Devison up to third now. And that's just going to help him because all he needs to do is get in front of Thompson, and even a second place is not a bad finish because it gives him a 4-point buffer going into the final race. Devison now around the outside. Oh, that was an impressive move because I don't think Thompson knew he was there, but impressive from the point that Thompson could have put him in the cheap seats in that corner. Obviously there's respect amongst these guys, and but they, you know, if it was Thompson and Devison racing for a championship, maybe that would have happened, but didn't need to do that. And Devison now into second. So all Maxi Compton can do is his best, and that's what he's doing right now in front. Kremer now clears Thompson. He's up into third. As we talked about Kremer being more comfortable on the 125, I think the opposite is for Maxi Compton. He looks so much more comfortable on the 254 stroke than the 125 machine. So interesting dynamic how the different riders are more comfortable on particular size bikes. Same with your younger kids, your 50-65s or your 65-85s. They'll favour one bike or the other. But Compton, again, riding fast, looking smooth, but and being the fastest guy out there, but not making mistakes. He's charging, but he does not look like he's overriding. As Devison now sets his sights on the leader, he's going to want to try and keep him in sight and keep the pressure on. Thompson now in a fight for 4th place as Kremer starts to pull away. As Burton has made the pass now. And then we've got Shaw on the 685. Then Eisel. Not sure what happened to Burgess, although maybe Burgess, I don't think Burgess is doing the MX3 class. I think he's just doing 125, 250. But there's Heath Davey, the 144 machine, trying to go up the inside of Clark. As Compton put the bike down in the corner, Maxi Compton with a little tip over, and he's lucky this is a 15-minute plus 1 lap race because he cannot afford to let Devison beat him. Like, if Devison wins this race, this championship is over. I mean, all but Devison having a major problem in the 3rd race. Compton, his only chance at winning this championship is to beat Devison in all 3 races. So Jack Devison now is the one in control, and all he needs to do is keep a clear head and hang on to this lead. But I think you're going to see the mother of all charges from Maxi Compton with still 2/3 of this race to go. When I said earlier about it, he's charging, but he's not really pushing. Now you're going to see him push and charge, and probably see a few little mistakes like that one there. He just got a little bit off balance. Hopefully he didn't tweak his front wheel in that crash, because that can mess you up completely, and you definitely can't charge with a skew front wheel. But he's going to have to regroup quickly, because Devison, he's taken that gift with both hands and is not only your new leader, but he is flying and throwing it. Compton had the speed on the 250 when they raced again in the 250 class, and he had it earlier when they raced MX3, but different story now with Devison having the lead and not having to chase, just riding his lines, and it'll be interesting to see whether or not Compton can close that gap. So Devison with a 2:01 the last time around, and the previous 250 race, a 2:04 was the best they could manage. So he's found something on the track, either a good line or something that's giving him an edge, because he is a lot faster than he was on the 250. And the other thing is, when Maxi went down, a crash just sucks so much energy out of you, and it also your heart rate is pumping, and you lose your rhythm. So you've got to get your rhythm back before you even and get your heart rate down before you even think about trying to mount a charge. Otherwise, you end up what normally happens, you end up crashing again and losing more time. So Compton looks like he has kind of settled in to be. After that crash, obviously he's dropped a fair bit of time, but it should sort of level up now, and we'll get a good idea of where they're at. And that's the end of their 4th lap. So 2:03 there for Devison. 2 seconds, so 2:08 for Max Compton. Doesn't feel right. Doesn't look like the gap is 5 seconds different, so not entirely sure. It may be a transponder issue, because that gap looks about the same. But at least the race order looks correct, with Kremer there back in 3rd place, and Thompson and Burton. Burton and Thompson 4th and 5th, and Devison puts it down now. So these two riders trading mistakes. and Davison can't believe it. But luckily again for him, same as Compton, it was just a little tip over, and it's almost like the balance in the universe has been equalized. So Compton now, he can settle into the lead that he's got and try and just click off the laps. So a lot of changes, excitement happening in this one. Least lucky for Davison, he also got going quickly, was just a little tip over. But he'd be frustrated with himself because he had that one, and he had a bit of a gap too. Because Davey still hasn't been able to get around Ryan Clark. So have a lap rider there, they just made the pass on. Or was that maybe not lap rider, Maxi Amity, I think. So good start for him. But here comes Compton. Had the early race lead. Lost it through a fault of his own. Gained it through a fault of his opposition. And Drew Kremer, he's got no idea what's going on there in third. He's just like, as far as he's concerned, nothing's changed, except that Jack Burton is breathing down his neck. Compton down to 158. That's ridiculous. All I can say is there must be some problem there with Jack Davison's transponder, because although he did have a crash, sorry, so that would have been wise, showing as a 2:10 lap time. But nevertheless, he's still within range of a mistake of the leader, and that's not out of the realms of possibility so far of what we've seen today, and not just in this class. And what I was talking about, the tree shadows this morning, where the sun was, they would be in different positions now. So parts of the track that these riders could see earlier in the day, they can't see now. And again, they're almost guessing the line and hoping for the best. So it'll be interesting. Again, we talked about the different types of goggles that the guys are running, and whether they're clear lenses, tinted lenses. I reckon they're all running clear lenses, just again for the amount of shadow on this track. But Compton going towards the finish, and Davison not too far off, again towards the pointy end of this, or the business end of this race. Davison is throwing it out there. He is going for it, and he was a second quicker than Compton that time, so the lap times are sort of even themselves out. Kremer looking comfortable there in that third position. He's just got enough space to enjoy that third position. But Jack Davison is, like I said, annoyed with himself. That's why I think he's charging for this lead, because he had it, and I think he wants it, and I think he knows that he does have the pace. He can match the leader for pace, and that's what he's trying to do. Because they do have a 250 championship to race as well. As they're going to finish in this one, it's going to be a 4-point, if they finish as they are, it's going to be a 4-point deficit from Davison back to Compton, which means that Davison can afford another second place. But I don't think he wants that. I don't think he wants to take it down to the wire, and that's why a race win here would have solidified that for him. And I think that's also why he's pushing now to try and get it done. But Max Compton is almost mirroring him for lap times. was a second slower last time around, but when you got a lead, a second is not much. And I think he's opened it back up a little bit, or at least, at the very least, maintained the same gap. .203 last time for Compton, 202 this time. So he's brought it down. Let's see what Devison does. And 206, so Devison, maybe a little mistake that last time around, loses a bit of time. I still think he's having potentially a transponder issue. But Jack Burton is not giving up on third place. He is hounding Kremer for third, and Kremer he's just like, leave me alone, please. So lap traffic, little bit of an issue, not a big class this one, so there's not going to be that many lap riders to negotiate, but still can make a difference in a race where you're racing for position. And Devison does need some help if he's going to catch Compton, because the positive for Max is he crashed before Devison did, so he had more time to get back into his rhythm, and Devison during that time would have lost ground. So we don't have long to go in this one. I'm sure we will be seeing a last lap board. It'll be a 7 or 8 lap race this one. They're on their 7th lap now, so 8 or 9 lap race, but I think we might see a last lap board coming around this time for Compton through the last turn. So, and we do have a board out. So 1 to go now for Compton over the finish jump. Down the main straight for the last time in this one. Devison still pushing hard. And a lot of that is to let your opposition know that you didn't just ride away from them, that they did keep you honest, because if you do just let them go, it lets them feel like that that you're beaten. So with 1 more lap to go, Jack Burton has closed right up onto the back wheel of Kremer and is looking for a pass, and he gets it. Oh, but Kremer up the inside gets him back. So down the back straight, it's after the second corner there, and Kremer trying to hang on to third place for dear life. He's had 15 minutes plus a lap of Jack Burton just hanging around and lurking, and now he's having to put in just as hard of a fight as what he did when he had to fend off. Jack Devison earlier in the 125 race. So we know that Compton's got this one under control. He just has to finish it off, and it looks like Kremer stepped it up though. That almost pass kind of was a bit of a wake-up call, and he stepped it up so to hang on to that third place, and got away from Burton a little bit to be able to secure that position. So I've just had Daniel Rushworth join me in the booth for the end, just to see the end of this race, Daniel. And we've had a great day racing so far this weekend for day 1 of the state titles. As we see a checker flag come out and Maxi Compton take the win, Devison not that far behind him, and we're going to see Kremer right at home in third soon. Daniel, you've been here this morning, had a bit of a walk around, bit of a look. what are your thoughts just on just starting off with the Wagga facility? Let's start with that and the club, the track, and all of that.
Yeah, thanks, Mikel, and hi to everyone at home that's tuning in, and thanks to you, Mikel, first and foremost, for helping us this weekend and across the whole series. We're really fortunate to have Wagga hosting this round, and just like previous times, they've turned it on for us again. Fortunately, a little bit warmer than the last time I was here, so that was great to see. I think the sun's out, which is lovely. So it's a great location. The club have done a stellar job preparing the track. And all things being great, we're doing pretty well so far throughout the day with the riders seem to be enjoying their time here. Yeah, look, it's run like clockwork today. We're already into our second round of racing and we still got heaps of sunshine. So with any luck, we'll actually get through 2 rounds of racing today and have an early one tomorrow. But look, you need the time up your sleeve. You know, we've been very blessed not to have any serious injuries, which obviously, you know, can take a lot of time out because you've got to care for the riders. So that's been good. And early start today. We started at 8 o'clock, which would have made a difference as well. So I'm just flicking through my paperwork, trying to find the next race up, which is our MX1, and that's all grades. So looking forward to some exciting racing in that one. And some of our lower grade riders have been pushing the A graders in their grades. So maybe some riders that C graders should be B graders and B graders should be A graders, but nevertheless, we're about to get underway and find out. It's one of those careful times for them. They want to succeed, but they don't want to succeed too much.
Too quickly, that's right. And looks like Holroyd with that bright yellow helmet going for the whole shot. It was Whitehead that got the first whole shot of the day. But Holroyd in second. That's Fitzpatrick, I think, in first place with an early lead on the Kawasaki. He's been strong this weekend. Yeah, Daniel, it's always good to finish a series strong. It's always great to have a great start, and it's always great to have good rounds all the way through. But I don't know that many championships, even club championships, that don't have challenges, don't have rain, don't have injuries, delayed programs, basically everything thrown at you. And started off the series at Lakes with a good first round. You know, it was a little bit muddy to start with, but the track became very racy over the weekend. And then Port Macquarie was a challenge. Unfortunately for the club there, they got a bit more rain than they would have liked. So to finish strong. And sorry, that's not Fitzpatrick. My apologies to Mitch Norris, because he's also on a Kawasaki. I was actually guessing earlier because couldn't see the numbers when they come out, and I know Fitzpatrick's on the Kawasaki, but Mitch Norris, the Victorian rider, getting himself into the early lead here, and our championship leader getting around him on the outside there, Cooper Holroyd. Now Norris coming back at him, trying the outside, and looks like he got it back. Looks like he got it done. So side by side now, down and that right-hand side of that tabletop, slightly lower line. So you can stay lower in the air, and looks like Holroyd's going to sweep in from the outside. There's Fitzpatrick in third. Then Whitehead, Bova, and Joel Campbell. As we look to see maybe where some of our C graders are, there's Eisel. Pretty sure he's one of our first C graders. He's second in points, but so he's putting himself in his best position. Lucas Stevens a few positions further back, our points leader in the C grade class. And Joel Campbell, he's obviously our B grade points leader. He had a big crash earlier, and I can't remember if he DNF'd that race or not, but in his first race. So he's got to make sure that he makes the points back. If he didn't DNF, he definitely lost a lot of points. So Cooper Holroyd doing what he's done all year, getting a whole shot or getting a good start, getting to the front, and then just not making mistakes, right, getting clean laps, and winning races. He's been solid, and even at national level, he's been getting great starts, running in the top 10 early. Sometimes with 2 number 7s there, that's going to be interesting for the scoring. But we got transponders, so that's okay. So great to have. It's good to have a great finish to the series, I think, because that's what people remember. And sometimes things are out of your control, like the weather at Port Macquarie. So people might walk away from a round like that and go, but it wasn't the track or the racing. It was just the conditions, which is out of everybody's control. And so it's really good to have that, to finish strong, and people walk away happy, because that's what they remember. They don't remember the round 1 or round 2. They remember the final round. And pretty good. I didn't get a ride account of the numbers. I haven't done that yet. I left my abacus in the car. So, pretty well supported. And you do, in any series, I notice it, that you do have riders sort of drop out as they get to the second or they get to the final round. They go, I'm not on the points anymore. I'm not going to go. And then riders injured. There's all riders running out of money. Parents going, I'll just try again next year, or I'll just focus. I'm doing better in this other series or nationals or whatever. I'll just focus on that. We saw as an example. Cooper Rowe, he won the first race in MX3 at Lakes, and then had that big crash on the tabletop, broke his arm. Yes, he's riding now again, but he missed the rest of the races that day, didn't race round 2. For him, the incentive wasn't there for him to come to round 3 and race. And even though he's riding again, he's probably not at full race fitness either from his injury. So probably doesn't want to put himself in a position of racing at state titles. And we'll just go, you know what, try again next year.
Yeah, I think everyone comes to the championship with different goals, and I think there's a few that have their eye on the podium, and obviously the regular contenders will be there across the rounds. But I think the advantage this year with each of the club rounds, the clubs that we've had hosting each round, it's almost created a point of difference. There's different challenges that the riders had to deal with. Obviously, lovely conditions at the moment. I'm sure the riders are appreciating that compared to what they've experienced so far. So, like you said, they're going to remember the last round they participated in. And as we see our leader come across there, with the great racing we've got going on this weekend, it should be a fond memory for many.
Yes, yeah, and one of the riders that's currently comfortable second in points is Josh Whitehead, and he normally does state titles every single year, and although he's running 5th in this race, he's running 2nd in the championship, and he's pretty much got that one under control. It's 3rd place in the A grade. That's going to be interesting to see who takes that one out. I couldn't even tell you, even though I've been watching the racing, I couldn't tell you who that's going to be. But Cooper Holroyd has again stamped his authority on this class, and he's one of those top privateer national riders. I wouldn't even say he's a state rider. He's a national rider that will obviously come back and race at state level, because it's not only good practice for him, like 8 drops, and but it is fun to win races. And you go to nationals and you come 10th, and that's not fun. It's not fun getting your backside handed to you. Whereas he can come and race at state level and be challenged and still win races, win prize money, as well. There's the dollars on the line too. So, you got pretty good prize money this year. But you were talking about the different challenges, different tracks. And if you think about Lakes, Port Macquarie, Wagga, 3 completely different surfaces, different tracks, different weather conditions. I don't remember it being this cold at Port, You know, and it has an effect, like on your attitude, your fingers, like your hands. You've got to use your hands on the clutch and the throttle and the brake, and you know, when your hands are cold and they stiffen up, and then you get arm pumped because you're cold.
I think that just might be us getting a little bit old here, Mikkel.
Yeah, but we're also in the shade and we're not moving either. So, but then, you know, there's other things like you're cold and the rocks are hitting you on the hands, but also going back to the different tracks, it makes it a championship because you don't just have a rider like this is a hard pack rutted track. That you might have riders that are good on the surface, you know. Then you go to Port Macquarie, it's a bit of a sandier track. You're going to have riders that will favour that. And then Lakes is like, it's a hard pack, but then it's got the uphills, the downhills. So you've got that different track dynamic that makes it a championship where one thing I've never liked about the Junior Australian titles is it's one round, one race day, or not like it's not one day, but it's one race event on a track, and it normally favours not so much the riders that are good on that surface, but it favours the local. Yeah. So you go to WA, and this is nothing against WA kids. They come second in the State Cup last year in the Aussies. They're fantastic riders. But nobody can say they don't have an advantage riding their home sand tracks. Just like we would have an advantage if we had a Junior Australian title at one of our local New South Wales tracks, our riders have an advantage. Your Queensland riders, well, they're good on all the surfaces, but are better on the sandier stuff. But they're good almost everywhere, all round. They're kind of like your all-rounder. But you know, it'd be great if the Junior Australian titles wasn't just one race in one state. You know?
Yeah, I think there's some. It would certainly change the whole aspect of it being a different series across, whether it's multiple states throughout the year or things like that as well. And you know, maybe that's something to be considered in the future. But I guess from a New South Wales point of view, I know that in their rotation, we're not too far away from being up in that opportunity and having that home court, you know, that home track advantage. So when that time comes, we can only expect to do well.
Yeah, look, I'm looking forward to seeing it, and I believe it's very close. Might be next year, might be the year after, but not too. Maybe the year after that, but not too far away. I'm hoping. I don't know if there's been any update on it, or who's getting it next year. I haven't actually seen, to be honest.
Yeah, I think there's some announcements to come in that one. Unfortunately, I can't drop the information there, but
all good.
It's not my story to carry. But I think the community will find out pretty soon.
Look, I have to admit, though, the one advantage of having the Junior Aussies over one event is the price, the cost to the rider or the competitor, because you know, you don't just have riders, you've got riders coming from all over the country. So if you do 3 separate rounds and you're talking about kids that are on 50s, 65s, 85s, kids from 7 years old through to 15 that are in school, you know, that's why Junior Aussies does work as a single event, because they do it in the school holidays. Kids don't miss out on school. Yes, it's expensive anyway for the parents, like, depending on where you come from, that could be a $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 exercise just to do that one event in a year. Now imagine multiplying that by 2 or 3. It sounds, in an ideal world, it'd be great to have multiple rounds, but then logistically, is it worth it? Is that the right thing to do overall for everybody?
Yeah, it's certainly it'll be a huge financial undertaking for anyone to participate, that's for sure, across those event series. As you know, we'll have our team over in Western Australia, looking forward for a number of our riders to do particularly well. So it should be an exciting event, and I think that'll give us a good insight to the few years to come when it's our turn to host.
Yeah, look, WA, you know, there is some really good sand riders from New South Wales that I predict are going to do quite well over there. But, you know, again, it's there's a lot more to it than being a good rider on that surface. You just, again, look what Cooper Holroyd's done all year, and that is, get that good start, get out front, don't make mistakes, finish the race, and he's done that almost every single race. He's been one of the only riders to do that, and we've got other riders, some of the top guys that aren't here today, like Ben Novak, like Blake Fox, and they 3rd, 4th in the championship. They've obviously got other commitments that they're looking at, and a lot of those top guys are also, they're racing national level. They're looking at state titles. I mean, I guarantee you, if they were leading the championship, they'd be here today.
Yeah.
But because they're sort of 3rd, 4th, they're like, oh, you know what? It was good practice. I used the first 2 rounds as a gauge to see where I was at, and maybe they're doing. I can't even remember where the next Pro MX is, but maybe they're doing some of that training and testing, setting up for that. But as I said, different story. If they were 1st and 2nd, I'm sure they would have been here today. And Hayden Melross, another one.
Yep.
I actually thought he was going to be here because he's just down the road, but I did an interview with him at the Lakes round, and Hayden sort of gave me a short story of his life, or his life story, a short life story. He's married now, got a child, his first child, and he said, I'm just enjoying my racing. I'm just happy to be there. So, being a young father, young family, there's other priorities. Racing was number 1 priority for a long time, but now it's maybe a distant 3rd.
Yeah.
And that happens to all of us at some stage as riders. Life takes over, and the next thing you know, you got a mortgage and a job. So. But Cooper Holroyd, his job right now is winning races, and I actually haven't asked Cooper what he does for a coin during the week. I haven't spoken to him about that, but I'm sure he will over the weekend. I hope that he will come over and have a chat to me, and I'll ask him that question. What's his Monday to Friday? But
at the moment, it looks like it's on a bike.
It does. It does look that way, because if his Monday to Friday is I'm a plumber, I would say that these other guys have got some work to do then. But it definitely does look like he's putting in a lot of work during the week, because it's been a dominating performance. As you see, one of our C-grade riders, not so much in the points in this one, but in the MX2, that's Aussie Earl further back. Very hard to sort of keep track of where your A, B and C riders are. And then see Joel Campbell back in 19th. Not quite sure if that's a transponder issue or something happened to him, because he was near the front earlier. But Michael Jones then would be your first B grader, and with that first race mistake from Joel Campbell, yes, he had an almost 17-point lead, but that'll be dwindled down really quickly if Campbell's having another bad race in this one. And Riley Fitzpatrick, he's now up into 2nd place. While we've been talking, he's gone around Norris, and he's catching up to Holroyd for the lead. But I'd have to say that Cooper is managing this race. The track is deteriorating, the ruts are getting deeper, and you don't need to win by half a lap, you've only got to win by a nose. And Cooper will know that. He's a smart rider. He'll know exactly where 2nd place is. And they're on their last lap now, as you've seen the board flapping in the wind. There's no wind this morning, and it's picked up during the day. I've got 4 layers on. I took my jacket off earlier this morning when the sun was out. There was no wind, but I had to put it on when the sun went above the roof and the shade, and then the wind picked up as well. But Tyler Easel also, he's one of our top C graders, and he's 2nd in points to Lucas Stevens. Lucas Stevens a bit further down, but a lot of those riders in between won't be C graders. They'll be A and B graders as well. So again, interesting to see how this plays out. Lucas Stevens currently in 15th, and I think maybe Brock Lindsay, Keanu Robertson, they might be some of the C grade riders. Joel Campbell, got to be careful not to lose this championship today, because Michael Jones has been really consistent. And like I said, just by a nose, and that's exactly what Cooper did. But 15 minutes plus a lap, it's a long race, and to push for the whole time. So that is our MX1, and up next we've got our 9 to 12 85 class. I think last round we did our 9 to 12 85 class and it was dark, so doing really well today. Everyone was told at riders briefing that we're going to get as far into the program as possible, so don't take your gear off, don't pack up. I didn't expect though to get this far in this early. It's only 3:30, hour and a half left. We could very well get through another half a dozen races and get close to the end of the second round. So 9 to 12 85s, and Blake Bohannon again been the guy, but Liam Millard led him for the first 4 or 5 laps. Blake figured out some of Liam's lines, made the pass, and then managed to put a bit of a lead on him. So we'll see if Liam can keep doing what he's been doing, get that whole shot and put Blake under pressure. So just before the next race starts, Daniel, the changes from last year, this year, last year they separated the juniors and the seniors, and that was based off a little bit of feedback from the riders. And it's very hard sometimes because you change your events because that's the feedback that you get, but then it doesn't work, and then you go, well, that was a waste of time. And it was good that you realize that and change back, and look, that feedback would have been the best of intentions from those people at the time, saying, oh, it should be separated, but it didn't work. You've gone back to combining it. It has worked. There was a bit of fear mongering about the time, the program. Oh, I don't think we can get through the program. And where Lakes, we got through the program. We got through the 2 days. We're smashing it this weekend. Obviously, Port Macquarie was a bit different, but then again, the conditions were bad. It was going to take longer to get through the program. So a 9 to 12 85s, Liam Millard doing what he does best, and that is a whole shot and get out front. But Blake Bohannon doing what he does best, and that is get a good start and be right there in second place straight away. So they've been the two hot tickets in this 85 class, the younger 85 class, should I say. Ollie Chandler's been up in the top 5, as is Sharabim, Sproul, Archie Black, but it's really been the Blake Bohannon and Liam Millard show, and Liam has taken a win off Blake this year, so, and only one win though, so I'm sure he's going to try and take another one. But Blake winning is what he does, and I don't expect him to just sit there in second place. He bided his time in the last one. He just sort of figured it out, didn't panic, didn't rush too quickly to get to the lead. The track is like I said, almost at its worst now. The ruts are deep. Yes, they formed up, but they're hard and not all completely straight. and the track would have changed. It's been a long time since these kids have been on track, especially Liam, only racing one class, only doing the 85s. So it's been an eternity since he's been out there, and it's actually harder for him because he's got to figure out the track first before he goes fast. And where Blake, he's been out there on the 65, he's tried some different lines, he's worked it out. Yes, he didn't get the win on the 65, but he's definitely had more track time and had a look to see Chandler up there in third place. But Liam's figured it out pretty quickly as they head to the second last corner. And maybe he's been watching the live stream. That's probably what he's been doing. I bet you he's been sitting in the car, in the warm car with the phone on, and that'll really help him, because he would have watched the racing, watched the lines, and gone, yep, that's where I'm going to go. That looks like a good line. So I'm going to ask him when I see him later, because I'm going to say, you haven't seen the track for so long and you were flying that second race. But Bohannon is a little bit closer there. Missed that. Hey guys, do we have the race timing up, please? So now Bohannon all over the back wheel of Millard. And Liam, like he's done all year, when he's led, he's focused forward. He's not looking behind him. If Blake's going to pass him, he's going to have to make the pass. Liam's not going to let him have it. And again, they're starting to gap the rest of the field. Chandler in third place. Looks like Maxie Harris in fourth. And then I think definitely Sharabam in sixth. It might be Sprowley in fifth, we'll see. No, there's Maxie Harris in seventh, so can't be Harris in that third place. That might actually be Sprowley. I think it is. It is Sprowley. So sorry. So Sprowley's in fourth. He's behind Chandler, battling for third place, and that's the best I've seen him ride on the 85. And this would be his best finish if he can get that third place. And Sprowley won on the 65, so he likes this track. And I think he likes these types of conditions, the hard pack, the rutted tracks. He won a race last year on the 65 at Aussies, and that was a hard pack rutted track. And Liam, although I don't think he won a race last year on the 65, I think he got a lot of seconds, but on the 85 he was so fast up in Northern Territory. I think he finished third in one of the 9 to 12 races, and that was against the best in the country. As they come up over the finish jump, and Liam he has picked it up. Bohannon was there challenging for the lead, and Liam just put a second of a lap quicker than him.
It's great to see we've got three separate battles here.
Yes.
1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6.
Yeah.
Are neck and neck with each other here, so it should be a few fantastic laps coming up.
That's right, and when I saw third and fourth, it was actually fifth and sixth, and that's Archie Black and Kai Sprell that are battling for fifth and sixth. Ollie Chandler, sorry, and Eliza Dennis. So Eliza Dennis, I think she got third on the 65 earlier, but that wasn't Sprowley. It was Eliza Dennis, my apologies, and Liam Chandler battling for that third place. Yeah. But Bohannon, we'll see if Bohannon can close up on Millard, because Liam wants this win, and he wants it bad. He's finished second many times, and he's got the pace. But and we'll see if he learns from that last race as well. But Eliza Dennis, the young rider, And Bohannon looks like he has actually taken over the lead now. So while we were looking at some of the other battles, Bohannon's moved into first place. So let's see what Liam can do. He's matched him for pace so far, and again, Blake riding with a lot of maturity, you know, not rushing, not taking any chances early, just figuring the track out, and midway through this race taking over the lead. So Liam, this is a great opportunity for him to keep the pressure on and see maybe where Blake's going a bit faster, and pick up on some of those lines, and then figure out where he's going quicker as well. Blake's taken his foot hooked the inside wall of that corner, and his foot come off as they get around some lap traffic here. The tricky thing for all of these guys is as Chandler now manages to get a little bit of a gap on Dennis, but it's really tricky thing for them is limiting the mistakes, because the track is tough. It's so easy to have a little tip over or you know, catch the front wheel, and Esprowley eventually getting around Archie Black. Esprowley up to 5th. Then Brax Pollard on the 222. So Bohannon now, and he's putting in a hot lap to try and get away. That last lap around, I think it might have been a small mistake. No, I don't think so. I think Bohannon just dropped the hammer, because they were going around that 25-26 lap time, and Bohannon did a 2:22, so you know, 3 seconds quicker, and he's trying to break the spirit of Millard in second place and pull away. But what's going to be really encouraging for Liam is the gap back to third place, and the fact that he's led a lot of laps this year. So about almost 9 seconds back to Ollie Chandler in third. And Blake will, when you talk about our New South Wales riders, it's almost an easy pick, you know, when you choose Blake as a rider, because he's 65, 85. He's one of the best guys, and you can pick him for either. Although the tough thing is you can't pick him for both. Yeah. You've got to choose a rider for a class. So it's really which class he's going to be most comfortable in. You know, Liam, if you were going to pick Liam, you'd definitely pick him on the 85, because he doesn't ride the 65. But there's so many choices besides Blake and Liam in the other classes. You know, Mason Ryan or Rex Harrison Rex. Sorry, in the we have a few flags waving around. I just wonder if that's any of our leaders that have made a mistake, but. What was that? No, there's Bohannon and Millard, so they're still okay. We're still our first and second. So it might have been a lap rider down. But Blake has pulled out here, and he is he's let Liam know that you know, he's here to win, and Liam's going to need to get another hole shot maybe, but he's going to have to pick up the pace. And Chandler, third place in this race, third place in the championship. He's just trying to lock that one down. I think he knows that he doesn't quite have the pace of the front two, but top three in the state championship is still a huge achievement for these guys. I think going back to who you choose for the team, yeah, you look at the junior lights guys, Max Compton, Drew Kremer, Jack Devison, it's actually, you're almost spoiled for choice. You know, it actually makes a hard decision because you got so many kids to choose from. And then there's Cooper Rowe, who, yes, got injured, but he, you know, I would guess would be a wild card because he was state champion last year. He was Aussie champion last year in the 125, and he's a good sand rider. So, you know, that's a tough one for any coach to try and pick the right team. You know, and then besides picking the right team, it's picking you know, you want to win too. So, you know, it's easy after the fact to say, oh, I should have picked this person, I should have picked that person. You just got to back yourself, go with who you think, and hope for the best. You know?
Yeah, I think it'll be an interesting selection across the board for once the selectors make those picks within. And obviously, there's been some great performances throughout the series, and there's plenty of names that have put themselves forward to be considered. So it should be a fantastic New South Wales team coming up.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, it's again, I just look forward to the New South Wales. Yeah, it's been since 2014. You know, that's or was it 2013? I think it was 2013.
2014 out at MacArthur.
Yeah, so 11 years next year that it's been since we've seen it. And the sad thing there is there's a lot of junior riders that started on a 50 and 215, and by the time it actually comes around to New South Wales again, they'll actually be senior. So unfortunate for those riders that most riders will see an Aussie title at least in locally at least once in their junior career. Sometimes you're lucky twice, because you would have been somebody on a 50 that would have raced it in 214 and will get to race it again when it comes around again. If it's normally every 7 years. But Bohannon just trying to finish this one off now. He's done all the hard work, and only got a little bit to go. They're on their last lap. He's heading into the second last corner now. And Liam has done a great job to keep him within sight, but Blake Bohannon has stamped his authority on this class. Another race win. And that's great. Again, camaraderie there from the boys, shaking hands, and Ollie Chandler coming there for third. So that's the end of the 9 to 12 85s. They'll come back on the 65 in a few races' time. If we can squeeze them into the program, we will. Again, what's also good about today is there's no cloud cover, so we'll have that sun for as long as we possibly can. You know, whereas if the clouds come over, we might call it early anyway. But yeah, we should start taking bets on whether we can get all the way through our second program. We're there now. I doubt it, but I think we can at least get another 4 or 5 races in. So we'll go to an ad break, and then we'll be back with round 3 of the state championships here at Wagga Wagga.
Presenting your event partners of the 2024 New South Wales Motocross state titles. New South Wales Mining, Kennards Hire, Sideline Sport, National Motorcycle Alliance. Black Dog Institute. Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service. Whole Shot Graphics.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
So we're back now with the next race up on the line, Junior Lights 125, and close battle in this one again. And there is only 5 points separating at the start of the day, we had an 8-point deficit from Devison down because Max Compton and Devison were tie on points, and Kremer won that last one. Devison second, so Devison now your points leader by 2 from Compton, but with that win from Kremer, he's only another 3 points back off of Compton, so really close, and 5 points off the leader. So we'll see who can get the start. So Junior Lights 125, and it looks like a Husqvarna with a whole shot. It's Devison from Kremer. Where is Compton? There's a rider rolling slowly off the side there, not trying to gain an advantage, and then so good riding there. But Compton is up there. He did get a great start, and Kremer's in third. So Compton quickly getting into second place, and we have our top 3 in the race, our top 3 in the championship, the top 3 in the 125s, 250s, and MX3. So we're in for some great racing, a 15-minute plus a lap race. And this is the best position that Max Compton has been in on the 125. The only guy in a better position than him is Jack Devison right now, with a 2-point championship lead and the lead in the race. So he's got clear track in front of him, and he's going to want to keep this lead and try and maybe put a gap on Compton so that he doesn't have to fight him to the end. So Max Compton's got to keep the pressure on. Drew Kremer, who was really fast in the first one, whole shot, won the first race. He also wants to stay with these guys and not let them get away. So Devison through the last corner now, and heading over the finish jump for the first time. Compton getting much quicker on the 250. He's got some work to do, as does Kremer. Devison with his ears back and charging, trying to charge the lead, break away and make work. Really also just to try and wrap this one up. He doesn't want to have to fight all the way to the finish over that tabletop. And they are starting to stretch it out a little bit here over Kremer in third place. Then we've got Burgess, followed by Davey. Not sure who's behind Davey. We'll have to wait till they get closer to us, but he'll be happy, Davey on the Yamaha. That's his, I think his best result so far, sitting in the top 5. only being 13, 14 years old. Where these boys, this is their last year of racing, juniors, they were 15, 16. Davison, Compton, and Kremer, they'll be moving out of this class next year. And I think Kremer, I'm either I missed him, but it looks like Nate Thompson might have moved up. Looked like a 24 on his back. But I might have missed that just in the middle of the field there. I thought he was still third. Because I could see Compton, and looks like Burgess is now in. Or was that? No, it is still Kremer. Thankfully, Kremer's still in that third place. My mistake. Burgess is right there with Kremer. So Davison's still charging, and Compton has not been able to make a dent on that lead. That's Riley Shaw on the 685. Then we've got Burton on the 235, battling with Davey as he goes around the outside of Davey. Seeing a lot of passes in that corner on the outside. Riders try and defend the outside line, and the other riders will sweep around the outside to make the pass. Guys, can we turn the timing off? Something going on with the transponder. So, Jack Davison back to our leader. And there's a drone shot, and it's not just because the sun's going down, but just the position of the sun, those tree shadows. We've got one tree that's long enough to cover 3 sections, almost 4 sections of the track.
Welcome to the country. Here we are.
Yeah. I don't know. I know a good chainsaw guy that would come in handy. But look, again, the disadvantage is the shadows. The advantage is it keeps the moisture in the track, and you don't have to water those parts because it stays moist all day. But no problems for Davison. This looks like the most comfortable he has been, and he is just riding away from these guys. He even don't need to do that, Jack. He looks over his shoulder going, where are these guys? Like, I'm riding good, but they're not there. I can't see them. And Compton was a little bit closer last time. Not sure if he made maybe a little mistake, but he's not as close. He's still not far off, but Compton's definitely losing a little bit of ground to the leader. So Davison's found some speed after that last 250 or MX3 race, should I say. And also he may be a little bit more comfortable on the 125 like Kremer is as well. Now those front four now are pretty well spread out, but a massive gap to the next pack of riders. In fifth, we've got Shaw from Burton. And then it looks like Gray and Davey. And maybe the 999 of Nate Ebeck. A bit further back. And the hard thing for these other guys that to deal with is that Jack is settled into his race, and that's bad news for his opposition, because the longer this race goes on, the more comfortable Jack is going to get with his lines, and it's going to be harder for any of them to mount a challenge the more comfortable and the further into this race you get, because all of these riders are fit enough to go the full 15 plus a lap. So I don't think that fatigue or physical fitness is going to play a part in this race. It is going to come down to speed and mistakes. And if Davison can just keep doing what he's doing, keep the smooth riding, not making any mistakes, and keep the pace up, they're not going to catch him. The bike, a little bit of a bog there on the landing for Max Compton. Not sure what the go is there, but it might just be sometimes a really hard landing in a higher gear, the bike bogs out. It's almost counterproductive to go down a gear on landing just for the revs and then go back up again. So, but definitely something to keep in mind if you're going to lose that little bit of time with that bog on the landing, where you're trying to get drive down the landing. As Burton keeps going after Shaw, there's a lap rider in the way there, gets through cleanly. So we get a sort of drone shot there from the distant side of the track. Gives you a different aspect of what the whole track is like. And all I can see is just ones, just lines, vertical lines everywhere, and sometimes not completely vertical, a few crooked ones too. But the track is formed up well. No one can say it's a one-line track or that there's no passing options. We've seen multiple passing options today. As Devison is getting caught up there a little bit behind the lap rider. I wouldn't say hurt him as far as making mistakes, but definitely cost him some time. And always the frustration of the points leader. Not just the points leader, which he is, but the leader in the race. And it might have helped Compton a little bit, maybe a little bit closer, but still, you know, every lap that goes by is time lost, and I'm sure we're getting to the business end of this race. Jack Devison did lose a little bit of ground with that lapper. Compton can see that, and that'll give him some motivation to close that gap, because he might be thinking, no, I've caught him because I'm going faster, not because it was a lap rider. And it'll also give Devison a little bit of urgency, maybe tighten up a bit. I think he's been around long enough not to do that, but you can't say that it doesn't annoy you when you get stuck behind a lap rider and lose time, especially when you've got a rider like Max Compton behind you who just won't quit and will take you to the checkered flag. And the other thing that Jack knows as we watch him go around is that as he has 5 lap riders to now try and find his way around. As we look at the times, and we're back on, and Compton, with that little mistake getting caught behind the lap rider, made up 3 seconds on Devison, but it looks like Devison's cleared this traffic a little bit easier. Compton's caught that traffic just at the wrong time, that S-bend, right about when he had 3 or 4 guys to get through. So now Devison gets a clear run, and Compton's still caught behind lap traffic. So that really hurt him, and he would be screaming in his helmet right now. And Devison will go, well, I lost time on a lap rider, so it's only fair. But the difference is, I think, that Devison lost time with 1 rider. Compton had about 5 riders where he got caught up on, so that's just going to kill his momentum. And but then again, Devison's still got more lap traffic to get through, so it's sort of up and down, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. Compton definitely lost time there, but he's going to go back to work. Devison only got 1 or 2 more guys to get around, and then he's going to have a clear run. Oh, Compton putting it down, and fortunately for him, he was charging so hard after Devison that he had time to get back on the bike and get going in second place. But championship-wise, this is going to hurt because they're going to go into the final race and Deverson is going to have a 5-point lead if they finish as they are, which means that Deverson can afford to finish behind Compton, one position behind. Where it'll be a challenge will be where Drew Kremer finishes, because Kremer won the first race in this class, and you know, there's multiple scenarios how this could play out, because if Max was to win the last race, if they finish as they are, with Kremer in second and Deverson third, then Max and Jack would tie on points, and it may even be close where Kremer is. So I think Kremer would still finish third by 1 point, but that's how close this championship is. It's a lot closer than the other ones for these junior lights guys, the MX3, you know, Max Compton with a 12-point lead in that one, with with a race to go. Oh, sorry, not that one in the 250. My bad. A 250, a 12-point gap, but then a close one in the 250s as well. As they're on their 7th lap now, it's probably going to be an 8-lap race. So I think we might see a last lap board next time we come round. As we have eyes back on Compton again, Corey Eisel up into 3rd place. Is that right? I thought maybe something happened to Kremer, but either that or our times are out. But we'll have a look and see as we keep an eye on Compton. Again, tries to get around these lap riders. I didn't see. No, Kremer's still there in 3rd. So we must have a transponder issue there. Jack Deverson, I think on his 2nd last lap, after Compton went down, and he would have seen that, looking back on those switchback corners, he would have seen that there was a big gap now, and now he'd just be in cruise mode, having a look at the track, maybe looking for some lines, just really trying to ride this one to the end. But definitely a good opportunity to try and find some new lines, try some new things. He's got the gap to do it, and that's only going to help him in his final 2 motos. But setting himself up for a championship in this one, if he can bring it home. And we do have a last lap board now, so it will be 8 laps. And he's just got to keep it on 2 wheels, not make any mistakes. Watch out for those lap riders as Compton comes around, and he never stops charging, even after he crashed and got a bit of a gap on 3rd place. Drew Kremer. And those are the lap riders behind Kremer. So Kremer with a big gap to 4th place. It was Riley Burgess earlier. Might still be Riley. I think this is Riley coming around now. So Riley 4th. And that's Blake Smith on the 164, and he's just coming back from injury as well. So good to see him out there. About half lap to go for Deverson to wrap this one up. And Stilton lap riders, again, this 125 class, such a busy class, almost I think it looked like almost a full grid, if not a full grid. And Deacon Do getting his 10 seconds of fame as he's about to be put a lap down by Jack Deverson. And racing him forward, and that's the hard thing for these lap guys. They're in their own race. I bet you he's got no idea that that's the race leader. But Jack Deverson gets him, and will take the checkered flag. And if you've only just tuned into this race, he didn't do it easy. Max Compton eventually crossing the line in second, not too far back even after putting the bike down. Kremer should be our third place rider, followed by Burgess in fourth. Okay, so that's the end of the second Junior Lights 125 race. Up next we've got the Junior Lights 250 girls, and Sarah Perry has had a rough day at the office. She had a big crash on the 250, then she crashed on the 85 and got hit. Nowhere for Mia to go on the 85, but Sarah's got a championship to try and win in this Junior Lights girls race, and Claire Pollard, she had a solid second place, so that would have bumped her up in points, as well as Mia Cameron, who actually took the win in that one. So it does change. It does change the points dynamic a little bit.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Keno, what do you think, Nonna? Giramento de che?
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1-800 155 155.
So we're back with the Junior Lights 250 girls and 125 and 85, or 100cc should I say. Mia Cameron almost pulling another hole shot on that smaller size bike, but it is Sarah Perry. Looks like that is, Sarah Perry didn't get the start. It's Ella Hamilton that's got the early lead on the Honda 250, number 2. I don't see Sarah out there. So maybe that big hit that she had on the 85 was too much for her. And that is devastating for her championship. And that opens it right up now for for all of these girls, including Mia Cameron, who currently sits in second place after winning the first place. And Ella Hamilton, she hasn't done any of the rounds this year, and she's out front and probably wishing that she had done the first few rounds. So whole shot for the number 2, and you could say a local to this area. Let's see if what she can do with it. She's at the moment not holding anybody up. She's actually pulling away from Mia Cameron in second. So Newcomb third. Looks like Sienna Cyprian in fourth, and then Claire Pollard. So Mia Cameron now up the inside of Hamilton and gets the pass done. So Hamilton just run a little bit wide in that corner. Mia Cameron, a stellar day so far with 2 wins, a win earlier in this Junior Lights Girls and a win on the 85. And she could take, at the very least, take out this Junior Girls Championship if she keeps these results up, because her main opposition are behind her, obviously leading the race, but Ella Hamilton being the spoiler, and Claire Pollard struggling with this track a little bit. She hasn't quite worked it out, and you know, maybe yes, it's very rutted, and if you're one of those riders that do struggle with the ruts, although you shouldn't avoid the ruts in training, but in the race, if you are struggling, then maybe go for the lines that are not as rutted, maybe the slightly wider lines, and keep the momentum up. But around the outside of Hamilton goes Sienna Cyprian. So Cyprian now up into second. Then we've got Newcomb, followed by Pollard in that 5th place. 4th place, sorry. And Cameron's starting to pull away now. Sienna Cyprian sat behind Mia Cameron in the first race and on the 85 as well, and is probably thinking, I need to make this pass. I need to get in front of my competitor, because you know, points wise and also just confidence wise, it's you know, Mia Cameron is putting herself in great position, not just for the championship, but even just the overall win for the weekend in both classes. And Cameron looking over her shoulder. Nothing good's happening behind you. Just got to focus forward. And Cameron starting to pull away. Bit of a lead now on second place from Cyprian, and these two riders have actually cleared 3rd and 4th. So Tab Newcomb also struggling with this track a little bit, and she's lost toe of the leaders. So if she wants to win this championship, she's going to have to pick it up. As Pollard tries to make a pass up the inside, but Newcomb, when in doubt, power out, and she just grabbed a handful of throttle and took the position back. This time, Newcomb tries the inside line, and Pollard, I don't know if she can hear me under the helmet, but she took the wider line, went around the ruts, and made the pass on the flat outside. So now Claire is into 3rd, And this championship very much within her grasp, because although Mia Cameron won the first race, and Claire had 4 points on her coming into the day, which she would have lost. She'd be a point behind in this race. So if she can get to second, she's still got a chance at taking this championship. And Sienna Cyprian, well, she needs to get in front of Cameron. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter if she finishes in front next race. It won't matter. She has to. She can't afford to lose any more points. But a mistake now from Cameron, and Sienna Cyprian is our new race leader. So Cyprian into the lead, and this is going to change the points. As it stood, Mia Cameron was looking really good for a championship in this class, and that one mistake is going to hurt, which means that she's either going to have to come back and challenge for the lead, or come firing back in the next race to finish it off. And Claire Pollard definitely needs to move forward if she wants to win this championship. With Newcomb getting back around her, it just makes it that much more difficult. So we'll see if, now that the roles are reversed, whether Mia Cameron can catch Sienna Cyprian, or if the Queensland rider can take this home to the checkered flag. See some riders sitting through there, some standing. Personally, probably a section I'd prefer to stand through, because it's not really corners, it's more of a winding part of the track and very rough and rutted, and be a lot easier to balance the bike in a standing position. As much as you think you can balance better sitting, it's easier to get off balance and take your feet off. When you're standing, you can't take your feet off, so you've got to balance better. That's why you see a lot of the riders standing into this last corner on the inside. Now Cyprian, she's choosing that easier line that Claire took earlier, as Claire now up into third. So Claire Pollard, what can she do? Can she close the gap on Mia Cameron? She is making up a little bit of time by clearing that finish jump. And if she can do that, if you get close enough next lap around and do that, she may be able to make a pass on Cameron. Very hard to jump past other riders safely, but if you can jump to the side of them, whether you pass them or not, might be able to set up a pass down the straight or into the next corner. As we see Ella Hamilton going down the main straight there in 5th place. And she got our early hole shot. She was our early leader. Great to see her out front. It's only a 10-minute plus a lap race, and it's going to be 4 or 5 laps, I would guess. They're on their 4th lap now. A lot of this girls' class has come down to the start, although Ella Hamilton did have the early lead with some of the girls up front, is what I mean. Cyprian, Cameron, Pollard, Newcomb, Sarah Perry, if she was still there. All about the same pace. I mean, Perry obviously showed in the earlier 250 race how much faster she was, but again, doesn't matter how fast you are. If you have a big crash and you're too far back, you can't use that speed. But definitely Cyprian, Cameron and Pollard, the starts and where they started and Newcomb, is where they finished. And that's where they're at the moment. And Sienna Cyprian, I mean, they're all going about the same speed around this track, although Sienna last time around was a couple seconds quicker. And she looks comfortable out front now, Not too bothered about any challenge from behind. And heading towards that last corner. So we will see the last lap board come out. It will be a 5-lap race. And she's dropped her lap times every single lap. And Claire Pollard now almost on the back wheel of Mia Cameron. But catching is one thing, passing is another. And even if she can get right up on the back wheel, Mia Cameron has looked very comfortable in position. And she had Sienna Cyprian behind her whole race last race and managed to hold on to it. So on the 85 and the first junior lights girl. So Claire's going to have to be that much quicker if she wants to make a pass. And even then, that's pushed their battle up to Cyprian for the lead. So they've relatively evenly spread first to third. A little mistake from either of them would be very costly. You could drop, if you were Cyprian, you could drop 2-3 positions just like that. And over halfway through this final lap now, and this will be Sienna's first win of the day, and that's a big confidence booster as well, heading into the final few motos of not just this junior lights girls, but the 85s as well, with Sarah Perry out. And Mia Cameron has been unable to close that gap on Cyprian, as is Pollard. A little bit too far behind. She would need probably at least a couple more laps to, first of all, close on the back wheel, and then, second of all, try and make a pass. But Cameron's been able to just manage the gap between second and third. She sort of gave up on the challenge for the lead, and just want to try and secure that second. Take nothing away from Cyprian. She's run a great race and has had the pace to hold on to that lead and maintain it as well. So checker flag out for the Queensland rider. I'm sure she'll be really happy to get her first win for the day, and Pollard coming through close by in third place.
So this race behind the start race now, this will be your last race of the day, ladies and gentlemen. So at 7:50 tomorrow morning, we'll be the oldest 65 group, the 10 to under 12. We'll be doing your 1 lap start lap at 7:55 for an 80 cross race, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure everybody's clear on that. Hope everybody has a great evening. Don't play up too hard. If you're ready to do this all over again tomorrow morning, we're a full sector to get through. And most exciting of all, we get the crown a New South Wales State Motocross Champion. 65, 7 under 10 on the start line. Big shout out to all the sponsors that have jumped on board, and they've definitely raised the bar this year. NSW brought you a cracking series. It's like a motorcycle line, mining New South Wales.
So 7 to 10 65s, and away we go. And this will be the final race of the day, and we're halfway through our round 2 program, and we'll pick up the rest of the racing of round 2 tomorrow, and finish round 3 as well. But cracking day so far here at round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships at Wagga Wagga. Again, fantastic job by the club, awesome track prep, and I think they got it just right The racing has been fantastic, lots of battles and great coverage from our partners here at Sideline Sport. So 7 to 10 65s and out on track at the moment, and Stella Harding looks like with the early lead, and she finished second in the previous race behind Ollie Cale, our championship leader, and that is really going to help Stella's podium in this class. And I'm sure she would love to take a win off the boys as well. But Ollie Cale has been really good this year. Has won a lot of the races. Had a few little mishaps, but overall has been the best rider in the class. And I'm sure will be wanting to lock this one down. Blade Regan, he's had some problems. Had a crash in the previous race and struggled to get that bike going, but he's a fast rider. He can podium, he can win. He's sitting there in, I think, third place right now, but Stella Harding checking out after getting the whole shot. Trying to run away from these guys. Again, those first two ruts are so deep now. They're going for the third rut. It looks like a number 17. Is that Freeth in? It is Liam Freeth in second place. So Liam having a great race as Ollie Cale goes up the inside of Blade Regan. They are side by side, and he might get a 2-for-1 sale here up the inside of Freeth, and he does. So Ollie Cale, in the space of one corner, has made two passes and gone from fourth to second. As Blade Regan makes the pass on Freeth now, and in two, well, almost, as they sort of get stalled in the corner there, stuck in the ruts. Luckily they didn't stop, they kept going. But let's see what Ollie Cale's got now. And he very quickly catches up and goes around the outside of Stella Harding. So a power move there, very confident. The two lines came together and Cale backed himself to be in front at the end of that rut, and he was. So in one lap, Cale's gone from fourth to first, just showing how much speed he actually has. And the best thing that Stella can do is just stay where she is in second place there. Interesting to see where Harrison Rex is in this one, because he was our second place points rider in this class. Although I think he only got a sixth place in the first race, so that's gonna hurt his championship. So Cale, and again our last race of the day, we still got a bit of sunlight, but half the track is now gone dark, which does make it really tricky, a lot more tricky with the ruts. When you talk about the tree shadows offering a little bit of shade, well, now that we've lost the sun to half the track, well, the whole half of the track is under shade. So very difficult to see, and with such a rutted track, just for the safety of the riders, it would be a better option to go tomorrow. Our program, we've gone through a lot of our program, and we didn't expect to get this far in. So halfway through our race 2 program, and we'll finish that off tomorrow morning and then get into the final round of racing. No practice tomorrow, but all classes will get sight laps right before their races, so it should be a much shorter day tomorrow. Freeth having a fantastic ride there in third place. There's Harrison Rex in what's that, third, fourth, fifth, sixth place, fifth place. But so it's Cale from Harding, then Freeth in third place, followed by Regan looking for the pass, and then Rex. And already getting into lap traffic as our race leader. But luckily there is so many ruts around the track, as long as he doesn't follow, he should be able to get through them quite easily. Also, he has a bit of a gap back to Harding in second place. So shouldn't be too bad. The biggest problem that he has is a rider getting stuck in a rut around a corner where he can't see and then getting trapped behind them. So hopefully he's got enough vision to look ahead and see those riders in front and make sure that he doesn't follow in a rut and get caught up, and he should be fine. As you can see, the lap riders going to the more outside easy line, and Cale actually had a really good line there through the middle. It wasn't rutted at all, but it was sort of picking in between the ruts, and that's that vision that we're talking about. Looking ahead, choosing the lines, seeing where you want to go, and you can see he's got his head up where his peak is positioned. You see some of the lap rider that he's going past, they're looking down at their front fender, and when you're looking down you can't see where you're going. Another lap down there for Ollie Cale, and doing it easily. He's probably not even worried about getting a whole shot because of the amount of speed that he has on these guys. But Regan has not been able to make the pass on Freeth, and that is where we have a close battle. But this time he does, up the inside. So Regan gets the pass done, and that is for third. So there's Regan. He's moved up in front of Freeth. Then Harrison Rex, our second place rider in the championship, and he got a 6th in race 1. He really needs to try and get at least one of these riders in front of him before the end of this race. And I haven't seen Flynn Burgess either up there. So some of our top riders, you got riders like Stella Harding with a 2nd in race 1, 2nd in race 2 if they finish the way they are, and she could leapfrog all the way to 2nd place in the series if she keeps riding this way. As one of the riders almost stalling, getting cross-rutted in the corner there. You can see how dark the track is now with the sun starting to set, and that's why it is the last race for the day. I'm sure we will be seeing a last lap board very soon, if not already. I think we got a last lap board out now. So on their last lap now, so Harrison Rex, not a lot of time to move up position. And Rex still behind the 17 and trying on this last lap, and obviously Freeth would know as Cale gets the checkered flag. And Mason Harvey was actually last lap board for him, so he should probably keep going. Otherwise, he's going to be classed as a DNF in this one. There's Stella Harding in second, and what a charge from Blade Regan. Almost getting up to Harding in third, followed by the 17 of Freeth and Rex. And that is the end of day one of the round 3 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Wagga Wagga. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. And we look forward to a fantastic finale finish tomorrow at day 2. And we will start the program halfway through round 2. They will get sight laps, and then we will get into racing and get it done and get into our presentations. Thank you very much. Thank you to all our sponsors for supporting the New South Wales State Championships, New South Wales Mining, National Motorcycle Alliance, Sideline Sport, Kenai's Hire, Whole Shot Graphics, Westpac Rescue Helicopter, Black Dog Institute, and obviously our Wagga Wagga Motorcycle Sports Club.
Presenting your event partners of the 2024 New South Wales Motocross State Titles. New South Wales Mining, Kenai's Hire, Sideline Sport, National Motorcycle Alliance, Black Dog Institute, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Whole Shot Graphics.
I went pretty good. On the 250 at Lakes I got 2nd overall, and then at Port I got 1st overall, and then on the 125 at Lakes I got 3rd overall and then 1st at Port. Fruit. Yeah, just all types of fruit. Drew Kremer. Having fun and hanging out with my mates. Well, I'm homeschooled and I have to work 2 days a week and do school on Wednesdays and then ride and train on for the rest of the days. Riding my mountain bike.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Nonna? Giramento de che.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kenneth's making job easy.
The last 2 rounds were pretty good. I got the overall in both of them, so I'm pretty happy with that. First round was a little bit better, which obviously went 3 for 3 wins, which is good. And then second race, obviously with the rain and all that, it was pretty tough to get around the track. And obviously there was pretty mixed batch off the gate and stuff like that, where it's concrete start, I just couldn't get it till the last race. So I'm feeling pretty good. Excited to try out the new track. I haven't ridden this in a while, so it should be pretty good. A little bit of bike setup, but other than following nutrition plans and stuff like that, it's pretty much the same. Pretty much been racing since I was at least 4 or something like that. I got into it with my brother. He started racing when he was about 6 or 7, so that's where it pretty much come from. And then home club is probably Oakdale. I pretty much grew up there, raced there all my life, and yeah, it's been a pretty good committee. Probably the adrenaline rush coming from like racing and stuff like that, the feeling you get when you're racing, it's just, there's nothing really that matches it. It's just good fun. Like being out there and having fun with it. That's a lot of life lessons come with motocross, obviously with everything happening and stuff like that, but a lot of discipline, a lot of just focus on what you need to do and improving yourself really. That's a tough one. I'm flat out racing all the time and riding. I'd probably say most of the time if I'm not racing, I'll probably go down to girlfriend's house and maybe jet ski or something, push bike ride, stuff like that. And yeah. Probably one of the top highlights would be back in 2021 in the MX3 class, my first year in the Pro MX series. I got third at Maitland, which I was pretty happy with. Didn't really expect it being such a young age. And I think it was 2022, I think, was the AX3 with the Arena Cross series.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said, Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
Yeah, really good. I'm stoked with how it went. Obviously A and B grades combined. First round, I think I got second overall out of everyone, so obviously I won B grade. And then MX1 had some good races, but struggled a little bit just up the hills on the 250 against the 450s. So, but yeah, both rounds have been really good. Port Macquarie was awesome as well. I love the technical track there, and yeah, I'm keen for this weekend. Yeah, I'm feeling really good. I'm really happy with my bike at the moment. Yeah, everything. Couldn't ask for much more, to be honest. I'm really happy. After Lakes, I went home and did a little bit of suspension changes, just because I wasn't 100% happy. But got it sorted before Port, and yeah, I was feeling awesome at Port, so I just was like, yeah, let's leave it there. And yeah. My local club is Appin or MacArthur. And I got started, I think Dad rode, so got into it through him obviously, and I've been riding since I was 2 and raced since I was 4, so it's just what I love. Yeah, I've definitely had a lot of lessons. The biggest one is just like never give up, just keep pushing and it'll work out. Obviously I don't get a lot of time with riding, training, working, but I got a little coaching business on the side, so I love helping the kids out, just trying to help the next generation, I suppose. But other than that, bit of surfing, push bike riding, all that sort of stuff. So don't have really a superstition, but I got a warm-up routine that I do before every race, so I just get that done and yeah, just get focused. My biggest highlight, I reckon, was last year getting third at Newcastle Supercross. I was really happy with that, and obviously in front of the crowd and everything, that was pretty cool. So I'd say that.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
I'd say the last 2 rounds were pretty good. Up the front, which is what you want to be, and coming into the last round with points gap in one of the classes and then pretty closely behind in the other 2 classes, so yeah. I feel pretty good, yeah. We got some training in throughout the week this week, and hopefully we're ready for this weekend. I'd probably say a banana. Max Compton, he's here this weekend. He's a fun one to ride with. We're always battling together at all the rounds, so that's pretty fun. Yeah. Well, sometimes it gets hard. Like, you're going to school 5 days a week and then you got to go travel to the race meetings, but I say it's going pretty good so far. I'll hang out with mates, play some golf, just that kind of stuff.
Our organisation represents the mining industry in New South Wales. We have nearly 100 member companies and we represent the mining workforce of over 30,000 people that work in mining in New South Wales. Over 800 people work in mining in the Lake Macquarie region and over 160 local businesses in the Lake Macquarie region are part of the mining supply chain and around $200 million each year is spent by the mining industry in the region. It's an important part of the mining industry in New South Wales. It's an historic coal mining region with coal-fired power stations and coal mines located in the Lake Macquarie region. Well, our organisation and many companies in our industry support local community teams right across the state. And we have a long-standing partnership with the Newcastle Knights, obviously based in the Hunter region, that has endured over 12 years or more. Through the highs and lows of the Knights seasons, through the highs and lows of our industry's fortunes as well. It's an important demonstration of the partnership between our industry and sport and local communities, particularly in the Hunter region, and our support for this event today is part of that too.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Hi, I'm Sean from Gorbros Medical. We specialise in joint bracing for knee and wrist bracing, as well as other compression bracing. We specialise in measuring, fitting, repairing and servicing bracing and making sure the support is optimal for your unique anatomy. Three main products we do is CTI knee braces, pod knee braces and All Sport Dynamic wrist braces. We specialise in the knee bracing, which we've done for over 30 years, doing CTI knee braces since the late 80s. We've taken on pod in the last 10 years, which has been an amazing product for entry-level riders up to your pro riders. And also we have our wrist braces designed to stop hyperextension in the wrist, and we've been partnered with them since the 90s, so a long, long time. We specialise in measuring and fitting for them all, where they even CTI and ASD have custom wrist bracing and knee bracing, so full custom bracing for your unique anatomy that fits like a glove. We're partnered with Motorcycling New South Wales, as we want to go to all the events and display our product, personally fit people and give them the best service possible. We're very happy to join Motorcycling New South Wales this year and partner with them. It's been great working with the team. It's been easy, smooth, and getting to the events, working out how to get to the events. All the information I require to be on ground and help my customers has been very, very simple process, and it's been a joy to work with Motorcycling New South Wales.